Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And yes, family, you're back with the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. I got my good brother Kala Genesis here, and we always got some hot topics for you because our goal, as is to educate our people to the highest level, and that's what we're doing in this business, family. So when we put out these topics, it's not to it's not to be on anyone. It's to educate our people, especially our people. We both live here in America, and we have a good energy of brothers and sisters in America, and in general, the African diaspora or the Americas. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about America. I'm talking about all of this region right here. We have incredible groups of Black people. I mean, you're talking about Black people who run countries, from the ones in the Caribbean, Black people from South America, from Central America, Black people in America who have been, the forefront of this, building liberation for us as a people, and creating a world where those of us from other places come into America. But I'm always telling you, family, we have to stick together with our brothers and sisters in the African diaspora, work with our people in America so we can get this thing done, and literally just make sure that we're not being scammed or shaken down for a vision by other people. So let me pop up the topic right here and read it off to you. So family, tonight our topic is: should Black America lower their standards to fit into Africa and become victims of scammers and haters? And this is the Afrikstan Analysis with Bomani and Kala. So we're going to go into deep analysis on it. And like I mentioned, this is a disclaimer because you have a lot of haters out there that feel like we're talking bad about Africa, but nothing you're going to ever hear from my mouth is going to be talking down about Africa. If I say certain words and certain things, everything is in proper context and it's analyzed to educate us and share with us what's going on. And I would always share what my experience is. So I'm not talking from this being in America, never been to Africa, and not involved in this world. I've been involved in this Pan-African world for 20 straight years, from 2003 to here, 2023, from this studying, doing study groups, joining Black organization, to building my entrepreneurship from my former career as an aircraft technician, and my current career as a IT technician / administrator and a business administrator, and managing the three businesses that we have, which is Africa for the Africans, Bomani Technology and Business Services, and also our incredible Black Star Pan-African community. So the Pan-African community is an investment in Africa, in Ghana. So when I'm explaining to you the things that goes on, I'm explaining to you based on 100% experience, my personal experience, and then my experience with a whole lot of my tour members and friends that I've connected to Africa. And unfortunately, I'm still here standing, building our enterprise in Africa because I have certain street smarts. Also, I have good connections in countries like Ghana. So I'm still here doing what we're doing. But regardless how good you are, when you're around a bunch of savages and wolves, they literally set you back. And that's the issue that I have. And it's not just all of Africa. It's mainly just one country, Ghana. That's the country that we're having issues with. But at the same time, too, that's also the country that we have a lot of our people from the African diaspora moving to, going to the point where people have literally just got up and just went there and just been victims of all kind of things. Not everybody have the connections like we have. So we always tell you, family, if you're trying to get anything done in these countries like Ghana and Liberia, reach out to us. Ghana is my main connection, and Liberia is Kala's main connection. And we're working the energy together so we can put Liberia in the forefront of this movement, because Liberia should be the Pan-African capital of the world, because our ancestors built it that way. And regardless of whatever I've gone on in the last 20, 30 years, I feel like, Liberia has been overlooked. So once we start looking at these situations that we're having in other African countries, we're like, hey, the laws, the language, the culture is completely different from what we're known to. So we're just basically going to our African continent as stolen Africans or Africans returning, and people are literally taking advantage of the fact that they can do things to us and get away with it based on laws. And I'm always telling our people that I don't see our people in Africa scamming the Chinese, the Indians, and the Lebanese. Now the Chinese and the Indians, you know, they're world powers. They're backed by strong military. They're backed by strong countries. And plus they have all of, you know, they have a good percentage of their people on the African continent, you know, working together. So when I hear about things go on in countries like Ghana or whichever country, I don't usually hear about these other people being victims. Somehow, brother, they're able to do their projects, get together, make things happen. I was in East Africa, Tanzania, for the last 3 Novembers, and brother, the Indians have, you know, I would say East Africa. I'm not even just gonna say Tanzania. They have East Africa on lock, and you know they work together, they make things happen. But I don't see people from Africa coming at them the way they have been coming at us. It's like we're your brothers and sisters that were stole and sold into slavery. And then we have, you know, we have literally just, you know, grown up and educate ourselves about that and say, you know what, you know, based on all those things happening, we're still gonna have love for our people because we have to unite and connect together and build this global Black business pipeline that we talk about. But this relationship is not working out too good, you know. And I got lots of stories we're definitely gonna share into and share with people directly. So I'm telling you, if you're literally thinking about packing up all your stuff and literally just moving to Ghana, you know, you need to call people like myself, you know. And I'm not gonna tell you don't do it. You know, what I'm gonna always make sure we do is make sure that we get you connected to people who we can trust and people who we can keep accountable. Because once you start dealing with these people that, you know, we don't have connections with and things like that, they're gonna take advantage of you. And that's what's been going on. Now I've had people leave my business conference, then a few days later meet up with people that they don't know. Next thing you know, they give them large sums of money for land, for gold business, all kind of other business. So I'm always telling people, like, you know, like we do tourism, and we do tourism at a high level to where once you're traveling with us on tours, family, you know, it's fine. Come to the African continent, enjoy tourism. If you want to spend some time, check out the country, do that. But don't make any quick decisions and be careful of, not even just be careful. Just don't listen to any of the people there locally that's going to be telling you, hey, we should start a bus business. We should start a tractor business. We should start this business. We should do apartments. We should, all lies. Don't believe any of them. Like 0% of them. Don't believe them. You know what I mean? You know, and because too many people have been literally just doing these things over a period of time, and someone like myself, I have people calling me all the time and tell me how things are going for them and things like that. You know, I have people working on refurbished project or what we'll call you know, I'm trying to find a main word. Refurbishing house or doing other projects. And then, the
Rehab.
amount of things people tell me, it's unbelievable. I'm gonna definitely get into that, family. Just giving you a warm up of what we're talking about. And if you have sensitive ears and if you're gonna be emotional about the things that we're saying, just don't join and don't listen in, because I'm not here to spare anybody. I'm not here to, I'm not here, you know, I'm not here to be nice about anything. I'm here to be real. I'm here to save my brothers and sisters. I know how hard we work here, in the Americas, and and I know where our heart is. Like all of us that I've known that's trying to go to Africa, we all trying to do the right thing, trying to work with our own people. And ultimately, the biggest thing that all of us are looking to do is we want to do wonderful things for our children in Africa, because we feel like our children in Africa don't get the support they need to be able to compete with the rest of the world. These are things that we can do from the African diaspora. But if people on African continent, or people on African continent, and I'm not saying everybody, because it's not everybody that's doing this, but it's like, regardless if it's, it's 5-10% of people, it's bad, because all it does is destroy the vision of the people who want to do things. Because not everybody have, certain people's strength. Like, people always say that, well, not everybody have your strength in business and dealing with, certain things. And I do understand that. And that's why we're pushing for the energy for us to work together. So family, before I continue and before me and Kala just dice up this topic, let me just share with you our website where you can always get all of the information on our Africa tours and our investment project, Black Star Pan-African Community. And we have everything well detailed. So I'm always telling anyone, if you just need to know anything about what we're doing in Africa, you want to know anything about our schedules, visit our website at africaforafricans.org. And family, this is our website right here. And what I'm going to do is just share a few things with you. So under the bottom, on a scrolling screen, you're going to say join. You're going to see join our Africa tours and investments to Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana. So that's 8 wonderful African countries that we have on our list and our schedule. And that's our goal. Our goal is to literally connect you with an incredible, you know, an incredible experience. And that experience is gonna just open your mind up to the African continent. And then also we have a nice investment session that share information and educate you about living and doing business in that specific country. And so our goal is to make sure that you're sharp and ready. But and it's not like a whole lot of people come through us. You have other people that's traveling and doing their own thing and coming on different journeys, and other people are inviting them, whether it's their Ghanaian friends or they're just showing up in the country. But in order for us to do this thing more effective, we have to just be on code and literally connect our resources together. And ultimately, we as a people in the African diaspora, in the Americas, we have to go to the African continent and look out for each other and work together with each other and make sure that whatever we are working on, we're working on it to where we can be, we can have a strong foundation in that specific country. So I always advise our brothers and sisters, focus on what we need to do for ourselves. Naturally, whatever we do for ourselves will literally, be a part of the growth of the country. And then, like I mentioned, a lot of the people that we roll with, we're all trying to do wonderful things for the children of Africa. And I've committed to multiple schools and orphanage in Ghana alone, and then other countries also. So our heart is there, our energy is there, but we want to be able to just have the success that we need. And I feel like the issues that we're not backed by our country, and the issues that people just think that we got it like that. But the issue ultimately is that people have strength for us to cause issues with us, but not strength for the foreigners and the oppressors. And that is a serious problem. So everything that we're dealing with as far as our Africa tours and investment is straight education, straight connection to make sure that whatever we're doing on the African continent, we are successful. Because when we have failures, people come back, they make videos, they talk about the situation, and it discourages all of us, And trust me, we're going to go into many stories. But for now, let's talk about the wonderful Journey of a Lifetime experience. You'll see photos of our many different groups from 2006 to 2022. And Ghana is a country I've been to 22 times, and I'm getting ready to leave for Ghana coming up in 2.5 months on our 23rd journey. And I'm leaving at the end of the month for Senegal and Gambia Journey of a Lifetime. So we're consistently in Africa, bringing groups, showing love, supporting Black-owned business, working with our crew in the different countries. And so we have had great success in that business. But it seemed like whenever those of us are talking about investments, it becomes a different situation because the laws are different, the culture of how things are different. So before, if you're traveling with us, come and enjoy yourself, enjoy your journey of a lifetime in paradise. Anything about hardcore business or investment, we have to have serious consultation or dialogue and things like that. So that way we can work game plans so you can be successful. But as we're on our website, you'll see the MP3 player with some beautiful music, music that remind me of my upbringings and tropical connection in my home country, Jamaica, all the way up to different music that we've added on there that represent our energy in America. But it's mainly this beautiful love music, cultural music, music talking about repatriation and nation building. Then the photos right here, you can never really tell where the photos are, but they could be from any of the 10 different African countries that I've traveled to. But it's just, the photos are here to really just show you us as beautiful African people. A lot of photos that we have our Africa for the Africans brand. You see all the different t-shirts, colors, energy. And it's that strength, it's that continuation of that energy and that legacy of Marcus Garvey, directing us to connect to our African continent and figure things out. And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about family, how we're going to figure this thing out, because we're stolen from our homeland, and the fact that we need a visa to go back and all this other stuff is it's what it is. But we're going to do what we need to do, and that's what this Journey of a Lifetime does. It connects you into the African continent, many different countries. And you'll see a lot of my brothers and sisters that I have, some of them are from here, some are from the different countries. And I'm telling you, we have good relationships with the people that I've worked with, because in order to pull this off, you have to have you have to have things organized here, and then you have to have your crew in Africa that you can get things done with. And so far, so good. We've been able to complete all of our journeys that we've set out on, and we've been able to just make sure that everybody comes back safe, and we have little to no problems in the country. And that's the professionalism that we bring. So as we scroll down to the main part of our website, you're going to see a main menu, and you're going to see uh, the featured information, which is Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community. That is our vision. That's our end goal. That's the direction we're moving in. The goal is to not only just build the 15-acre and 60-acre community. The goal is to also encourage more of us to be a part of that entire town, so we can work effectively with our own people and create great opportunities for the children there in the town and our children that are coming, and put ourselves in a position to where we can compete more with the likes of the people I mentioned earlier, the foreigners that are coming into Africa that's having great success. Because that's what it's going to take for us to really arrive as a people. We have to merge our energy together. So that's why this topic is so important, because we have to let our rest of our people know, hey, don't partake in the foolishness that goes on in discouraging our people from coming by people doing certain things to them. So if you're really about that life and really want to see us on the African continent being a part of the future so we can build together as a people, then you must look out for us and make sure that we're good to go. And that's why I like my tour crews in all countries. That's our goal as a tour crew, is to make sure everybody have a great time, everybody is safe, and everybody have everything that they need, and they can get what they need to get done. The only tricky part I mentioned, family, is once people decide that they want to live and do business, that's when it gets a little more difficult, and that's when we have to just be on top of our game to the highest level. So as you scroll down, welcome to Africa for Africa's Tours and Investment. And we have a list of different options. I have these incredible safaris in Tanzania that my Tanzanian crew handles throughout the year. So that's something we can put together custom. Then we have a list of our journeys coming up. We have the Senegal and the Gambia Roots Tour. That's March 30th to April 9th. So literally in the next, over the next 3 weeks, we're back. We're back out in the field, documenting, taking our group members around, building network, enjoying beautiful dining, socializing, having that consistent energy in African continent. Then a few weeks after that, we're going to be, once we get back, we're going to be in Ghana for our Ghana Repatriation and Investment Tour, May 24th to June 5th. So we have an incredible investment and business conference, and we're going to make sure we record it to share with people as we've been doing over the past. And then we have an incredible land tour. We're going to take our group to see our business office, 15 and 60 acres, and go down to the business district, and also go down to the beach. And that's all in the town of Jahadzi, the town that we envision to get more of us in the diaspora to invest in, to build the industrial development aspect of it, and also to this add an energy of paradise, to make it our own beach town. Where if you're a Ghanaian family and you just want a nice vacation, you can just come to the town and enjoy it. Everything is going to be built for you to where it's reasonable, and you just enjoy, and you have an infused energy of what we're bringing from Jamaica, America, and then whatever we have in Ghana. And we're just gonna, add that balance, because that's what people like myself is looking forward to. My culture and energy from Jamaica and America is very important to me as a person, and I'm not going anywhere and letting go of that. Because there's a lot of good things, we've learned here in America, and then we can use, to progress ourselves on African continent. So once we finish there in Ghana, we're gonna break, and then a few more weeks later, we're gonna head to Rwanda for a Roots and Culture tour. That's July 20th to the 30th. So all of these journeys, maybe with the exception of Senegal and Gambia, you can just, if you have everything organized, you want to jump on, I can just add you on and everything. Just be open and be clear, especially when it comes to tickets, because ticket prices are a lot closer, and we may not be able to accommodate you. So we do have two packages. One would include flights and full accommodations in the country, and then one which just includes full accommodations in the country. And then you take care of your own international, and if we have domestic flights in the country, you take care of those also. Right. So Tanzania, this will be our fourth Tanzania Journey of a Lifetime Roots and Culture Tour, and this is November 16th to the 27th. And so another wonderful journey, and we just this is a country that has worked out well, and we've had three great groups, and we're building that energy. South Africa, we're back in South Africa after November 2019, which was the last time. So that's going to be our closeout journey for the year. So for those who are looking to this travel to South Africa, and if that's more up your speed, and that's why we have all different countries in different parts of the African continent, north, east, south, west. That way, whatever fits your energy, and then the months throughout the year, we have schedules, very unique times of the year. So if that fits your energy, you can join up with us. So once we're closed out in South Africa, we're gonna kick off 2024 with our featured tour on our website, which is Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. Now, family, that's not the real price, but what I did, I wanted to just encourage more of us to come, because we're going to do some serious building in Liberia. So reduce the price, so you'll see the other prices a lot more. It's not because the itinerary and other countries are better than the Liberia itinerary. All the itineraries are incredible hotels, and so the prices are usually either 4,200 or 4,400 in the high peak season. But we have a nice special for you for Liberia, flat 4,000, and with incredible flights and everything, whether it's on Royal Air Morocco or Delta KLM, or Ethiopian Airlines. Those are our three options. We got you. Then we're going to take a break for a while, and then we're going to set off our summer journey. It's been a while since I've did a summer journey in Ghana. The last time I want to say was July 2011. So we're going to do this one. I have lots of different people that I'm working with, from the school system to this people who are just part of different groups, and this is the date that they wanted. So we have those dates for them. And then we're gonna the last schedule we have is Egypt Roots and Culture Tour, November 21st to December 2nd. So this is gonna mark my literally 20th year traveling to Africa, and then it's my 20th year anniversary of one of my most incredible journeys of a lifetime, which was Egypt, April 2004, with our incredible scholar, Dr. Renoko Rashidi. Now, that was a straight documentary. It was long, but when you just like have that passion and energy, you just want to record everything. So that documentary is literally on the YouTube page. Once you scroll down, you'll see multiple playlists, and you'll see all the different countries that we've traveled to, that we have, tour videos. And then, right there, land for sale / investment at Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community in Jahadzi. So that's the vision of what we're talking about. So reading is fundamental, and we want anyone that's interested in anything that we do, because that's the type of people that we're detail-oriented people. If you reach out to me, I can send you email versions of what I have. And beyond that, we have information on our website, so you can process information and check it out. And then you can decide to call me later. My contact information is all over the page, and we can just talk from there. It's better if you read through information, you're clear on it. That way, when we talk, we can have productive conversation, and we could just get to the point to this, where we just have things organized. And as we scroll down, we just have updates and other details, especially like when the conference calls are. So we have conference calls every month for Africa tour schedule. We don't talk in details about all the countries, but as we get closer to countries, we talk more in detail with them. But we just do a general overview for the most part on the similarities and the important information and the highlights, and then just focus on whatever tour we just currently have, and then talk about the future tours that we have. So this is our details, and once you scroll down some more, that's me on WhatsApp. I always tell anyone, if you just want to connect with me, to send me a message on WhatsApp, so we can communicate. Videos and photos are going to be on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and LinkedIn is my business profile. So if you want to know who Bomani Tyehimba is, that's my professional profile. And just like if you go to my IT website, you'll see an IT technician and an aircraft technician resume. Those are my core positions as a technical person, which is what we focus on here at Bomani Technology, which builds everything that we do in all the different business, from the website to the graphics to the marketing, promotions, to anything that we do. And then Facebook, I have a list of Facebook groups for every single country that we're traveling to. So I'll always post updates on there. You can always just join. And whatever we do in that country, we just send updates for those conference calls or some of the highlights. And the same thing with our land investment, Black Star Pan-African Community. I have a wonderful Facebook page where I'm always posting updates. And the next thing I'm going to be doing is posting all of the videos, all of the pictures that we have. That way, I can add to the photo gallery. Every time we do a journey to Ghana and we go on the land, I just usually just upload all of the videos there and also on my main Facebook page. So creating a documentation and just pushing the information, because that's our goal. Our goal is to have a strong energy and presence on the African continent where we can just do some wonderful things. So I'm gonna show you some of our previous group photos. It's a whole lot of them. So I'll just share a few. This is our last time in Ghana and Tanzania. That was our last back-to-back. Journey in May. And as you can see, some of the groups are small, but what we did, we just double up and increase the journey and increase the amount of people that travel with us from this May journey. But usually you're not gonna see much groups this small. That was 8 of us right there. Which is the smallest and the smallest group since 2006 December. And these are some of the other groups. Another back-to-back in 2001, Ghana and Tanzania. So that has been working out real good over the last few years. And the same as our Ghana May tour, which will be in July of next year. And Senegal and Gambia, getting ready to go there again. And unfortunately, we had to cancel last year's journey because we only had about 4 or 5 people. And so this year we have doubled up, and now it's 14 of us. So that's a nice improvement because that's a special journey. 2 incredible countries where you just, you get right into the action of the history and the culture. In Ghana, December 2020 and November 2020. So for those of us who remember, in 2020, that was a COVID era. So as you can see, family, we are resilient. We didn't let this COVID-19 foolishness stop us. We literally, followed all of the procedures to make sure that we got people safe in and out of countries. And those who didn't want to travel with us, we work other things out with them. So if you scroll down, you'll see more and more photos of our group. And this is just showing you that this is what we do, and we have a dedication to build a long track record. So I'm always encouraging those of us that if we're doing serious business with people, let them show you their track record, let them show you their bio, let them show you your information. I'm always telling anyone, even when you come here and we sit down, I got all of my books for this, I got photo albums and of the earlier years of life, whether I was in the Navy or whether I was part of a different Black organization. And that's what we're looking to do. We're looking to let people know that, hey, some of us are dedicated to this movement, and our life is committed to it for the end of time or throughout the test of time. So those are the people that recommend you commit to and do things with. Stop enabling these people who have no track record and have proven nothing to you and not dedicated to you. This is the business office that's 7 days a week, and all calls and all information get taken care of throughout the day. And we help a whole lot of people get visas, passport, and get to different countries. So we're coming up at the end of the multiple journeys per year. You see a few different journeys in November. That's the year, it was just the year I was on fire. I was in Ghana, Ethiopia, Brazil. Where else was I? As a matter of fact, it's Ghana, Togo, Benin, Brazil, Ghana again. And I set it off that year in Ethiopia, one of my favorite journeys. And we will get Ethiopia back up. But the issue is, when we put these schedules up, sometimes people don't commit to it. So we have to keep it moving. Now, from 2016 all the way to 2006, you're going to see single journeys, 1 per year, with the exception of 2011 when we had 2, July and October. So that's the growth of us, family, on this incredible journey of a lifetime. And that's one of my good sisters right there that owns Ike's Cafe with her husband, Ike. And we're always just connecting to incredible people, and beautiful smiles here. History, culture. You see the African for Africans t-shirt. We have never duplicated any of the t-shirts. I've made so many t-shirts and all of them are different. We're changing the colors around or things like that. But these are reflections of our colors: red, black, green, and gold. And and then we add blue for the beautiful ocean around African continent. So family, that is me sharing our energy with you, so more of us can connect to Africa and enjoy these journeys. And as I mentioned, family, this is a real movement. It's a serious movement. We're dedicated to the highest level, and we want to make sure that we work this together, because this may be our last chance to really just put this together. I don't want to, I don't want to wake up 30 years from now and then the Chinese and the Indians own Africa, and then all of our people working as slaves in factories and everything. And for people who think that can't happen, it can happen. And so, family, appreciate you. And once again, family, all of my information is below if you want to reach out to me about any Africa tours or investment or our Black Star community. But my good brother, Kala Genesis. Yes, brother, how you feeling? I know you're on fire today, man. I know you know that topic right there.
Of course, like I said, we always come up with good topics to talk about. And all these topics are very timely, Like I told you, there's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans, right? But Rome ruled the world. Rome was a pinnacle of civilization and advancement and everything. How could they be wrong? So if you're coming from a dirt poor country, whatever like that, you say, let's do what the Romans, because they must have got something right. They rule the world, We can't do that with, fortunately, with Africa right now, We can't do as the Africans do. For example, I have people that tell me, all the time, right, how they always bragging on how cheap labor is in Africa. I get that, right? But I'm saying to myself, okay, if you got somebody out there sweating, and I seen some people that get work done, like ES. Remember, she got those guys doing all that work, hard backbreaking, paying them $1 a day and just a meal and whatnot, Now, if you're, we know, we fought this country against us being exploited, right? We Black people, African Americans, were instrumental in the labor movement. We had the Pullman Union, the porters, and we were instrumental in labor union, right? Our ancestors fought against economic and exploitation of our bodies and everything. The march that Martin Luther King was killed at was a rally with a grassroots rally of the garbage workers in Memphis. Remember? And he was in Memphis at the time when he was assassinated, right? It was garbage workers. Why? Because these garbage workers was like, look, we're quitting on white people's shit, and we don't have the dignity of a union, a decent pay, and also like that, You had men that said, we can't have nothing but our dignity, and the state just said, you're just niggas, y'all gonna clean our trash up, and they couldn't even quit, or they get arrested. There was a time period where Black people in America, a white man saw after freedom, was like, man, I ain't working. A bunch of Black men loitering, right, in a place, and the white man needs work done, right? He could easily go up to the Black man and say, you know something, you're out of, you're a vagrant, right? You come work for me, and I'll keep you out of jail. So we know the history of economic and exploitation, right? So just because something is done in Africa don't mean we have to do it. We want to be the face of paying people a fair wage. Now, even if the Chinese do exploit people, even if the Europeans, even the local people exploit, but we cannot be that, right? And then we're taking a life's gamble that the fact that we are known as a people that's going to be fair, that's going to be reciprocated. But if I think a lot of times when our people get ripped off in Africa, I think it goes both ways. We want to underpay people for a lot of stuff, and then when that attracted, all these people ain't money, they're trying to get over. So let's get over them, and they're better at the game than we are. There's this notion that you think Africans are stupid. They know y'all got a little bit of money. It's like, okay, share the wealth. So therefore, like I said, we have to create relationships, right? Long-term of understanding. We say, something, I think this is fair for a day's labor, right? And once you have those agreements in place, right, and you start showing success, then you have a people. Okay, we got Bomani people here. You know, we got they got the construction workers know how much they're gonna get paid and everything like that. We got a reliable source of thing. So you come to us, right? You don't have to get some Joe Blow village idiot to do what you want to do, right? Because he's thinking about getting over on you the way you think that that he's trying to get over on you, or you're just being trusting and naive. Now, about this topic tonight, right? We have to basically maintain our standards that we have, you know, I mean, on every level. You know, you live in America and you're used to, and I'm not saying that we're going to have everything we have in America, right? I know I'm not going to be able to order Domino's pizza. You know, I get that. You know, I get that, you know, but the basics, right? The basics, right? The modern world, one thing the rest of the world have done, Asia, Latin America, everything, even Cuba under embargo, is giving people the basics. You never sacrifice the basics. Well, I'm gonna go into a country, right? I don't care if I have running water. I don't care if I have constant electricity. I don't care. I don't have that like that. I don't care about that. I'm just gonna. No, you don't go backwards. That's not helping Africa. Let me tell you something. Africans they see all the rest of the world developing, and they see the fact that they're having a hard time. So when you're going over there saying that you're going to live, I want to live like the locals. I'm going to live like the locals. And you're going to live on $1 a day with no health care, not adequate food, not adequate stuff like that. You are not helping, you know. That's not doing what the Romans do. That's doing what the idiots do, the village idiots do, you know. And so therefore it attracts, what you're doing is you're attracting the sort of negative aura about you, you know, that you don't really care. And so when people, let me tell you something, right? The worst thing you could be in Africa, if you haven't noticed, right, is someone who comes from the West, right? Whether you're a local that's lived overseas for decades and you come back broke and uneducated and everything, you will look down upon, you know? You are an outcast. And you really look bad if you are coming from generations in America and you go into a place like Ghana and you end up homeless and broke one night. You are really like, damn, you came from the United States and you're struggling here. You know? Yeah, we know it's like, well, struggle. That's what we're gonna die in this shit. But you came all the way from America, right? And you failed. You don't have anything. You have nothing. So you have to think about that. And then also you lose that sort of status. And you think you're gonna go over there and join. I'm just gonna blend with the. It doesn't work like that. Status and what you are, what you bring to the table, and who you are is very, very important. And so therefore, you don't lower your standards, right? If you have a certain education level, right, that should be on display. You know, you should be able to know how to announce yourself. Another thing we get is this, and when you, a lot of Black people in America, right, have this thing about authority, right? And most countries in the world, particularly in Africa, right, you know, they don't have the same vision. Even though the police may be corrupt and everything, authority is authority. I just saw a video just a minute ago where there's a homeless guy, a Black, in New York City, bashing the police sign, you know, lights on top of the police car, just bash on. And I'm reading the comments. Yeah, man, go brother, go brother, go brother. You know what I'm saying? And so what I'm saying is, you know, this idea of lawlessness, this idea of foolishness that you people are going to try to bring to the continent is not going to cut it. And I don't want no part of people like that. If you're not law abiding here, I don't want you on the continent with me, you know, because if you're a professional here, I believe you're a professional there. If you're a professional here, don't go to over there and start acting a fool and being dishonest, corrupt, and stuff like this. That basically, when you start that stuff like that, it attracts a sort of a negative attention to you. Okay. And I do believe, like I said, the reason why Bomani's so successful the way he is because he's very, very professional in the way he conducts business. Okay. And so, and my advice to you, if you're going to live in Ghana or whatever like that, is to get with somebody who's for 20 years has shown that he is going to have your back and carry things from point A to point B and point Z and back. because a lot of our people, for the most part, right, don't think being professional is worth black people. In other words, basically, when you see these type of people, when they get in front of white people, they talk the perfect English. They show up on time. They like that. They always talk about, when it comes to black people, oh, you understand. No, I don't understand. You know, oh, you know how it is.
No, I don't.
We have to start that. And I'm not gonna say bad words, but we gotta start that end-minded, that what's a nigga-minded mentality, right? When we talk about professionalism, right? When I do business and everything like that, I put something out there, right? I'm gonna give you the same respect as I would give a white client or whoever client that I'm doing business with, and that's where it comes from. And I don't see that in a lot. I'm gonna be completely transparent and open and honest with you in anything I do. Some of our friends in this movement and whatnot don't do their due diligence before they get up and they basically gloss over, oh, this is a good idea, this is a good idea, right? But if they were doing business with white people, you rest assured, they're gonna make sure everything they tell that white person, whatever like that, because again, and we're gonna get back to this thing right here. Why is that there's so many people getting ripped off in Ghana and stuff like this? Why? Because we set the precedent. We act like the fact that professionalism, your word, and transparency does not matter, right? So if somebody in Ghana is going to not do their deal and rip you off and everything like that, they understand that since you're not operating in the spirit of professionalism at your best and your black excellence and everything like that, right? And you're not going to give them that respect when you're doing things, they're not going to give you the same thing. They're like, oh, you know something? He's not going to go through the legal process. This is going to forget about it. And that's generally what happens. Why? Because you establish a relationship based on emotion, not on real, what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. Okay? We're coming to this country. This is what we want to do. Okay? On every stage of the game, you point out this is what we need, this is what we want, and then say like this. Make those hard demands up front. Okay? Don't wait until you're deeply into it and everything, and then say, you know something, we thought this would be good. Oh no, I can't do that. Well, we'll count on that. Well, from the day one, you should have a list of things. Okay, we need this, we need this, we need to build this, we need to build this, like this. And then the people that you're dealing on the ground, right? If they can't say, you know something, okay, we could solve this. Oh, I'm not sure about this because this commissioner handles this and everything. Be upfront with everything, right? So therefore, there's no surprises down the road. Oh, we can't do that because some law that says we can't do this, whatever like that. You didn't tell me that when we first got here. So be upfront and business people, and I always remember, you never start celebrating until you actually got something done. Okay. We as black people, man, as soon as we agree on something, right, we start celebrating. Oh yeah, we're gonna build this land. Everything. What happened to your thing? Y'all were just out there partying, celebrating everything. What happened to the project? Well, it's like that. Y'all out there selling. Y'all act like it was a slam dunk deal. People didn't do their homework. They didn't do their due diligence, right? They overpromised and underdelivered. And so therefore, when you overpromise and underdeliver, stuff like that happens, But the standards that we have, right? And let's be honest with ourselves. What I'm seeing now is a lot of people that go to the continent have never had any real success in America. They can't say, you know something, I got a business here, factory here, or whatever, ITC center, whatever here in America. I'm working this business. Come to my office, see what I'm doing. I did my homework and everything, and I could do this on the African continent, And I got buyers and customers lined up and everything like that. And I got a contract with this NGO, whatever like that, And then you say, so okay, I see what you're trying to do. That's actually feasible. But we don't do that. We basically take people's word because they're on YouTube and everything, or that they're going to go to. They have never had any success in America. They never built anything. They never established anything, and suddenly they're going to go to a country where, like you told me, the brother the other day, right? He said building his house has become a nightmare. And so therefore, when you if you built the house in America, right? A lot of people in America don't build their own house; they buy one. Okay, it's easy just for a realtor to come to how houses are in America. You go to a realtor, right? You call a real estate agency, right? And you get and they say, "Oh, this is how much it costs." Whatnot, you know, the house is appraised. This is what the house is appraised for, and they start the paperwork. And the real estate company will steer you to certain mortgage companies. Mortgage companies check your credit score, and they say you need to put this much down and everything like that. And this is a closing date. Boom, you got a house. Okay, but I'm seeing people who never even went through that process, right? Go to the continent, you know, and want to build a house from ground up. And they give their money to people. And like I said in the video, I don't know if you want to play some of these clips of some of these videos where.
Yeah, we can definitely play it, play some of them later on.
Yeah. And so therefore they get burned. I'm saying to myself, what are you doing? You know, you want to invest in a country. You're talking to people you don't know. Your money disappears. And you're wondering why, and you want to get mad at Ghana. And you didn't do your due diligence right. Let me tell you something. Anybody that does real business, right? A real person who's done real business, who's ever lost money or made money and everything, they could smell something like it's like an instinct. They could tell when something's off. And something doesn't sound right. Instinctively. They could say that doesn't sound right, you know, and they're cautious. They're natural cautious and everything. Why? Because they have experience and confidence in closing deals. If you don't have that experience and everything like that, right, don't kid yourself. You know, if you don't know what it's like to build a project from A to Z, you know what can go wrong will go wrong. If you never carried anything like that, if you have never carried that thing out in a country like the United States or UK where the laws are in your favor, how are you going to go to a country that you know nothing about? Do you think as when in Rome do as the Romans do? Do you think the laws is going to favor an act? Oh, if I don't have it, I'll just call my attorney. I'll hire an attorney in Ghana, and the attorney knows the person that just scammed you. You know, they're going to lunch together.
Yeah, let's talk about that, brother. Let's talk about that. And one of the things I want to add to that is literally, you have people who have been very successful in America and they can't pull nothing off in Africa because of. So it's like the level of treachery and the level of this deception is at a high level. Like people will literally connect with you like you are good and then be that way for years. Only to be setting you up for the next 3 years, literally. So that's what's a little bit different. We're not used to the level of deceptions and scams, you know. So it's a little tricky. And I'm talking about prominent, successful business people here in America, and that's what hurts the most. Because if the government of Ghana would put more things in place to protect investors, you know, you're talking about, you know, not only just Ghana, you're talking about an incredible west coast of Africa or West Africa, you know. So the people who have lost out, and the only thing that they can blame their own brothers and sisters for doing us wrong, and not saying, hey, this person's trying to set you up. I know you're here to come do good and you're going to help all of our children and our family and everything, but this person just want to rip you off and take the money and run and do nothing for anybody, you know. But you don't get that lookout from the local level or the government level. So I'm telling people they'd have to rethink this stuff, no matter how brilliant you think you are, you know. Like my brother just mentioned, you can literally be dealing with a lawyer, and the lawyer or the attorney is in on it with the surveyor and whoever else you hire, because they could be talking some stuff to where they all, you know, one or two different tribal group or cultural group, and then they decide that that's what they're going to do. And when they decide they're going to do these things to you, you won't really see it. And that's the, you know, and then also just like what you said, Kala, some people just make this bad decisions and and shouldn't even be in this realm of doing certain things. But between those people and the ones who know what they're doing but end up getting caught up, it's unbelievable. But just like I tell a quick story, I was literally trying to, for the last month, trying to get one of our associates that we know that's not too far from my area. He purchased a bulldozer. But then when I was talking to him, literally before we got on this call, I was like, yo, I really need that bulldozer because I'd rather just work with you since, you know, we're connected like that. and because I need to get some land clear, and I need to clear some roads so we can put roads in for our community. And I should have just known this was coming. The brother told me that he literally, his associate bought a bulldozer from the wrong person, not the owner, but somebody else. Like that brother, that's like me. That's like me trying to sell you my car I own. You know what I mean? Number one, and I have my title. I'm gonna say, here's the title, and you swap money and you have it. But this is the kind of stuff that goes on. And next thing you know, the person's out of like $16,000. Now you ask yourself, all this money, because the money has been in millions and millions of dollars that's been shaken from us, and it's a whole lot when you add it up. I don't have an exact account.
$16,000 is a lot of money,
but that's 16,000 on top of other monies and things that people are scamming. But you ask yourself, what is being built in the country? I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not saying that it's okay just to go take people money and build a nation. But personally, if you're gonna scam any of us, I'd rather for you to build something in the country.
No, that money,
but that's not what they're doing. I'm just saying that to just make a point. But that's not what's being done. What's being and so you have a situation where it's hard to trust anybody. Like I was having a conversation and I was like, and they asked me who I trust, and I was like, I got one person I trust. I was like, I can name the amount of people in my hand that I can trust. And I was just talking about different countries. And that's usually my staff and crew that I work with. Outside of that, it's a situation where it's the trust have to be really earned. And that's what I'm telling you, family. When you go to the African continent, find your brothers and sisters that are about that life and business and do business with them. Just X out the people. You don't need all these people, because what people do, they're adding themselves into your mix, and then it's costing you more money and things like that. So even myself, I've just cut back the amount of people that I deal with. You know what I mean? And so once they keep on doing these kind of things, they're losing out. But the village idiot mentality, the savage mentality, the wolf in sheep clothing mentality, it just only telling you, I just need to eat, and I just need to take. But then there's nothing being built for the future. So when you destroy all of the investors that want to come to your country and build up your beautiful country, so we as a black people, especially those of us that were stolen and are coming back, that we can have something. So for all of our children, now we just don't have much of anything. And now instead of more and more people coming, now they're going to choose to go to other countries. And that's why I'm pointing to people that we're going to build an energy in countries like Liberia and other countries, because Ghana has had the opportunity for over 2 decades or more. And I don't see what has been done with the energy from the diaspora that Ghana has had. Every single thing in the country has been built by foreign investors. You ask me who built all the malls, the Lebanese and the Chinese. And you have one black mall that's built by, black people there in Ghana. And then when you look at all of the investment outside of people's homes, people put their money together and they build their homes and everything. That's fine. But as far as construction, investment, it's about foreigners. And we can't keep on going like that. So, you tell them, so it's like, if the government doesn't care and the local people don't care, you're just going to lose out on us. And then when I build our community, we're just going to, we're not going to isolate ourselves, but we're just going to do what we need to do. And we're just going to be focused on what we need to do and things like that. So they're losing, brother. So, but definitely, whether you are a rookie or you think you're a professional, these people will work you over. And that's why the topic is what it is. Should we really should we lower our standards to fit in? And then next, we're victimized by scammers and haters. Because ever since I've been talking about us just building communities in Africa together, the hate mail, the hate comes out. You're going to Africa to take over. You're going to Africa no, I'm going to Africa to build what we need to build so we can get the job done. Me just rolling up into a Ghanaian community around people who I don't know and I don't trust is not going to favor me. Me being in a community with my Jamaican brothers and sisters, my brothers and sisters from America, and the people who have built relationships within Africa, now that will work. But
right.
People on their emotions, well, this is not our work. Like, now one of my brothers who's no longer living, I remember one of the last things he mentioned to me. It was like, I didn't move to Africa to live in an African American community. I was like, first of all, this is not an African American community. It's a Pan-African community. So whether you're Ghanaian, Nigerian, you're Jamaican, you're American, it's a community for you as long as you're a black person and things like that. But he decided he wanted to do what he wanted to do. Next thing you know, he moved in the middle of nowhere and building his house, and the vultures came out. So whether one of them poisoned them or whether they sent that nice fine lady that I met that he introduced me to that wouldn't talk to me, because maybe she was up to something, but the brother ended up dying of malaria. When you die of illness, anyone can just say you died of malaria, you died of certain things, but reality, you may have died from poison.
Is that the guy? Is that the guy that was real built and muscular?
Oh no, this is a slim brother from Ohio.
Okay. There was one guy that had dreads that he died of malaria not too long ago in Ghana. He had his own house one night. He died of malaria one night. They said he died of malaria. There's a lot of people that die of malaria. You know, I'm like, damn. I know people catch malaria in Liberia and they never die from it. You know what I'm saying? But there's an awful lot of people dying of malaria.
It's something preventive, and you have different ways to prevent it. You just have to be treated, and you have to take it serious. But that's the point of it. Is like if we're together, like, you know, if we all live together in a community, and I know you're sick, I'm gonna send all our people in the community, make sure our brothers taken care of and things like that. We can properly look at each other. So I'm telling people, do not make that mistakes. I'd rather for you to stay in America and live the way you live than to go and chance it and then lose out. Because I personally, in my experience, I've seen a lot of these things go wrong. And unfortunately, there's people who we can't call their names and we can't tell their stories and things like that because it's a private situation. And, you know, and people are mourning and things, and you don't want to be, you know, you want to be insensitive. But I'm telling you, family, too much of this is going on, and this is not just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, or 100 stories. This is thousands upon thousands of stories, and these are real. And then you can see them play out on the internet. And unfortunately, the majority of country that people are talking about being victims of is Ghana. Unfortunately, a country where people like myself are dedicated my life and hard-earned energy to bring energy to the country, and then only to find out that the people that we send there and the people we have are being victimized. So I'm asking people, where do we go from there? Do we just keep on letting these haters and these scammers just victimize us, or do we just do what I've been telling us to do from the beginning? Stick together, build communities, live amongst each other, and do what you need to do. I don't see the Indians, the Chinese, or the Lebanese having any problems that we have. So and that's why I'm always talking about. Our people are savage in Africa towards us. You know, because it's like, why don't y'all want to let us build what we need to build so we can do for our own people, work with our own children? Because in the town that I live, there's no playground, there's no soccer field, there's nothing for the children to do. There's an orphanage, and that's it. Now, we could bring a whole lot, but if people keep on sabotaging our efforts and delaying our movements and delaying paperwork and delaying the things that we need and keep on overcharging us, then we're not going to be able to do anything for the children. But they don't care about their children, because if so, you see a lot more done for children. Instead of somebody saying, hey, I'm going to open up a factory or I'm going to open up a technical school for our children. No, they're gonna build a mansion and they're gonna buy a bunch of fancy cars, and then they're gonna just.
I can never understand that. I can never understand that, right? But like I said, when in Rome, do as Romans do, right? If somebody was telling me the other day, say, yeah, man, Nigeria, they have you have a big mansion overlooking the mansion, nothing but poverty and slums and everything, you know, dirt roads and everything, you know. I don't want to do that, you know. I said, look, I don't want to be, you know, live in a big mansion. I don't want to do it like they do, you know. And you know, said Black America, we pretty much got a middle class mentality, right? We like the idea that everybody has a nice house and everything. I don't think running water, a basic school education, and stuff like that should be a luxury, you know. I don't think a playground should be something like, oh wow, we got to play. I think everybody needs all these things. When you come up from America, right? Don't bring the Western mentality. Well, you telling me that parks and playgrounds, stuff like that, that the city provides for you because they know it's important for the edification. Nice shrubbery, green. You know how when you drive down the highway in the bushes, the city and state takes pride in laying bushes along the highway and stuff like that. Why? Because it does to the what do you call the aesthetics is important. You know, aesthetics, you know, landscaping, aesthetics, and everything, beautification, and stuff like this. Why is that important to a people, right? Why? Because you want to feel like where you living at is paradise, right? You want if you put that in people that, hey, we got everything, we got beautiful things, the roads are nice and paved, we got street lights, we got all this stuff like this right here. You know, the basic stuff in a modern civilization. And then, therefore, what people will do is this: when children grow up in that, I remember summer camp. I remember this. I remember that movie theater. I kissed a girl. They're gonna go up saying, "I want to defend this." You know what the best time to get somebody that's a soldier to go out to fight a war when they're like 18 and 19, because they lived a carefree life. You know, they went there all the best things in life and everything. So they're like, man, I want to protect this. And you tell them some Arab overseas wants to destroy your life. They're ready to sign up and whatnot. If I die, they're like, this life that they had and whatnot, got to go on, But when you have kids that their whole life they've been shitting on and don't have no school, no anything like that, how are you going to tell that? What if the country of Ghana is attacked, right? Are those kids going to be willing to fight for that country if it's invaded? No. And the powers that be know that. They know the average person have no allegiance to the country they live. They feel oppressed by it. Why do you think every time there's a coup in Africa, right, there's a celebration, right? The Mali government was overthrown. Yes, everybody danced the street. 2 years later, that government gets over. Everybody celebrating the street, Burkina Faso, one coup. Yay, we're finally free. A couple months later, another coup. Hey! It's like every time there's a coup, there's a celebration.
Well, I mean, why? You're overthrowing your government. That's not.
Yeah, has there ever been a coup in Africa where people said, damn, this is fucked up, man. I like how things go. Never.
Yeah, I don't really know what exactly happened with Kwame Nkrumah, but I don't know if they celebrated. But
bro,
they celebrated.
They were out there dancing in the street with Kwame Nkrumah.
I mean, that was the greatest president on the African continent.
Bro, the bottom line is
the greatest visionary that we have had.
They tore down the statue you see right there now is not the original one. They tore down his statue, everything after he got overthrown. It's like this.
But they're regretting it now.
They always do that. Africa's always, man, damn, we fucked up. Damn, we fucked up. That's why you can never let the low IQ, the dumb people. I don't believe in democracy. I believe there should be two dictators, Bomani and Kala, right? Running shit, and nobody make any decisions. We know what's good for you. I mean, like Thaddeus Stevens told in the movie Lincoln. He told everyone on Lincoln. He go, damn the people. We know what's good for them. We're not giving a goddamn about them. We know what's in their best interest. So the bottom line is this idea: if you think Kala is some Democrat, I'm trying to get your vote. I'm not running for office, right? This is the office of the BAIO. And there's a dictatorship. And you're a lovable, benevolent dictator, Kala Genesis. I know I love you, and I know what's best for you. And you could add some points and everything like that, and say, "Hey, Kala, it's good." And I always take in good ideas, But the bottom line is this idea that. Oh man, I want a new leader. Get the hell out of here. Go find something else to do. That's why I said. That's why. Why do you think Gaddafi? Gaddafi gave his people everything.
Yeah, that was a brilliant man.
You saw what they did to him. They killed him, man. What did I do? I did everything. Damn,
they hunted the man down like an animal.
They killed him like an animal. That's what you got in Africa. Like even George Weah. George Weah, a couple of years ago, Henry Carter, they had a march. George Weah took them fire on the water hose, sprayed every down on hot water. That's wrong. I said, yeah. George Weah said, y'all ain't put me on that damn pole. Just 2 years before, a year before that, they were, yeah, we got George Weah, pro-poor president with that. 2 years later, they're like ready to rise up. They're gonna rise up against George Weah. George Weah, no. That's what you gotta deal with when you talk about Africa and black people in general. No matter what you do for them or whatnot, black people, we have never reached a level of civilization where we can be satisfied what we have because we don't demand anything. As a human right, an African human right, everybody should basically, before any dollar or anything leaves the continent, right? Every last single African leader should pledge that in 10 years, every African is going to have electricity, running water, a decent roof over their head. If you cannot make that pledge or not, your government is illegitimate.
I mean, that's a basic. I mean, that's basic needs.
I don't give a before you pay one payment back to the IMF, before you do anything, before you take the lofty jet or like the governor, president of Ghana, spend all these trips on these private jets and everything like that. Going to these lofty meetings. You saw last year. All these African leaders, all these world things, they just go there for free food, The Europeans bring there and host dinners and whatnot, and they basically say, you're empowering your country. People hate the leader, right? But when African leaders go overseas, right, that legitimizes them, right? The corrupt president of Equatorial Guinea, right? A monster, right? He goes overseas when he should be arrested, for his crimes against his people. But he goes over there, attends these things. Europe knows exactly what they're doing. We haven't not Africa and the black race has not progressed since 1945. And I don't want to hear about anything with Dr. Arikana. She's saying, oh, yeah, Dr. Arikana, you're singing to the choir, doctor, with all due respect. You're singing to the choir. You was part of that corrupt system. You know, the African Union is a corrupt system. You know, you guys destroyed the OAU. You guys basically made, like, when she talks about the diaspora, she said, oh, we got Nigerian, all this lie about Nigerians. We got more Nigerian doctors in America than in Nigeria. That's a lie, you know. We don't have that many Nigerian doctors in America, you know. Oh, we got all these diasporas and everything like that. So her definitions of diaspora are people who fled the continent. We did not flee the continent, you know. That's why our movement right here is based on people who are slave descendants, 400 years. We're coming to the continent, and we want to build. The diaspora who left, yes, they have a duty to return home and everything. They said, well, people don't return. They say, can you blame them? Can you blame them with the current state of what Africa is right now? Why they stay away for decades? You said, well, don't come back when you're 60. Well, that's all the time. They left their life in the West and everything like that because you didn't build the infrastructure of the continent while they could thrive on the continent. You know, it's just utter nonsense. So therefore, that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, when in Africa do we do as Africans do? Do we sit back and wallow in mediocrity and poverty? No, I don't think so. I think the African American has a lot to offer the world. Our genius, all the inventions we made, when our mind, just our basic mind, we know how the real world works. We've been here since the beginning of this thing. Our whole culture and everything knows how. That's why you think that little marker we made on Liberia was so successful. That's the African American and diaspora mind. Not just African Americans, Jamaicans, Barbados, all the people built that Republic of Liberia that still stands to this day. You know? And we're saying that that was in slavery. That was when 99% of us in bondage. We did that. Imagine if the genius, why do you think they're attacking the black mind right now with homosexuality, gang violence, and gender wars? It's all engineered to destroy us. So we're saying that the future is black man, black woman, child, black unity, black slave descendant diaspora. Look, we got to separate that, right? You got an African diaspora. These are the people that live overseas, migrants, and all these other people like that, right? That's one group, right? But us, the black African infrastructure is based on the black people who are slave descendants. You know, that's just the way it is. We have going to Africa. We have a different mindset. We're not going to bow down to kings and corrupt dictators and everything like that. We're not going to do it. And this is what the problem is. The problem is the people who are African Americans and slave descendants, right, are trying to become, I'm just part of the African diaspora. They're going to take your so-called African diaspora ass to the bank. You know, you got no protection. You have no diplomatic channel, everything. We have to establish that we are people returning home, right? We're U.S. citizens, Jamaican, Barbados, Canadians, everything like that. Well, we have a platform for those people who, after centuries living in the West, are returning to the African continent, right? There has to be some unique, specific recognition for that, you know, for those people. And so, therefore, that we have that. If the African Union doesn't want to recognize that, then forget the African Union. If the United Nations want to recognize us, fine, right? But that's why I said we're going to build our power base up in Liberia and places like that to do our bit. That's why the Afrikstan is so important, you know. But so we can have a voice. We're gonna have that geopolitical entity that's our voice for the slave descendants in the world, and that's not to be compromised. I'm sick and tired of here, but well, Kala, no if, no ands, bunch of it. The Afrikstan, after everything we're going to talk about tonight and we said tonight, is absolutely necessary. We need protection. We need voices. We need somebody looking. We need our own land, our own state looking out for us. It's time for it now. You know, we've outgrown America. We've outgrown all this stupid, this nonsense. Now it's time to look for the future. The future is building our own independent nation states and territories and municipalities and everything. While we could diplomatically protect ourselves, we need our military. We need everything like that makes the people sovereign. And we're going to rewrite the future. Our future is not going to be in the hands of the United States anymore. You know, we're going to become a global people. We're going to be recognized as a global people. You know, we're going to have our own territories, our own laws, our own everything. That's what we're trying to do. And Africa needs this, you know, because right now the continent really has nothing. I mean, I look at this video of this Nigerian lady just broken down in tears talking about, I showed you that video, right? She just sad. You know, sad. You know, it's about Tinubu and like that. I mean, it's hopeless. I mean, laugh, but the bottom line, it's not a laugh, but the bottom line is this: most
It's
Nigerians
sad.
don't know their own history. They have no idea about. They know nothing about the slave trade. They don't know about the palm oil trade, how their kingdoms were duped and whatnot. They're signing stuff right, and they say, "No, you didn't sign this," because they didn't know what they were signing. You know, and so they got their lands, everything, and they got kings that were deposed, sent into exiles, and they committed suicide and everything. And the royal, the Nigerian Niger Company and its other companies that still operate to this day, took control of their lands and monopolized the palm oil trade. You know, and left the Nigerians with like local Nigerians with nothing. You know. And so therefore, and then Nigeria became a protectorate. You know, it was protectorate. You protecting your loot, not protecting other people. The British were protecting their loot. The British are still looting Africa. Right now, France has the 4th largest gold reserves in the world. Ask me how many gold mines does France have? None. France gets its gold looted from Mali. Mali used to be the Empire of Gold. Mali used to be the gold place with gold, circle around the gold. It has the largest gold reserves in the world. But where does Mali's gold end up, right? It ends up in France. And where does France give? A couple of letters of credit on their currency so they can purchase infrastructure and everything like that and be in debt to France. And so you got Senegal, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire, and Guinea-Bissau, and all these other countries, and what's it called? Burkina Faso, and the Cameroon. All these countries are basically a French monetary zone. And so therefore, what I'm saying is this: where's African countries' gold reserves? They don't have any. We have no gold reserves in Ghana. Ghana brags about being one of the number one gold exporters right now. But ask how much of that gold is in Ghana? None. Where's that gold? It's sitting in the Queen of England's vault. She sit there with her little white gloves, touching all her gold and whatnot. You know, this wicked woman, right, raped and robbed Africa. The Royal, the Dutch Shell Oil Company, the British Petroleum, all these things like that still stands. That Africans are too afraid to nationalize and take back and say, you know, and we have to be under sanctions for 20 years. We're going to wait it out. You know, we're going to tough it out, but we want to be free. That's what Cuba did. The African is too scared to do that, you know? So we as African American come from a warrior mind. We fought these people. That's why people don't like us, right? They don't like the African Americans because we're not bending over. We always resisted these people. Make no mistake. We never, the slave master, when he lynched us and killed us, we were cursing him to our grave, to his grave. You know, we said, we hate you and you could burn in hell. We hated these people, you know, that enslaved us. We never had any love for our slave masters in America, you know? I don't know what happened in the Caribbean and all these other places like that, right? But I'll tell you right now, the slavery in America was the most bitter. Why? Because we looked at these people like white trash that they were, you know? We knew, even when you saw stories like Uncle Tom's Cabin, right? If you really read that story, right? It was about a black slave who had the morals, right? His slave master was like, he was miserly, immoral, a scoundrel, and everything. And the fact even that he owned a slave, where this slave had such moral and character that the slave master hated every time he saw the slave, you know, and his morals and his intellect and everything like that, he hated that. That's what the slave master hates. He hates it. Why do you think the white man loves all the rappers and everybody else that talks stupid all the time? They love the rappers. They love the Snoop Dogs. They love all these gangster rappers. They love them all. Yeah, 51 of that. What do you think they think about Kala Genesis? They hate me. They hate my freaking guts. You know, they hate people like me. But they'll love the 50s and they love the Suge Knights and they'll love all the people that make us look stupid and like buffoons and goons and everything like that. They'll give platforms to people like Rick Ross and all these other people, these rappers and these singers and all these other demonic black people and everything. You know, the Jay-Z's, the Beyoncé's and everything, the Meek Mills and all these other people like that. Because they're saying what the white man wants to hear. The white man wants to hear that you don't have a problem with slavery, that you forgot your ancestors. You forgot why, how you got here and everything. He wants to make you think that everything's all forgiven. We know that all is forgiven. Jay-Z knows all forgiven. But anything to get on that red carpet, anything to get that that little lick with the NFL, you know, and anything to get rewarded by the white man. And we're supposed to sit back and be like, no, I'm sorry. There's somebody not happy about this. There's somebody that don't buy all this, and that's the Kala Genesis. You know, I don't buy any of that. I can't be bought. That's why I don't do YouTube. You know, I don't want nobody sending me money. I don't want anybody giving me money. Why? Because this is one black man that can't be bought by anybody. I don't care about your fanfare. I don't care about any of this stuff like that. I'm going to tell the truth to the day I leave this earth. You know, the black man, the black woman have to be redeemed in America. We need our own independent nation on the African continent. That's what's owed to us. And we need to realign the whole entire African continent under an Afrikstan government. And that's what, and we need to take 20 years and cut diplomatic ties with Western Europe. We'll deal with Eastern Europe, Russia, China, everybody else, the rest of the world, but we'll cut Western Europe and the United States off, right? For their participation in slave trade. If they want to get back in grace with Africa, they're going to have to pay reparations to Haiti, in Africa, and all the stuff loot they stole. That's the way I stand, and that's not subject to negotiation. I don't know. I don't have the power to do that, but I'm just saying that's the mindset we ought to have. But like I said, going to Africa and not doing the right thing and everything like that, and just being with the locals. No, we have to wake our people in the African continent up, and you wake our people up by basically showing that not that we're better, but we're awakened. You know, you should come back to the continent of Africa to enlighten people. You know, what did you learn here in the West, son and daughter? What did you learn for 400 years? What do you have to speak to us and tell us about the ways of the world? We know the ways of the world. Our brothers and sisters in Africa don't know this. They don't know how the world works. That's why these people can come here and they can take advantage of our children and exploit us and everything like that, because they don't have any idea about the wicked beast, the system that governs the world. We know that these people that destroying us and destroying Africa and whatnot are out there. They don't give a damn about us and everything. So we got to go to the continent with this black militant mindset. That's what they fear the most. This black nationalist, black militant mindset is what they fear. It ain't about just buying some land in Africa and everything. That's not enough. We want black African infrastructure, and we believe Africa is for the Africans, point blank, period, end of story. Ain't Mark telling the truth, Brother Bomani?
Yes, brother. That's how we keep it. We keep it real and strong. Okay. So, family, that's what we are talking about. And it's a great presentation, Kala. I think we have covered all of the main points, and we can definitely get into some more. I can just post a join us link. And
yeah, and I want to play a little bit of those videos. Exactly what I'm talking.
Perfect. We can. I've got the videos loaded, and family. And whenever we send you the join link and you join, some people are permanently banned from joining us. So we'll just say something and then just remove you, because right now, this is a serious business and serious movements and everything, and the lives of the future of our race, our generation, our people, our children are at stake. So we're only dealing with people that are serious and are dedicated to our people. So, when you hear us talking about these things, these are our concern. These are the things that we know, and, not trying to throw any bash on the African continent, because if we were, why would we be in Africa, and why would we be showing so much love and doing all the work?
Let me say something to that point, brother.
Sure.
Here's the problem, right? While we were doing the Pan-African world, remember something, much of what you see in Africa, like I had this debate in my group, and somebody said Kwame Nkrumah was the best. He was a real Pan because he was born on the continent. And I corrected my brother. I said, look, that's not true. Kwame Nkrumah got his education in the United States. He saw racism. He experienced racism in America. He had a worldview. He was in London, and he was like this. He knows like we call a nigger, And he basically preached at a black church in America one night. And he went to Liberia. He understood the story of the Africans. That's why. So when he came to Africa, his thing was Africa for Africans and a black continent government, whatever. And his people didn't understand what he was doing. I said, so, and I told him, I said, look, I said, if just being in Africa means like this is another thing we got to get rid of. People think just because you're born on the African continent makes you more African or more knowledgeable about the continent. That's not true. I've yet to hear anybody born on a continent that has as much knowledge of the geopolitical or reality of the culture of Africa than I do. You know, there's people that come close, right? They know some stuff, but I've never heard anybody really with the depth that was born on a continent as Kala Genesis, you know, that put it all together, you know, that people like didn't understand why Liberia went, oh, Liberia was I said, no, that was a Pan-African move with the Liberian culture and everything. I was the one who brokered that, you know? So this idea that, oh, yeah, well, so Kwame Nkrumah, I said, look, yo, it was Edward Wilmot Blyden, there was Garvey, there was all the people that came before him and everything. So, and I'm saying to myself, all the people that you see in the post-revolutionary movement, Patrice Lumumba, they were educated listening to us. Stephen Biko, Black Consciousness, that came out from listening to Malcolm X, you know, Nelson Mandela, you know, and all these other people were educated by Black people in the West. The Black people in America formed the AMC and the Pan-African Congress in South Africa. People don't know that history. The first Black community in South Africa was made up of African Americans, you know, people don't realize that. The Africans, the Zulus saw these people with their churches and everything. They said, these people got computers better than the whites. And so they said, well, and also the whites tried to give the African Americans honorary white status, you know, and Zulus like, no, these are Black people. These are people like us. And then out of that came the Pan-African movement in South Africa, where Black South Africans were learning English and they were learning. They went to schools and everything. The Soweto Gospel Choir comes from that, you know, Hampton University, you know. We were doing missions, 150 years of Africa, 150, 60 years of African Americans is going to South Africa and building and settling. We've been going to South Africa, almost as long as we've been going to Liberia. People don't know that history. There's a lot of South Africans of African American descent. People don't realize that, you know, that history. So therefore, like I said, what do we do when we go to Africa? Everywhere we went traditionally, we're waking people up. You know, we're waking people up, and people see that we got a thing. That's why people were the white supremacists of the world are terrified of this ideology. In South Africa in the 1920s, during the Garvey era, there was a movement called, I said this before, so people haven't listened to called Ama Malinka, okay, of the Transkei Eastern Cape region. Ama Malinka. What does Ama Malinka mean? Ama Malinka and Uhuru really meant the descendants of the massive influx of African Americans to South Africa from America with ships and planes and everything like that to wage this final war, race war of Armageddon and drive out white people and the race traders and everything. That was called Ama Malinka. It was fanatical. It was very fanatical. Even the ANC said, man, these people are fanatical. Why? Because these people were looking at pictures of Marcus Garvey and ships in the steam line. They said Black people are coming with ships and everything like that. So it was a cult. You know, Ama Malinka, you know, they said white people, we're going to wage war against white people, drive the white man out of Africa and whatnot, you know, drive Cecil Road, drive the white man into the sea. That's the start of that was called Ama Malinka, you know. So the African Americans always have an influence. And what they're doing is they're trying to destroy the African American influence in Africa, you know. Most of the stuff you see, you know, the Pan-African Festival, everything like that is fueled by Black America. So that's why they're coming up with this ADOS, FBA nonsense and everything like that. And they're coming up with tribalism in Africa and everything. And these people want to challenge Black America's authenticity and everything like that. Nigerians have tried to do it. When out, look at Nigeria right now. How's that working out for them? Had they been working with Black America, like Black America have been trying to work with Nigeria for decades and everything, and but these people are just so arrogant in their arrogance and everything. Now they're suffering. So the bottom line is the people, the Africans that want to work with us and do right with us and everything, not rip us off, not scam us and everything, are going to win. And that's how we're rolling right now. If your country wants to work with Black America and everything like that, because that's what it's all about. That's what people fear and nothing else. Until you get Black, Maurice Bishop knew that, right? Until you can get the masses of Black people in America on this pole, nothing. Right now, the masses of Black people are consumed by consumerism, materialism, foolishness, everything like this. If the masses of Black America say, you know something, it's time to look to Africa and build this thing. And then when it happens right now, we can't let people like Eric Adams steer us into Joe Biden's version of Pan-Africanism and everything. All these other fake Pan-Africans. They have to come to the one place that's going to really do it. That's the Black African Infrastructure Organization. I'm proud to say that. After everything I'm looking at right now, right, I'm proud to say that, and it's something I never really wanted. You know, I would love to friggin' that Umar Johnson could have done this, what I'm doing. I would love for somebody else to be in this position and everything like that, you know, and I could just say, you know, sit back and everything. But right now, I see that if I disappear, this movement's going to die. And I hate to be that one person. I hate that stuff like that. But that's why I'm trying to wake real revolutionary Pan-African Black nationalists up to join our cause and everything like that. So if something happens to me, that other people could, something happened to me or Bomani, that somebody else could take this movement on without a bunch of foolishness. That's what it's all about, Black America. If you wake up the strongest group of Black people on the planet, right, let them know that they're sleeping giant, that they're mighty, you know, they're mighty and great people. They like that. That's why I don't like African American bashing and stuff like that, where we have a lot to be proud of and we have a lot to give back to our mother continent and everything. Yes, people say, why was Africa doing this? So what? Let bygones be bygones. Africa didn't come get us. So what? Africa, yeah, Pan-African been one-sided, yes. But we're going to make it mutual. How about that? It hasn't been in the past. I admit that. But now it's time to stop all that inhibition and let's build together. And part of this is we're going to start calling out. It's very clear that we love our continent. We want to build Africa right there. Right? So when we start calling out people that's doing us wrong on the continent, right? It ain't attacking Africa. It's attacking the sickness that's in the Black race, whether it's here in America and here in Africa. So, yeah, liberals have co-opted Pan, the communist left. Yeah, that stupid guy. What's his name from St. Petersburg? Guy, Ben Wally, whatever his name is, right? You know, he's a communist, socialist. So what the hell's that got to do with us? And also back in the 60s, right? They got to Huey Newton and all these other people, right? They said it's not about race, it's about class. That could tell that these guys got in there. They got the Black Panthers in there. They start sleeping with white girls and they start partying white people and white communist guys and smoking a bong. Oh, it's not about race. It's all about the kumbaya. No. And Afrikstan is everything about race and building race. Because we were in slavery. I had a debate with this white girl, white lady on TikTok. I said, okay, Mrs. Good White Lady, you sound like a nice person and everything. But she'll say, oh, the rich. And I said, no, it ain't about the rich. The rich white people. And I said, no, this thing is about race. Now, if you would basically would have said this during the Reagan time or wherever like that, I would. But don't come in, or George W. Bush. But don't come here now and talk about, rich white people. So basically what you're trying to do is steer us into the Democrats and vote for Biden again. That's what you're trying to do, you know? This ain't about, this is about race. This is not about class, you know? This is about race. Yeah, and the bottom line is this. America, in its culture, in its creed, its very essence, soul, condemned our race to slavery. Just basically solely on what God made us. God made us Black, right? Said, you're something beautiful. You're Black. God made you. The white man says, you are ugly. You are Black. You are a dog. And they wrote that into their laws. That right there is unforgivable. You understand that? That right there is unforgivable. It said slavery exists in the world, but no other situation in the world where somebody said that your only reason why you're a slave is because of the race you were born into. Justice Tandy, the Supreme Court, Dred Scott's decision said, Black have no rights any white man is bound to respect. America is a white country. You can't be American by the simple fact that you're Black. That was his interpretation of the Constitution. That's why they had to get the 13th, 14th, and 15th. And they still, the 13th, 14th, 15th did never say that. But me, I don't give a damn about no piece of paper. I'll suck all the American, whatever is American citizen, U.S. passport, I'll use it for what I got to do. But don't tell me I have a country. Don't tell me my soul and my people, right, is vested inside of the United States. The United States does not own my people. We are people that's in captivity. Until the soul of Black America is freed, why not, to have their own land of their own, why not, we're never going to be happy when they're free. You're going to keep seeing gang violence. You're going to see Black people going crazy. That's what you see in the streets. When you see all this violence, everybody shooting each other, why is every Black people killing each other left and right? Why not? It's because we're in a situation of madness. You're forced to love a country that never loved you. And that's why black people are going mad. It's just like if you take a woman, a child, and you molest her and everything like that, her whole life and everything, and then she's the only person that you provide for and everything, and she's made to believe, well, he gave you this, he's your dad. She's like, well, he did all this dirt to me. You will forget all the harm he did to you and just love somebody who basically taking care of you. That's what we are in America. America is basically giving us everything, but America, look what America did to us. And that's what the conflict is. That's why when people in Africa come here, they don't understand it. You guys got so much, everything. They don't understand the mind of the African American. Why we're angry, what the trauma we went through. That's why I want an organization that's based on the experience of the African American, because we're going to approach Africa based on what we went through in America. And I can't let people like Dr. Arcana, because even though you guys went through colonialism, how bad did you have it? You got educated and everything. You went to the top university in the world and everything like that. You probably never experienced no discrimination in Zambia or Zimbabwe, Dr. Arcana. So how can you tell me, as somebody that's slave descendant and whatnot, who know that my great grandfather was put on an auction block? I know that in my history. I can show you places in Georgia where my family were lynched and burned and killed by the Klan. So, like I said, we have a different story. Our story, the Black America, our story is the most radical. They spent the 20th century waging absolute war. We're the only group of people in America that have ever been bombed in Tulsa, bombed from the sky. We're supposed to be protecting these borders, but we were bombed by our federal government. A whole city blocks leveled to the ground out of NBA. They did nothing. Wilmington, our people did nothing. Roseville, our people did nothing. No innocent, and they were hunted down like animals. No reparations, no compensation, not even a damn apology. So when you tell me we are the most angry black people, we're the most angry people the world's ever produced. And I'm not going to be happy just to make other people happy. I have the anger in me and whatnot. If I don't feel like loving you and loving white people, whatever like that, so be it. That's why, even though I don't have any hatred in my heart, I know people, white, black, whatever like that, I'm cool and everything. But I will never tell no black person who says the white man's a devil, I hate white people. I will never tell them don't do that. I would like to say, look, like that, but I'm like this. You have every right. You have every right to hate those people and hate everybody. That's just the way it is. And stop telling black people that they got to get over their anger and their hatred of white people to get along. That talk that has no business in a real Pan-African nationalist movement. So carry on, Brother Bomani. Had to get that rant out.
Oh no, brother! Great presentation. Keep dropping the science and keep dropping the jewels, brother. That's the way we're gonna do it. We have to educate and uplift and empower our people, because they may not think that they're at war, but we have to explain to them that this is
it's propaganda, psychological. One more thing.
Right.
America goes around the world spreading negative propaganda about Black America. While you're going on there waving the American flag and everything, America's putting poison about us and people all over the world. Why do you think people call the world hate us when they come here? They never seen us. Back in the days, people used to tell me, man, I had this one guy, good friend of mine, a white guy. He was from Iceland, right? Real nice guy, man. I remember I bought a radio for him. He put a radio, car radio, back when he used to have a car radio. So this is back in what year was this? 08. No, 07. I remember Barack Obama was running for office and everything. So I bought a radio from him. He said, yeah, I bought a radio, right? And he said, I know how to put it in. So he went and put it in my car. So I went to his house, right? And he put it in installed my car. And he just basically, before I left, he just basically started talking to me, right? He said, yeah, man, I'm going to go back to Iceland. I go, why? He goes, and he's like tears in his eyes, right? He goes, I don't like the way Black people are treated in this country. I go, what are you talking about, Sean? He goes, look, man. He goes, I worked at this one place, Bamboo Hut. I don't even remember that, Bomani, right? It was a Chinese restaurant, good food, right? Bamboo Hut. And he said, yeah, he goes, and they used to always say, nigger this, nigger that, or niggers, those are Chinese people, right? And then he said he worked at this one place where he said the white people, when the black people walk out, when I just everything else, and then starts talking about black people and everything. And I said he goes every time he meets the black, he said, man, he's like he goes every black person I met, just some of the nicest people in the world. But yet he goes, all the white people do is just tell me how bad these people are, and these people are this and whatnot. And he goes like this. He goes, you guys are what this country is. You guys are what made this country America. You know. He goes like, honestly, man, I can't live in a country like this no more. He goes, what they did to you, your ancestors, and everything like that. You know. And he said, he was like breaking down in tears, man. He said, man, this country's evil. You know, what it did to your people and everything like that. He said, I can't take it. I'm a white. I'm ashamed to be white. You know, because of this country. So I'm like this. And so and I said, yo, man, you're a good man. You know, I just told him you're a good man. You know, just be. I said, but I'm just telling you, man. He goes, how do you take it? You know, why? You know, if I was you, if I was black, I would get the hell out of this country or not. You know, and I was back then. I was like this. I was saying to myself, you know, something. After that conversation, that's when I started my Kala Nation blog up. You know, I said, you know, something. It's time for me to stop running away from my destiny. You know, you know. I said, you know something, I'm gonna do this, right? And I started my Kala Nation blog of 2007. You know, that's when it all started. You know, I started on Blog Talk Radio and stuff like that. You know, that's what I started. But go ahead, brother.
Kala Nation. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Let me just do a preview of this right here. And we just gotta always just give people some disclaimers because like we always telling you, family, we just analyzing the situation. So, you know what I mean? We're about to show you some stuff of some literally primitive savages with no class. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, this video is in Ghana because that's the only country we can really find videos of all of this foolishness going on with land and things like that, which has disgusted me from the beginning of traveling there. And that's why we're building our Black Star Pan-African community, and we're building an energy to build a town where we can have a great energy together to just make some moves happen, because this is just unacceptable what goes on. And Ghana should be like the forefront of this movement. They had the greatest African leader, Kwame Nkrumah, that was educated by our people here on this East Coast. And back in those days, in the 40s and 50s, you came to America, you're gonna be in the movement, and you're gonna learn a whole lot. I mean, you're gonna benefit from the great, Dr. King, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, and other prominent energies. So, family, let me switch over, and we're gonna play this video. And it's a long video, but we'll just play some bits and clips of it. Then we'll analyze the video. But these things are unacceptable, and it's more than enough of them out there to where if you're in the government and you see this, if you're not willing to do anything about it, you're just going to lose your own people, because you have Ghanaians here in America that I've talked to. They want to go back and build. And some of them are going back and building, and some of them are having good success. But some people are having straight up issues. And then you have us, in the Americas that's coming to reconnect to our ancestral land. And the foolishness that we have to deal with is unacceptable. So what I'm telling people like myself, don't try me and don't test me, because next thing you know, we have a whole bunch of our Jamaicans there all over Ghana. I mean, and that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be bringing our folks.
Yeah, that's all. That's the whole thing.
We're gonna have our own roughnecks and gangsters protecting us, because we have to. We can't just keep on letting people victimize us. It's just not.
Bottom line, we will strike back.
And trust me, you little toy boys and village idiots in Ghana that think y'all can just get away with doing the stuff you're doing. You keep on playing games. You're gonna keep on playing games. You're gonna mess with the wrong people, and you're gonna it's gonna be a point where you come and try to do some crazy stuff on our property or whatever, and next thing you know, all hell break loose on you. So just because you live in a country, you think you can do the foolishness and get away with it. This is remember, our people were stolen and sold into slavery, and that's how we end up in Jamaica. That's how we end up in the Americas. So we're returning back. We should be praised and respected, and we should have laws and provisions in place to receive us. And for those who say that the African continent don't owe us anything or whatever, whoever said that is a fool. The African continent owes us everything, and especially since the fact that we have this, we have let certain things go and say, we're gonna go back and build what we need to build. And if the government and if other people can't protect us, we'll do what we need to do and protect ourselves. But when your country turn into a situation where, you see where bodies are turning up or people are getting beat down and broken up, because if Ghana was Jamaica, all these village idiots and savages that do the stuff that they do, you'd have been done. I mean, you'd have had, I don't have to even tell you how it end up for you. But in Jamaica and other places, we have in the Caribbean, our people don't play these kind of games. You're lucky that you're dealing with the ones of us that are on a nicer level. But we will bring in the gangsters and we will bring in the roughnecks and we will protect ourselves and we will do what we need to do to build a future for our African children. Because we're not going to be stopped by visionless savages, primitive fools who literally think that it's okay to do the dumb stuff that they do. Unfortunately, this is the country that I've been around and I've seen these things happen. I'm a straight person who foresee these things. So no, I haven't been a victim of these things, but I've been a victim of other things. But it's like we're all in the same mix, whether it's those of us that are amateurs or those of us are coming in as professionals. So the issue is with how people feel like they can do us, but I don't see any of these savages having literally strength to do these things to the Indians, the Chinese, the Lebanese, and other groups of folks. Y'all know y'all can't do that because y'all know literally they'll send their goons after y'all. Because trust me, these people have not been successful in Africa just by us being there and being victims. They have their goons, they have the people, they have their people that are vigilantes. So we have to do the same thing too. And I'm always advising the rest of us, when we're going to go to African continent, we have to do the same thing as the Indians, the Chinese, and Lebanese, with the exception of the exploitation, because I'm not here to go to Africa to exploit my own people. I've been connecting to the African continent to put black dollars in black hands, work with my own brothers and sisters for us to build a future together. But the issue that I'm having is, these savages that are damaging property, scamming people, doing a bunch of foolishness. It's destroying a movement that we have built. Like I tell people, none of us had to come to Africa. None of us had to go buy a plane ticket and go spend all of our money in Africa. None of us. We could all just stay here, enjoy the Caribbean, enjoy Florida, enjoy South America, enjoy other parts of the world. But the fact that we're doing what we're doing is show you how much we love our own black people and how much we want to get things done. So as we mentioning these things, we have to call out these people who are doing these things. And literally, if the government and the people are not going to protect us from these people, we're going to have to do what we have to do. So family, if you care about us as a people, make sure you look out for us. That way we can keep on coming and doing wonderful things. Because I notice whenever I go places, like all of the schools I go to and orphanages I go to, it's a heartbreak, and that's the level of energy that we have. We see these things and we're like, okay, well, we can build some school supplies, we can do some donations, we can help build some schools, we can do some good stuff. And I've seen my brothers and sisters from the African diaspora in the Americas pull that off. But what I don't like is the fact that when we're trying to get things accomplished and things done, we're being sabotaged and we're being set up and we're being played for fools. Now, what if we all decide that we're just not coming to a country like Ghana tomorrow? What if we all decide we're just going to move to another country? So if you're a Ghanaian and you love your country and you love your people and you love us in the African diaspora, stand up for us. Let's work together. And that's what I'm talking about. So, you may hear me say certain things and explain certain things. I'm not here to condemn the whole country. I'm not here to condemn everyone. We have our degenerates here in America and in Jamaica. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about us giving up everything that we have, packing our stuff, moving, investing, and doing all the things that we're encouraged to do as a people. But these things are not working out well for us. So so we have options. We can double down and work amongst more for ourselves, which is what I recommend. And then other options, which people have been doing since I got there, leaving and saying the hell with Africa, the hell with Ghana, the hell with everything going on. Because it's just that one chance situation that people have, So no matter what happens to them in America, all it takes is just one thing bad to go wrong in Africa. And then for those who want to run their mouth off, talking about what they do to us here, that's not the situation. The situation is us making a move that we do not have to make. Like people like myself, I don't have to go to African continent and do tourism. I could have stayed here and lived out any of my different careers that I built. But I transferred over to this movement to be impactful, because I have the skills, the background, the logistic mindset, and the connections and the network to pull it off. So, fam, we're gonna play this video, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about with some of these savages, that they just have no respect in regards to anything.
They've broken the wall. The wall was up. All this wall was up, and they decided that we shouldn't have a wall here, even though it's our wall. So look at that. So this is what human beings do to other human beings.
That's what savages do.
Hard-earned cash. This is what they did here, because they have to keep passing here. So this is what they've done.
Primitive savages.
After poo-pooing on the bricks, now this is what they've done. The wall was closed, but here we are. Here we are. They've made up their mind that we are not going to have this wall up. They've decided, because this land belongs to them. Okay, we shall see.
True or false? 36% of students score only a 1 or 2 on their AP exams.
Let me show you. This is where this became a footpath for years. That's how you see how deep it is. This is a footpath. I take you to my brother's land, and the issues we've been having. It's my brother's land, but people have decided that they have to, because they've been passing there for years, and now it's coming around to putting a fence wall around it. And because people have been passing there all this time, they've decided that we shouldn't put the wall up. Yeah, they came to the conclusion that the wall should not go up, and we need to leave a gap at the back. And I came with one of the people who were challenging us, who said, bring the document so we can see whether this is really the correct size of this for this land. And this is the land. It's a long story. I'm just coming here to show you what can happen here in Ghana if you are not very careful, or if you are not vigilant. Yeah, if you're not vigilant, this is what happens. What happened here is this wall, as you see it, was put up again yesterday. Where you see the brick is very, very white, and then the cement work is already very dry. That is the bit of wall that was left after they pushed it over, because they didn't want this place to be closed. So you can see, you can move back, you can see where it's fresher. That's what was done yesterday. And the pillars were also done yesterday. Okay, so they kept breaking the wall. They broke the walls 3 times. They started with this wall. Yeah, when they just started building it, somebody came and said, you cannot close this passage. If you close it, we are going to break it. So, true to his word, the following day when the mason came, the wall was broken to it was only 3 layers of bricks that were here. So the wall was broken. Okay, and then the next time it was, okay, now look, that's my brother's land. They were able to put a temporary gate, and the pillars are up. It's 2 plots here. So it's been a really, 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 really fight. So yesterday was some kind of victory, for the mason and for my brother, because it was going on and on and on and on and on, and consulted a lot of people, and then the elders of the town, and also the person who actually sold this land to the person who sold it to my brother, who also got involved. Yeah, so this is what has happened here, and I'm going to go to the other side. So, and then When now they broke that one, this wall, yeah, and then I asked them. I say, okay, one of the elders say, oh, you have to allow us to that passage, because you need to leave a little gap here so that people can carry on passing here down this alley. So I say, okay, while I'm asking my brother, I'm getting approval from my brother whether he's agreeing with your proposition or not, we allow that little space to be open. So the mason went building around everywhere, and he left this gap here. Do you know what happened? He built the wall to here, and then he left that gap. When they came the next day, they found that wall was broken again. Okay, so that was the second time they broke the wall. Contacted the elders. They say, yeah, the people will sort it out. Who has done this? Whatever. We're going to find out who has done it and this and that. And they're going to be punished. They can't do this and that. Whereas they were all conniving, you understand, among them. One of them, anyway, not all of them, but one of them was actually the ringleader who was encouraging the breaking of the wall. So that was the second time. And when they broke the wall, there were some bricks left there, spare bricks left at the back there. And they came and poo-pooed on top of those bricks. They poo-pooed on the bricks. So, like, to tell you, okay, we're not happy with this decision. Anyway, so, and then the third time, we actually fenced the whole place here. This wall was up. And the following day, the other one wasn't up. They fenced this one first. They raised this wall first. And then the next day, when the builder came, the wall was down. So this is the wall I'm talking about. The wall was down. They pushed it down from down here, down here. This wall was down to that level, so it allows them to still come and pass here. They broke the whole panel. This whole panel was down. And you see that this whole panel was down. Somebody's money being wasted like that. So the third time, then they said, oh, we'll fix it. Don't worry. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. So the third time when they said that we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it. Madam, don't worry. It's a small job. We're going to fix it. Eh? I waited for 3 weeks. Nothing was happening. The last time I saw the guy at the top of the road, and I said, listen, are you not going to fix this wall? Oh, madam, don't worry. It's just a small job. I'll fix it. I've already bought the cement. And today, give me to 4 o'clock. That was Tuesday. He said, give me till 4 o'clock and I'll fix it.
Yeah, brother, I'm gonna stop right there. That's more than enough information right there. But this one I'm talking about, brother. Straight village idiots, primitive savages, literally just, what I mean, people who just have no love.
Because we don't have our.
And these are Ghanaians. These are Ghanaians who own the land and own the property. You know what I mean? And this is what we do to our own brothers and sisters. That's literally from there. You can tell they may have been from, they may have lived in America and they're trying to come back to do positive and wonderful things. And brother, this is sick, man. This is sick. I mean,
yeah, it angers me. It angers me because let me give you an example, right? I was talking to Ross tonight. Right? He just leveled with me. He says, "Look, man, Kala, last time you were here, he says we saw some people at Candasia, white people at Candasia and everything like that. But he said now, since that year return and everything, the people who are returning are white people. He said, man, it concerned me because Liberians need jobs and everything. And these white people are organized. And the black people want to keep, these black people, we're grateful for the African Americans we got here and everything like that and good like that. But the white people are coming over here and are really aggressive at what they're trying to build. So Liberia, might lose that Afrikstan status, with the Lebanon. We can't, Liberia is not a really Afrikstan right now. Why? Because it's strict. Liberia has a large numbers of Lebanese and everything. Even though there's black people doing stuff like that, Afrikstan is a black state. That means everything is done by black people for the most part. you know, or that level. He said, but the whites are coming over here, they're starting businesses, and they're getting stuff done. You know, they're getting stuff done. He said they're just staying, keeping their nose clean. They're not dealing with the government. Like I said, and I said that's our approach with the BAO Corporation. You know, we're gathering. We're going to be gathering people, skilled tradesmen, everything. Like Ross said, like we're going to gather Paul. We're going to have a database. We're going to get that office fixed up, bro. While I'm there, you know. He said,
absolutely.
yo, it's out. As he said, there's an urgency. He said, Kala, you're like the only one, man, that really gets it. You know. He goes, you're the only one that really gets it. You know, that's why I rock with you. You know, because you really gets it. You know. He goes, we got to build a database of all the skills. Liberia, like I was saying, Liberia doesn't need any skill trade. They got skill, but Liberia's an old country. You got mechanics that have been passed down mechanic knowledge and everything now for generations, craftsmanship, all this stuff like that. All we need is to be organized. And when you get Liberia, you get somebody to build something in Liberia, they build it to the highest level. You got to see some of the architects and the builders they got there. You know, they got many skilled people, you know. Perfect country to that, but you know who's taking advantage of this? The white people. You know, and he said the problem is a lot of black people in the West. He goes, they're always thinking Liberians. Oh yeah, you gotta do this. He goes, if you come here, you gotta be fine. He goes, I got guys that can do everything, can build everything, plumbers, electricians, everything. You know, everything to the highest level. You know, so he said we gotta come. He says, like I said, we're on a good thing, but. He said the numbers of white people, you go to the airport, number of white people coming into Liberia, man, it's like, you know, he says, I don't know what the future is going to hold. We can't resist forever, you know? You know, we can't resist forever. You know, that's why I say it's important that we make this country ground zero. All the people that's thinking about going to Africa, Liberia has to be the front, you know? And if we lose Liberia, we could forget it, you know? There won't be any country in Africa that we could say is a black state, you know.
The game will be over, man.
It'll be over, you know. Then every country will be multiracial, rainbow, and all stuff like this. And every country will be like a little South Africa, and you know, East Africa, Kenya with Indians, everybody else.
Brother, I wouldn't be able to do that, brother. I wouldn't. That's why I love West Africa so much, because it's our black haven. We have our troubles and struggles.
But the white man and the Indian man, they like West Africa too, man. You know. You know, go halfway across the world and get away from white people. We go to Liberia, you know. Hey. He said, yeah, it wasn't that many white people last time he was here, but he goes, they're here now.
They're coming and more and more. But even if they don't come as much, I mean, the Chinese, the Indians, and Lebanese, those are the successful groups there that are non-white. And, you know.
And he said everything is set up for black people to succeed in Liberia. You know, it's all set up for you. You know, he's like, all you have to do is put some effort in. We'll easily wipe the nose of the Chinese and everybody like that, you know?
So maybe if we didn't lose all those people that we lost in Ghana, because we lost a lot of investors and a lot of people. So maybe if we didn't lose all of them and some of them went to Liberia, maybe we have a better.
Check this out. I want you to play that one video about that sister I sent you that went to Liberia. Sister, man, I want to reach out to this sister, right?
All right.
She said she discovered Liberia, boy.
I got you. No, just go ahead and it'll take me a few seconds.
No, but she said she discovered and also she's getting into the diamond. She's doing diamond business, right? This is educated, right? I want to reach out to her, man. You know, she's real educated. She says she can help people get government loans and contracts and everything like that. You know, his sister's like, oh, well, the Liberian men, they're just so well groomed. That's her brothers, man. You step your game up, man. These Liberian brothers know how to dress. You know, they know how to dress and whatnot, man. You know. You don't see no dusty ass Liberians laying around, man. They dress well groomed, professional, and everything like that, you know. So, like I said, man, it was an excellent country. Our ancestors did well. They created a country where black men could, you know, show their best. You don't have to be a village idiot, you know. In Liberia, they call it a village idiot. Nobody wants to be the village idiot, you know.
Nobody.
Nobody. You know, nobody wants to be the village idiot, you know. Yeah. So, what happened to me in Liberia? Yeah, play this video. Lovely sister, love her, you know.
Hello, I'm Dr. Shantae. Welcome to Beauty Meets Business. This is my channel. If you guys like any content I'm putting out here, please subscribe, follow, and share, and all that wonderful stuff. So, y'all want to know what happened to me in Liberia, right? Right. Well, in Liberia, y'all heard Michael Jackson say, Liberian girl. Liberian guys. These Liberian men were on their A game. Ladies, when I say I went to Liberia and I met all type of handsome, well-groomed gentlemen that was ready, I mean willing and ready. Child, they didn't know. Doctor entered into the room. And when I entered into that room and I looked around and I saw all those gentlemen, you know what I said? I can sit at this table. This is the table to sit at. This is the table to sit at because these men were full of information. When I said full of information, these men knew about gold, diamonds, land, housing, tractors, trucks, gas stations. I could not believe I was amongst gentlemen that was smart, dressed well, smelled well, and was like, Doctor, welcome to Liberia. I was like, I am so happy to be here. How y'all doing? You know, like Wendy Williams. How you doing? When I say I met gentlemen, ladies, that is just full of information, dressed to impress. Y'all know, immediately, Dr. Shantae became Dr. Shantae International Business Consultant because I need to be consulting with you all the time. All the time. Anyway, you all, it is such a blessed treasure, hidden treasure in disguise. When you guys need anything, and I'm that international business consultant now. So if you guys want to do business in Liberia, please join me because we will be doing another mission trip, ladies. We will be doing another mission trip. And I need all my American women to get it together. Get your funding where it needs to be. No more going to McDonald's, Jack in the Box, Magic Mountain, Disneyland, just on a shopping spree for the Louis, the Gucci, the Dior. We'll get that stuff later. But right now, get your investment money together. Get opportunity for you and your family to build generational wealth because that's where it's at today. Real men want women that can go out there and help him build generational wealth. Want to get in this market to do these certain things to make your family successful. All right, that's all I want to stop by here and say. Y'all, see y'all in the next video. Liberia, here I come. Once again. Hello, I'm Dr. Shantae.
Have you ever heard anybody say that about any
That's
other?
very positive. No, that was very positive. I mean, you know, sisters go and speak positive stuff about Africa, but that was very positive. I mean, about, you know, our encounter with the brothers and
She said hidden treasure. She knows. You know. Now somebody say Glack. Why can't somebody have something that we can pronounce? Glack blow glick blue boom shakalaka. In the chat says we are not Liberians.
all right, so this is the comment. This is G Black.
Yeah,
Wow.
Just say boom shakalaka.
Yeah, this and that looked like a
Boom
Ghanaian flag, like a Ghanaian flag, right?
Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka. That's a we're not Ghanaians either. So what? You know?
Yeah, we're not. If we're not, no, we're more Liberians than Ghanaians.
Because Jamaicans, John Brown Westbrook built Maryland in Liberia. He's a Jamaican, so Bomani got a claim to that. You know, African Americans, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, and everybody else built Liberia. So we got a stake in that because we put down roots in that country. You know.
Well, the person has a Ghanaian flag, so he's just probably upset. He probably don't like some of the things I'm saying, but at the same time, too, you know, I'm not trashing Ghana. Well, I'm putting things in perspective, and I'm always listening. People know about the energy and the love we have for our people because, you know, I spend my whole year trying to get to Ghana twice a year and bring people there, and and the things you have to do. If you don't have a love, you wouldn't waste your time and do it, because I can make twice as much money doing other things. Aircraft maintenance overseas, that get me about 100,000 plus, on a 6 to 10 month contract.
However, folks, if you want Bonnie to live in West Africa, give him that job making $200K a year, managing the airport and the maintenance and everything like that. He'll gladly go over there and move his office over there. But since you're not going to do that, Togo.
And like I mentioned to people, it's it's when you look at it, you can either make the money now. That's when I looked at when I was younger. You can make it now, or build an empire in the long run. And so when you build an entrepreneurship, you may have given up that career, but your goal is, and that's why I'm frustrated with what's going on now, because I should be the lead consultant to be working with many people on projects in Africa. But that's another story. We have to just keep trying to figure it out. But yeah, back to this person saying we're not Liberian. It's like, what do it's like,
somebody said Togo. Togo says it's the Togo flag. I mean, I messed up. We got some Togo.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's
we got some Togolese in
two countries with that black star. Togo is one of the countries.
We got Togolese here in Virginia Beach. Nice people and everything like that. They're nice people. They got a couple of African hair salons here, like that. And they're well integrated into the black community here and whatnot. Black people. We love them. We welcome in our community. And the black middle class community and whatnot. We have nothing against Togo, but Togo, you guys got your own thing going on here. Liberia is a country we have a special connection to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have Togo DNA ancestry. Like 5% Togo. I'm 5% Togolese. So I got ancestors. I have nothing.
Let me see what this is. Let me see what this is right here. This Kwaku, I'm blessed. No, we know you're a Ghanaian. Brother, you have no idea what I've done for your country, and the amount of things I've done for your country, and the amount of times I've been scammed, shaken down, ripped off, overcharged, and treated like I'm a walking ATM machine, because I bring groups of people there, and I help people do certain things. So, brother, you're a coward. Number one.
We just played a video of a Ghanaian lady getting shaken down.
Because cowards like you in Ghana, who literally don't protect, wise people, what they'll do? When they see investors coming in, they'll take care of them and make sure they're good. But it's like y'all don't say nothing about the scams that goes on. But as soon as we say something, it's like we're against what's going on. I've invested the majority of my enterprise in Ghana. I've helped schools, orphanages. I've created opportunities for young brothers. I've put young brothers on so they can start their own business and help them build their business. You know what I'm saying? And what do I get for that? Being overcharged, being shaken down, and being people playing games, delaying my project. And you're talking about lawyers, you're talking about surveyors, you're talking about people who are supposed to be professionals and things like that. And and it's just not just myself. I've been probably on the smaller side of the bad situations, because I put a lot of work into doing this enterprise, and I know how to make moves. But a lot of other people weren't so fortunate, and things like that. So I don't see people like themselves ever saying anything, like telling the scammers, stop scamming the folks in America. They actually trying to come here and build schools for children, trying to build enterprise, create business opportunities. And we can if things were, if Ghana would have just showed us the love like true brothers and sisters and true people, like we're together as one people, and embrace us and create things in the country to where we can evolve and make the things we're doing instead of sabotaging what we're doing, we'll be able to be Ghana be an incredible nation. Because I'm telling you, the Chinese, the Indians, and Lebanese, you go ask one of the average brothers that I've helped build business and things with, ask them when the last time a China man, an Indian man, or a Lebanese man come and holler at them and create opportunities for them. Nah, it doesn't happen. So like I mentioned, family, stop having fight for your own people and fight the oppressors and fight the scammers and the weak people. So this Kwaku, I'm blessed, which Kwaku, you're not blessed anymore. You're cursed. You're cursed.
Give him link to call in.
You see what I rock, brother? You see what I rock, brother? This is Ghana. Every single thing in my background is Ghana. You know what I'm saying? That means I went to the craft village and I spent a lot of money. As a matter of fact, I overpaid for all of these because, you know, sometimes, you know, you're not trying to spend money like, yeah, but you just say, hey, brother, I appreciate your love. Appreciate you doing something positive. Appreciate you putting Malcolm X, you know, Marcus Garvey and Kwame Nkrumah on a banner and things like that. But this idiot, this village idiot Kweku, I'm cursed, said this stupidity is not only targeted at the people from the diaspora, but also the indigenous Ghanaians. They are just idiots. So I don't know who he's talking about as idiots. So I figure he's talking about us, but maybe I'm misreading this comment. You tell me, brother Kala.
Okay, he says this stupidity is not targeted at the people of Ghana. Both of the indigenous Ghana, they're just. Oh, I guess he's talking about the people that's scamming. Okay. You know, but we said that we played the video of
but like I mentioned, most of the people are being targeted. Yes, there are people from the diaspora. There are black people from America. That's who is being targeted. You know, so you know, yeah. So you know, I don't know, man. Let me just move off from this.
Yeah. So the bottom line is we're talking about ourselves because we have a lot of people that they just go back to America and they just hurt. They don't say nothing and everything. And why? Because we have this idea of Pan-Africa means that black people from the diaspora got to bend over and take it, you know, and just that's this. And also, when we talk about investment, right, we want a return on our investment. Now, Baruti Katembo says we can create our own understanding of kinship. So, dude, man, we have all that, man. You know, you got to create something. It's already evolved, man. We know who we are. I know who I am. You know. What you have to do is teach the Nigerians who they are. They don't know who they are. They don't know why they call themselves Nigerians. You know, they don't know about the Lord Lugard and everything. How Nigeria was named by his mistress and whatnot. You know, just mean nigger area, basically. You know, the Royal Niger Company, all these other people that bled Nigeria. And it's still the same forces that bled Nigeria's beginning are still there. You know, that's why Nigeria has a net loss, the highest number of migrants of the world, of any population. You know, there's more Nigerians living outside of America. There's like 20 million Nigerians that live overseas, you know, around the world. That's almost half the black African American population in America. You know, so the bottom line is this: it's not us that we need. Why is everybody trying to tell us who we need? What we need is land.
And perfect. Let me talk about land. Let me get back to this. So this person says not only diasporans are targeted, but what we talked about is the lady before, but yes, we live in America, so that's what we're talking about. You know, if a Ghanaian want to get on and talk about how much his own people are doing with his own people, you can talk about that. But our conversation, Kwaku and Bless, I'm just analyzing your conversation, analyzing your text. What we're talking about is our people from America who literally lived their lives here and literally built up their energy and literally moved all of their stuff, gave up their careers, gave up everything that they have in America and moved to Africa. So it's a big difference. So, but we do understand that it's not only folks in the diaspora, but that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about mainly our people from the diaspora. I'm talking about my investors that are brought into the country. I'm talking about people that we know that have literally made the move. That is the topic of the subject. So if any Ghanaians want to talk about what they're doing, they created a new video. But just like I told people, I'm not here to talk about Jamaica and I'm not here to talk about America. I'm talking about our move from the African diaspora, the Americas, to the African continent and what we're doing and the roadblocks that we're having. Now, our local people having some of these roadblocks sometimes, but what I find is this: when we're dealing with local folks, they're all in on the shakedown. Like I've had a situation like that with wall issues and vandalism and destruction, and it's one of those things where like the brother said, they're just idiots, but it's like, okay, if y'all know your people there in the country doing the idiot stuff, what are you doing to stop it? Because what's naturally happened, and I want him to understand that also, and everyone else, is that they're messing it up for investors coming in the country. And people like us, that's who we are. We're investors coming in the country. And then this is what we have to deal with. Now, we understand wherever you go, like, if you ask me about Jamaica, do raggedy nigger shit with village idiots in Jamaica, do these things happen? Absolutely. But the situation wouldn't, the situation is like, it's a local situation where, people doing things, but the difference in the conversation, you're talking about foreign investors coming in the country, and not saying that not saying that, we don't care about the local folks, but it's a big move when you have foreign investors coming into your country and want to invest and do things, because they don't have to do that. They don't have, they don't have any direct allegiance to the country. You're as a native person born in that country, that's your allegiance. So you're gonna clash out what you have to clash out with your people. But for those of us, we're not trying to hear that foolishness. If I want to deal with Negro shit, I'll stay here in Georgia. You know what I'm saying? I'll go to Atlanta. I'll go back to Brooklyn, New York or something, or I'll go back to my hood in Jamaica. But I'm not leaving where I'm at with comfort and making moves internationally. And you're on long flights, you're on movements and things like that, and you spend up all your money to deal with this stuff. Unacceptable. So Kwaku and anyone else that's listening, if you really yes, this happens beyond just your local folks, but we are your ultimate investors. So protect your investors. Get your government, get your people to understand, hey, this can't keep happening. Because when I think about the amount of people that actually make the move to Africa to actually try to do business and try to make moves, it's a high percentage of them that get run into foolishness. You turn around, somebody may say, hey, when I went to Africa, I had $50,000. I heard all kind of stories. And I was like, what happened? It's like, well, the money just kept on going and going and going and going and going. I was like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. Because while the project that you're working on, that you're telling people you're working on, and you're working on that project, you know what I mean? You have savages literally shaking you down at every point. And there's also people shaking you down, and you don't know you're being shaken down until like maybe a few years later or until it's too late. But this is what foreign investors are dealing with. Just like I have one of my brothers, he lives around, he's one of my good brothers, he lives around in a town. He got to be the only American there. He's the only American there, and he's doing a construction project. Ooh, brother, the amount of stories and and I know how these things work. So whenever you tell me anything, I'm like, yep, this is how it works. You reach out to somebody that you think is nice. Maybe he's a pastor, maybe somebody in the community that that look like he's doing well for himself. And you're like, hey, do you know a good plumber? Do you know a good mason? Do you know a good engineer, a good electrician? And like, oh yes. This person have worked for me 500 times. And so you trust the person. Next thing you know, you're being overcharged to the highest level, and that person's breaking off money to the person that recommend them, and then the person's not finishing your job, and then next thing you know, you have to fire that person and get somebody else to redo that job. I mean, these are the things that goes on. These are the things that goes on. So I'm telling people, when we come and the way we come, and then we say, hey, we're just not going to mess with too much people. We're just going to deal with ourselves and deal with the ones of us that we can trust. Then now people getting their feelings. Y'all come to Africa and y'all don't want to deal with us and things like that. And it's never like that. No matter what we do in the African continent, people are going to benefit. All the journeys I've taken, all I know is we spend a lot of money on investment projects and a lot of money on tourism. So we just want people to show us some love. Show us some love, look out for us, protect us, and understand that, hey, we do understand all these things happen locally in every country or whatever, with the local people. But we're not local people. We're not native people. We are people returning as investors. Do us right so we can keep on bringing more people, so we can bring our resources from where we are. So family, this is just, it's nothing us just saying anything bad about anyone. We just literally just analyzing things.
These are things that have to be said, going forward. These are things that have to be said. The worst thing we do is sit there, oh yeah. No, they'll continue, right? So now everybody's on their P's and Q's now, because more people are talking about it, and also we're talking to other people that's going through stuff like that, and they're saying the same thing. It's like, wow, and the countries that we invest in and everything, they have to meet us. They have to do something to meet us halfway. They got to see the bigger picture. I'm gonna give you an example. The Caribbean is booming right now because all these countries in the Caribbean basically have built up their infrastructure to accommodate people as far as tourism and stuff like that, and coming in on cruise ships and everything, like people spending money and everything. That's how the economy stay afloat. You want to see, well, what is the Caribbean? They have no factories. They make their money because people come to the country, right? They pull out their credit cards and they're dropping $10,000. You can calculate by hundreds of thousands of people, you got millions of dollars into the economy, And that's how these countries in the Caribbean are doing. Africa can have the same thing. Africa has the same thing. Somebody said they want to invest in something, they want to build something, a marina, or invest in something like that. The government should be there protecting people's investment, and stuff like that.
Exactly, Colin. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. Exactly. So again, no disrespect to the local folks. I know you have your troubles and everything, but that's not really what this conversation about. But we'll try to also emphasize those things because we do understand these things go on with you also, and also the international Ghanaians. That it seemed like the lady that was doing a video. It seemed like they're somewhere. They live somewhere here in America. And
also you got to understand something, right? Unfortunately, right?
Mhm.
When you live outside of Africa for a while, you might think you're indigenous, right? But once you speak fluent English and you come back there and you're educated, like the sister had glasses on and like you're like a little well dressed or something like that, and you got money and stuff like that, they'll take you as a foreigner, no matter how much you like this, like how you say, "Oh, I'm indigenous" and everything. Once you basically go outside, you get an education and you can speak fluent English, or you got an accent now, and you go back to the content and whatnot, you're in the same position, not almost like us too, because they basically saying, well, you don't really belong here, we like that, and also the local people have to understand, right, that Africa and places like Ghana got plenty of space. You don't have to be on top of each other.
You don't.
If somebody's over here like Jagazi, you're gonna have people come in there trying to set up camp right outside of Jagazi, causing problems and everything like that. We don't want that, Like you live 300 miles away. Why are you gonna come all the way down here to stake your claim on something or whatever like that, causing trouble? We have to stop that, And how do you do that is basically we as Black people gotta look at the real problem. The real problem is all the wealth of Africa goes outside of Africa. If Africa was booming and had industries and everybody had jobs, education, there was money, everybody, we wouldn't have these problems, we would not have these problems in the continent, right? Because everybody would be so busy doing their own thing, doing their own thing. And everybody's like, okay, yeah, so what? These people are building stuff like that. I don't got time to rip them off because I'm too busy getting my own money, But, it's just a thing.
Let me go through some of these comments while we're at it. All right, let me see where we left off at. All right, here we go. All right, Amaru said Ghana has become the face of repatriation because they put themselves out there. That's why we are heading there. All we ask is to be treated with honor and respect, and that's it. We're investors, we're people who you protect. We're not just, not saying that.
I agree.
Not saying that, we're putting ourselves above, people or anything, but that's how it normally works in countries, You take care of your investment and your investors. All right, Christopher, that is the risk of moving to Africa. That's why you can't idolize Africa, because many people over there are just ripping Black people off. It's African culture to be a jive turkey.
Jive turkey, whatnot, I really do believe a lot of stuff that we do in America comes from Africa, Shucking and jiving, man, shucking and jiving, hustling and talking shit, whatnot, and just basically getting your hustle on and whatnot, So if you go to Africa, like I said, you wouldn't in America, if you see somebody, even in America with all the laws and everything, you careful about who you give your money to or your trust to, right? Because you don't know. You already like, oh, this guy, you check him out, you check his background, everything. But it seems like when people go over to Africa, you just like, oh yeah, I'm investing in the motherland. They got hustlers too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just drop this one in there real quick. It's like sometimes I hear women say there's no good men in America. I was like, for real? I was like, I guess we're not good. Some of us are not good men. But then they turn around and go places and pick up a village idiot, a guy that has no job, no career, no track record, nothing. Maybe the
long stroke farm. Long stroke farm.
Things like that, which is always a trip, and guys do the same thing too. So it's sisters, it's a mutual situation. But let me go to this comment. I see Liberia building some new highways and infrastructure. Hope Misaway it gives them some international standards.
The Robertsville Highway is expanded to 4 lanes.
Excellent.
And also, let me say somehow things work, right? That wasn't George Weah that did that. That was basically when you see a road being built in your city in America, right? The current government or city mayor didn't do that. That was earmarked.
He's been in for 6 years already.
But that was the budget to that was planned out, It's planned out because you got to bring the construction and stuff like that. That's the time. The construction company doing that probably got the contract like 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago, and say, okay, we'll be here on that. You know, you got to meet these certain things. So George Weah will sit there and take photo ops. Look what I'm doing. You just there. You just have to be president at the time. Of the commencement. Of stuff like that. And that's what happened with the Samuel K. Doe Stadium in Liberia. That was planned to be. Samuel K. Doe Stadium was actually supposed to host the Ali Foreman fight.
Right.
But it wasn't built in time. So they went to Kinshasa. But Samuel
they went to Mobutu Seko Mobutu.
Yeah, that gave him such a boost. Black people forgot about how corrupt puppet dictator he was. Probably just having fun, man.
Yeah, he had a blast. I'm sure he was excited.
Yeah,
he was excited.
He put $10 million up, $5 million, $10 million up for the fight. And refurbished the stadium and whatnot. His name was glowing in black newspapers all over America. Oh, Mobutu said you couldn't say nothing bad about him, boy.
Yeah, that was a very special dictator. The way he started off was just so they
killed Patrice Lumumba,
this loyal soldier that was just dedicated to his country, and then this got literally just got turned by
he
those
was
other people.
with the Belgian. He was like the richest African dictator, And the bottom line is, like I said, I remember when Laurent Kabila was driving him from power, right? His soldiers were advancing from the eastern part to the western part, and also they said we're 2 days for taking Kinshasa, right? Then Mobutu fled to Morocco. I remember those days, And Laurent Kabila was going to be a good leader. Then he got overthrown by his own son, Joseph Kabila, who was a puppet,
Yeah, Joseph Kabila. He's still in power, right?
No, he's out of power.
No, he's out of power.
He became a billionaire. He's a billionaire. I don't know where he's at right now. He might be still in the Congo, but
that was the real story. He overthrew his father.
He overthrew his father. He overthrew his father, man. He was in office for like about a month. He got shot. He got overthrown. It's like this. And for what I'm hearing, Joseph Kabila is not even Congolese. He was born in Rwanda.
Yeah, I've heard stuff like that similar. Let me just go to the last of these comments and we can just jump on something else.
Yeah.
All right. Pro Woman said, expound on the consultant opportunities you have in Africa and Ghana. Describe your ideal opportunity that you should be there. Consultation is just a conversation. You call me, you let me know what you're looking to do. I'm not here to tell people what to invest in and what to do. We're just here to protect people and look out for people and connect people with our people that can help them and things like that. But anything that you're looking to do in Africa, the ideal thing in business, like too many people just, like if somebody say, hey, this is a great business idea, they just jump on it and want to do it. You have to have background and you have to just have a foundation from where you are before you get into things. That's why I tell people, come to Africa with me and just enjoy the country. While you enjoying the country and you processing stuff, next thing you're connecting with some of our good people and we're working together. And the good thing about countries like Ghana, we have so many Black people from the African diaspora, whether they are, even Ghanaians that moved abroad and then they want to come back and do things. So these are the ideal people for you to work together on projects with, people who have something to put together on a project and want to just get anything done. So whether you're looking to do, I don't know what business work for people, but I tell people I've been in the same business. I love technology and business services, so that's what I stick to. So no matter what I do, those are the things that we have organized. But yes, there's no limited amount of opportunities. You just gotta write your organized business plan, and you just gotta be willing to put all the things in place. And the most important thing that you don't want to do, you don't want to make any quick decision. You don't want to send anybody any bulk of money and everything. I always tell people that you're broke and you're struggling and you don't have any money. That's the best thing I tell people. It don't work for people like myself. Even though you tell people like, yo, I don't. This is not, because people say, well, you're always on a jet plane on Airlines or one of them other airlines, and you're always in and out of this country. I was like, it's a business that we run, and we have to travel and we have to do things. It doesn't mean that you just got it like that. Try to let me not have any tourists for a year. I'm not gonna be in and out of different countries. So, but definitely always just make sure you don't let keep your personal information with whatever money you have No one needs to know. No one needs to know if you're rich, you're successful. Just let everybody know that you're struggling. You're trying to put your pennies together, and you're trying to do certain things. And especially if you're paying lawyers, anybody, let them definitely know you're broke. You know what I'm saying? That was the mistake I made dealing with the attorney I dealt with. You just thought we just had money like that. Next thing you know, all kind of different things come in place. So those are also the things we talk about. But if anybody looking for any kind of professional consultation or anything, or just even if you just want to have a 15, 20-minute conversation with me, we can always talk. And especially if you're looking to come on one of our tours, we can definitely talk in details, and there's no consultation charge. We can just talk and get you organized and connected. But that's the most important thing I recommend. Travel to the African continent, enjoy yourself, have a good time, do research. Don't get into any business or an investment. Even if you have to wait 5 years to do that, take your time. I'll skip to another one. Let me go back to this one. You can easily, Christopher said, you can easily spend thousands of months and end up broke. That's why keep your career in the US or whatever you have to make money, because you still need to be able to make a living. Yes, absolutely. We all some people do not give up your career. And if you have a career and you want to start a business, work your career and build your business. Once you get to a point where you can sustain that business, even though business goes up and down, so you may not exactly want to get rid of your career. You want to, keep those things available. Or like people like myself, get rid of your career, you just have to create other business to leverage the playing field and to where you can just have more flexibility. But that's the best thing we recommend, family. And if you need to spend a month or 2 months in Africa, spend a month or 2 months and to see how things is. But my issue is stop making these quick decisions and you giving people money to do business with you that have no track record, no track record at all. You don't know where they live at. You don't know their family. You have never seen them do or accomplish anything. And they have no presence online, and things like that. So, people
that little major didn't even have a freaking email.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm never gonna blame the victim, but some of us, we do. All of us, every single last one of us, we all have to make better decisions on the African continent and understand that the laws are not in our favor. Nothing is in our favor, and people can just take us for a ride. So the people that you say that you want to get away from, your African American brothers and sisters, don't talk like that. That's gonna lead you into the grave. Like the last person said that to me, he's in the grave right now. Because the people who would have protected them would have been us, but we weren't around to protect you because you told us you wanted to do something different. So let's stick together and look out for each other. And so, family, I'm telling you, we'll be able to do more with our people on the African continent because we'll be able to have a level of success. Once we're shaken down, broken, and frustrated, we're just done. All right, got a few more. All right, my sister said, now I see why the Chinese bring their own workforce when doing projects. It's sad when local contractors try to be cute, they miss out. Sister, that is an incredible comment, and you're right on point. See, a lot of times, and I'm not, just like somebody said, I was sticking up for Tariq. I'm not sticking up for anybody. I'm just analyzing the situation. A lot of times, we talk bad about the Chinese and Indians, and we talk about all these other groups of people, and these are people also. They're trying to better themselves, and they're trying to at the same time too, whatever. Because most of what I've seen in Africa, as far as the development, these groups are responsible for it.
Yeah,
it's not the native local people, and and it's not the rich Black people in that country. It's the foreign investors, and things like that. So that's why they're gonna bring their own workforce, because after look at all of the projects we're talking about. Are you really gonna hire savages and village idiots to do professional work? Now if you want your best people that are professionals and things like that, they have to carry a certain energy, because the Chinese, they ain't playing around. You look, you turn around. By the time you turn around, they already knocked down another mountain in China and built a whole new city. Within you can probably go to sleep and wake up. They have a whole subway station built. I mean, these people are efficient. They're about their business. And I'm not making it seem like they're heroes, because they're not. They are an oppressive group of people, because look what they've done to all the countries in the Caribbean islands. And look at the domination, what they've done. They can come to your neighborhood and where you are and get money and get business, but you can't go nowhere where they are. You can't go to China, and you can't go to Chinatown, and you damn sure can't go to China and do any of these enterprises. But at the same time too, this is why we have to get, step our game up, because the world is going to look at us as a joke. So they're like, okay, why would I want to? And so, if they come in and they're doing a project, they're just going to basically do what they do in this, in the town I live at. They always get the, like when I'm driving and there's road construction, they always got a brother out there with a sign. And the sign says stop and slow, and, or doing something like that. So that's what they're going to have your people doing, because they're not going to trust you, as because they're going to say, and is it fair or unfair? I mean, I don't, maybe a little fair, maybe a little unfair, but it's what we have to deal with. But we have no one to blame but ourselves, because look how we treat each other and look at the things we do. Why would foreign investors want to even mess with us? They're gonna look how they deal with it. I'm gonna bring my own people in, and I'm telling people, go push the Chinese and go mess with them. They have a whole country called China, and they've been trying to find somebody to start a fight with them so they can show their military power. Look at they're trying to intimidate little Taiwan.
Yeah, little Taiwan's like, leave us alone, man.
That's a little small little country. I understand when the communists took over China, then the folks that was not down with it, they went to Taiwan and they built it up. And they made
the problem with that is black people need to look at, right? The Chinese had no respect for let's say when they said they want to build China, right? You know where most of Chinese brain power came from? Outside China. They reached into Chinatowns across the world, right? And we in the United States paid for all these Chinese to get education, right? In the 60s, part of the affirmative action bill and civil rights was educating the Chinese. So Chinese were going to college in large numbers instead of the civil rights movement, right? The Chinese government said, you know something, we got engineers and everything like that. They can speak English and everything. So they began recruiting Chinese to Beijing. You're still Chinese, and stuff like that. It happens to this day. Chinese are always picking off Chinese brainiacs and everything like that. Why do you think most of the Chinese in the West make their money in China, not here? Their connection to China. And so therefore, they basically didn't say, oh, you're a Chinese American. Well, they didn't care nothing about that. They said, you're Chinese. Your allegiance ultimately is to us. The Africa did not do that with the African Americans. They didn't say, something, you people came from Africa, right? Your allegiance belongs to us. And Chinese were here just as long as black people were,
So why the big question is why is that? Why is China so organized, and our people don't see the value of the black diaspora or the
one of the problems is that Africa does not own Africans. Africa does not own Africa. Everything you see in Africa, for the most part, is foreign companies, it's foreign everything. And so therefore, there's not, any reason. Remember something, Africa spent 4 centuries, right, devaluing human life, sending their people overseas and everything for trinkets and stuff like this. So the idea that, that they didn't, Africans understand that a human life is, that you can't equate a human life, right, what a human being could produce, then whatever they're trading to you, rum or whatever, cloth, whatever they're trading for you, right? So therefore, this idea of value in human potential, like me and Ross talking about today, human potential, right, is not on the African continent yet, right? When people talk about African resources, right, they're not talking about the brain power that you could amass in critical mass and capacity building in one area where you can build new cities and everything like that, where you're attracting the best minds from the black world to come live and build and everything like that. Asia's doing that. Asia's building these smart cities, right? And they're attracting the best minds from all out the world, not just Asia, but wherever, to come live. And to attract these sort of people, you got to have mechanisms in place. They have to have protections. They have to have basic stuff and everything. You have to have basic infrastructure, basic everything, basic education. So therefore, people will commit their life. The biggest investment anybody can make in a country is their life. They're gonna where they buy their food, their electricity, their housing, and all stuff like that. It's where they put their money in their savings. And also you could basically put in your investments and everything. A lot of people that come to different countries, when they're coming there with their 401ks and stuff like that, they invest in the local stock exchange, the bond markets and stuff like that. So they're getting all this. So it's a competition. Right now, there's a competition for brain power right now. The Western countries, right, are siphoning off the best minds in Africa and Asian. Asia is now competing with the West for the best minds. Canada, right, is going to places like South Africa, right, and watching the South African government pay for free education for white South Africans, right? Wait till they get their degree, and they got to do 2 years in the township, right? Once they have their 2 years in the township obligation, here's the Canada and Germany saying, hey, you know, you don't want to live in South Africa, right? Come to Germany, come to England, come to Canada, come to wherever, you know, come to Australia. So Africa is losing, losing. So.
All right, so Kala, great point as usual, and that's exactly what happened, family. We're gonna be taking a lot of L's, man, with all this foolishness that we're dealing with as a people. And regardless of what me and Kala said, family, we are 100% about all black people around the world connecting together and building black business enterprises. We call it the Global Black Business Pipeline. So don't take anything that we say too personal. I mean, but we have to be able to freely speak what we're saying and things like that. But we just want to let you know clear. You see the colors, the energy that we have. It's all for our African continent. Somalia against Pan-Africanism. Greetings, family. I got your message in a private chat. I have a question, just a quick question. Please, I'm not trolling. So hopefully you can be on your best behavior. But go ahead, family. Go ahead and share what you want to share, and I'm gonna pop up the topic because trying to keep everything relevant.
Hey, brothers, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
I just have a
And
quick question. It's I'm not here to troll. Just want to ask you a serious question.
sure, go ahead.
This is to Brother Kala. Why is it that whenever Black Americans want to come to Africa, people always bring up Liberia? Because I always hear this all the time in every African stream when it comes to Black America and Liberia. Why is there
Because
this
they want to discredit Liberia. They don't know the true history of Liberia. Liberia is the one country in Africa, right, that the West hates. It's like Haiti. They hate Haiti because they fought for its independence. They hate for Liberia because it held its independence, and they basically were never colonized and everything. So they basically, without even actually knowing what's going on the continent, they basically say, oh, Black Americans went to Liberia. And they always say Black America. They don't understand that Black people from Liberia didn't just come from Black America. They came from the Caribbean. They came from other parts of Africa. They came from the interior of Africa. They came from the Congo, the recaptured Africa.
Wow. Okay.
So when they have this idea, things like this, in every country, there's always going to be people that are more educated and stuff like that. It's like anything else. The people from the United States were the ones who conceived this idea of Liberia. So naturally, their descendants are going to have a little more edge on things. But they don't talk about the successful indigenous Liberian families like the Massacoys, the Fambalas, and all these other people from different tribes who got real educated. Also, the fact that the interior tribes like the Mono and everything built up the interior, and they didn't have no contact with the people on the coast and everything. They built their own thing. And some of the most educated Liberians come from the interior. But they just created American Liberia, people that never even existed. There was never a people called American Liberians. That's just something that people always playing around with Black America. Oh, Black America is Black. Because everybody thinks Black America, the way we come off as Pan-Africanists, right? We come off as, oh, yeah, love everybody. And most Africans understand that that's not the real world. Our ancestors who built Liberia were realists, They wanted to protect themselves, preserve who they were, their identity and everything. And they wanted to create a pluralistic African Black society, That was it.
Why do people say that Black Americans enslaved Liberians? Because even I hear Liberians say, "Oh yeah, they enslaved us. They treated us worse than what happened during slavery."
You gotta say something. The few Liberians that say that, right? These are the people that caused the war. These are the people that basically destroyed the country. And so therefore, when you ask why the country's so messed up, they want to put it on thing. They say, you ask the question, why is it that Liberia was so prosperous in the 70s before the so-called native people took over? And they haven't been able to catch up since then. Why? because they're a lot of these people are liars. Liberia, let me tell you something about Liberia and Africans in general, right? Africans love to lie, you know. When we come from the West, right? We take everything from the book, right? Book scholars and everything like that, right? If we say the Civil War happened ended in 1865, right? We don't have a village idiot come around saying, no, the Civil War in America happened in 1880. No, well, no, I prove that. You know, that's what you're dealing with in Liberia, right? There's people don't get that. None of what they say about their past come from books. It just comes from hearsay and everything like that. It's always negative. When Africans talk about each other, right? It's always something negative. They never have anything good to say about another black person, right? That's just the way it's all across the continent. But when it comes to white people, right, for the most part, they got nothing but praise, right? They have the Arab religion in one part. They got the Christianity in another part, you know? And South Africa and everything like that, they basically still have things like, they still call Krugerland Park, Kruger, instead of renaming an African name, they still got Kruger as a natural thing. They still got Cecil Rhodes stuff there, you know? But when it comes to other black people, where they have nothing good to say about any other black people, that's just a sickness in the black race. You know, we don't want to compete with the white man. We always want to compete with each other. We have nothing good to say about each other. Always is about negativity. Oh no, they did us wrong. They did this. They did that. You know, as nothing's based on facts or anything. Well, you ask the question: if they treat you so bad, then why is it that so many indigenous people move to Monrovia and move to the city and abandon their villages and everything? Why is it that so many Africans that lived in Guinea and Ivory Coast moved to Liberia? You know, if it was so bad.
Oh, wow.
You know, why is it that Liberia is the only country in Africa where you don't see white? They don't have sanctions on them because they don't have white farmers and everything. Liberia is the only country in Africa where the Liberians own the complete entire country. You go to Guinea and Ivory Coast, there's Africans that can't do anything because some French company or whatever, like some foreign entity owns the land and stuff like that. And the government, like Namibia, there's whole sections of Namibia where Namibians can't even travel. The diamond, the diamond coast, you know, it's restricted land. Not even the president, right, when they so-called got independence, right, can go into that area. It's restricted lands. It's a diamond area. Why do whites in Namibia own all the national parks? But yet the Namibians will be fighting over each other over this tribe and that tribe and the Bantu, who's a San and everything like that. But but they say nothing about the white people who own all the national parks, right? Who still basically their own country. They can't even venture into the Skeleton Coast because that's restricted land. Why? Because it's rich in diamonds. It's restricted, international restriction. You know. So when they took over Namibia, they kept that in place. Okay, we're not going to have anybody go there. So you see signs. You pull up on Google Earth, right? Restricted land. No, like that. So they're not even free in their own countries. South Africa, you know, you got Zulus, Xhosas, and everybody fighting with each other and everything. But yet the whites own 80% of the land, you know, and control all the wealth, you know, control all the mines and everything like that. So it's a sickness in the black race.
Okay, that's a good. Thank you very much. I just have one also question there. Do you think that FBA and Pan-African can come to a mutual understanding?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, you know, absolutely.
I mean,
because these FBA people, all they are is people who want to deny their African roots, their African ancestors. That's all it's about. You know?
then for the most part, they're just dividing us. That's all they're doing.
Divide black people based on stuff.
We're trying to pull out.
The FBA has no smoke for white people, white America. You would think Africans basically lynched us, discriminated against us, put us in the back of the bus and all stuff like that. You know, you would think that. You know, you would think that Africans are coming over here, spitting on us, calling us the N-word and everything. You would think Africans are the worst people on the planet. You know, according to the AOS FBA nonsense and everything. You know. I have no problem with African immigrants coming here, doing what they got to do, survive and everything like that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. You know, I'd rather see them here than all these Ukrainian racists that are coming here, you know? So that's the way I feel about it. So the FBA movement, the Pan-African, the FBA movement is a reaction to the success of the Pan-African movement, you know? They hate it. You know, they'll even go to this point of trying to ally themselves with people Black Africans who hate Pan-Africanism, hate Black America, to form some sort of alliance. It's not going to work, you know, because like I said, the Africans that we're building with and everything like that, you know, and the African Americans, we're getting along just fine, you know. We don't need the ADOS FBA movement, and we don't need fake Pan-Africans either. A lot of Pan-Africans are fake, right? Because what a lot of people in the Pan-African movements hate being Black America, right? So they basically will throw Black America under the bus and say all this stuff like this, and they play into the hands of Negroes and tribalist Africans and all this kind of nonsense and everything. And that's fake Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism means that if you're this culture, I respect that. If you're African American, I respect that. If you're Jamaican, I respect that. If you're from the Caribbean, I respect that. You know, if you're Afro-Colombian, I respect that. You know, if you're African American, I respect that. You know, everybody can be who they are and everything, but we come together under one Black African banner to build Africa for the future. That's simple as that. Doesn't mean that I give up who I am, right? And my identity, right? Because my identity is who I am. You know, I can't become a Liberian. You know, I can't become a Nigerian. I can't become a Ghanaian, right? Because my mindset and who I am, right, it comes from my history. You know, I can't become something else that'll retard my mind and my spirit. So I got to act the way I is. In that, right, I say that Black people can work together. You know, if something is important to Africans, well, I'll sit down and listen to it. What a lot of Pan-Africans do is being dismissive of African individuality and their sense of agency. You know, if somebody's Nigerian or Igbo or Yoruba, right, and he says that's his identity, it's my job to respect that. You know, my job to respect that, his culture and who he is, right? But we can still talk in the framework of a Pan-African family. You know, I'm African American, right? We're the only group of people, Black people on the planet, that has never known what it's like to rule ourselves, except for Liberia, you know, for the most part, never known what it's like to rule ourselves and get recognition. There's nobody recognized. The UN doesn't recognize us, right? The African Union doesn't recognize us, right? So we got a powerful group of people, 45 million people, the largest Black people, wealthy Black people, the most accomplished group of Black people in the world. But we have no geopolitical identity and we have no political power. And so therefore, what we're saying is it's time to change that. That's why we're investing in building in Africa, because we want to step out and we have something to say to the world. Our story is not the white American story. You know, when Joe Biden comes here, comes to Africa, well, come here and I got this. Look at all the stuff Joe Biden put on his list. Adhere to climate change, respect the LGBTQ, shut down your coal mines. You say what Joseph Member said, as soon as I get in power, I'm going to tear up that agreement and keep the money. And we're going to rebuild our coal mines back up, you know? So therefore, what I'm saying is the Black man in America has always had something to say to Africa. And we're not going to be muzzled through the prisms of white America and anybody else. We have something to say to there's a Black nation in America. And so therefore, that's what we're rocking with. We have certain things we care about and we want to see. We saw that with the apartheid movement. It was Black America who led the anti-apartheid movement, brought down South Africa, the apartheid regime, you know? Why? Because it was us. Nigerians didn't do that. You know, all these countries in Africa were basically trading with South Africa still. It was us that basically in America that said, no, that's not right. We're going to boycott. We're going to refuse South African airlines from landing in our cities. We're going to basically divest from South Africa. We pressure U.S. companies to pull their investments out of South Africa. South Africa was on the brink of collapse, you know, and then they let Mandela out and start negotiating. That came from Black America. You know, we've always been involved in Africa for hundreds of years, you know, not just Liberia, but the rest of Africa, you know, so, and we never asked for anything in return other than the fact that these are people over there. We didn't really have no intention to go to these countries. Some of us did, but we said, look, you know, we use opposition in America to help Black people there. A lot of the policy you see in Africa, you know, whether it's aid or whatever like that, comes from the lobbying of Black America, you know, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Trans-Africa organization, many different Pan-Africanist groups, you know, that operate in Black America, you know. So that's all I'll say about that.
I just think that as black immigrants, I think the best way we can quell the tension is to incorporate Black Americans into our social and economic structures. Because I do find that when we do come to America, we create our own organizations at the exclusion of Black Americans. And I think
But Black America got their own institutions and financial institutions. That's not the problem.
yeah, but
The
we're
problem
allowed
is
to be in those
the
groups,
problem
though.
is we don't have Africans, right, that have the capital or the means to build on a continent that we can connect with. We're not interested in build. Black America's fine in America. You know, we're Black America is in banks, white institutions all over America. We got billionaires and millionaires all over the place. We that like that. What we're talking about is I want to understand that if I'm dealing with a black, Angolans reached out to us, right? Said, yeah, we need y'all here. You know, they really reached out to Black America. You know, said like this, you know, and they're recording Black America. We need more of that, right? South Africa, after apartheid fell, right? There's African American businessmen that are making millions of dollars helping rebuild South Africa's financial system. You know, that's the sort of connection we need. We don't need any connection inside of America. You know, so
Okay.
no, we don't need
No,
anything.
that's all I just wanted to ask you guys. Thank you very much.
No
All right,
problem.
if you can, and hold on. We just have a question for yourself. I appreciate you. Yes. So, what's up with the name Somali against Pan-Africanism? Are you really against Pan-Africanism, which is trying to
I
get?
am, I'm not with the pseudo, but I'm listening to Kala a lot and to you as well. And I'm starting to like Pan-Africanism from what you guys are talking about, being practical. Because the problem with Pan-Africanism is that it's too pie in the sky. I think it just depends from the people who say it, but listening to Kala, Brandon, yourself, I'm starting to,
Brendan. Yeah, please don't put his
yeah,
name
Brandon.
in the same sentence. Yeah, please don't put his name in the same sentence as my name.
Oh, okay.
Brandon does his own thing. He got his own
Yeah.
definition. I have nothing against Brandon, but you know,
Yeah, I do. As Pan-Africanism strike out, he's not striking back against anything.
Bomani's not feeling Brandon too much, but you know.
No,
Okay.
I don't appreciate village idiot
Okay.
Negroes like that who just sit around and just destroy our movement by sitting around talking about irrelevant people like Tariq just because he wants to get some super chats so he can put some gas in his tank or something like that. I'm about people about that business and life, and you know, and I always tell people if you don't like how we speak about certain people, it's what it is. We're not friends with everybody. You know what I mean? There's only certain people that I'll put in a category where we can work together. You know what I mean? And these people,
Yeah, as far as like working together and stuff like that, the only person I've seen that I could really work with is Bomani. You know, it's just the way it is. I wish everybody else all I luck, but
yeah, we're serious about this business. I mean, people making a mockery and you know about what we're doing and literally just playing around on YouTube like this is a clown show. This is you know now you know I'm trying to make sure that you know our generation. I have nieces, nephew, and I got my young boy and everything, and we're trying to build a future for them to where they have where they could run enterprises. You know, but as far as the Pan-Africanism that we talk about, family, is a Pan-Africanism that deals with us focusing on building global Black business to where we build a pipeline of business. One of the things that our great teacher, Amos Wilson, taught us was about Black cooperative economics. Just literally, and it's a simple thing, literally putting our money together and literally investing and doing business with each other and working together with each other. Now, if we, those are not things that those are things that we do on a more practical scale, we'll get a lot accomplished around the globe. So that's the kind of Pan-Africanism that we're pushing. Just like when we say we're going to a country like Ghana, and we're building a community and things like that. It's for the sake of us being serious and being real. It's for the sake of us making sure that we put things in place to where we can build onto it, because it's clear to see what how the African continent is looking. Everyone else is coming in, and they are coming in strong. And that's what I'm always telling people: y'all got smoke, and y'all got issues with the wrong people. Because last I remember, all the things that all of us are doing is helping the African continent, helping its people, and doing positive things. But as far as I wish the brother would have stayed on and everything. But
we got a couple of good questions in the.
Yeah, I'm going to get to the question right now. But the reason why people like himself have that is because, you know, of all the trolls and the phonies out there that align to a movement that have nothing to do with Pan-Africanism. Now, people have to first of all say, what's so Pan-African about your channel? Okay, I'm talking about Tariq. I'm talking about Tariq. What is that? That's irrelevant. And the next person, the same situation. You know, every minute it's about talking about Kyrie, Kanye, talking about, or the next person, Raphael Warnock and you know, and Herschel Walker, you know, and Joe Biden. Is that Pan-Africanism? You know, so I'm gonna send people like, y'all listen to these people. That's your business. Me personally, I would never get on any of their chat. I don't listen to any of them. You know, I have work to do here. I'm just focused on what me and brother Kala is doing and everyone else that we're working with. You know what I mean? So me and everyone that we're dealing with, we're working on projects together. You know, people saw me a few weeks ago. I got my wonderful sister Matrell. We're working on that Egypt tour and going to be doing wonderful things in Egypt. And we got my good brother here, Kala. We're going to be doing tours. We're going to be doing investments, and we're going to be looking to work together to make Liberia the Pan-African capital by us all working together. That's kind of stuff that I'm personally in. The things that we can do to move the needle and create opportunities for our people. And then for some people say, well, you shouldn't say things about other people. Well, I'm always telling people, especially if people feel like they need to call me and talk to me. I'm like, hey, I'm not into this kumbaya stuff. You know what I mean? I don't, you know, I'm with organizing our people, but some of these people are a threat and a direct, you know, and they're a direct threat to our movement because they're literally village idiots and stupid. So when, you know, when I'm talking about that person, Pan-African strikeout, that's who it is. That person's so irritating and annoying, you know, and things like that. So, you know, and other people can feel different about that person or other people, but me personally, these are all fakes and phonies. They have nothing to contribute to the movement, but just running their mouth and just talking stuff. And what we should do is encourage them to get a real career or get a real job and do something for themselves. And if you claim that you're about this, be about this. Because, you know, I remember growing up, you know, everything was about keeping it real back then. You know what I'm saying? You know, people used to say, you ain't real, you ain't about this life. You know, so stop encroaching on our movement just to make a little money to buy your butter biscuits and things like that. And to this, you know, and play around. This is a serious movement. This is a life and death situation. And we're not up here in the middle of the night, you know, doing this for no reason. You're not out here traveling all over Africa, spend up all our money and trying to build relationships, you know. And as I told people, what the history that we have in Ghana, we've had history of issues, but are we still there? People like myself, I'm still there. Other people, you know, I don't blame them, you know, but you know, I'm having success with what we're doing. So that's what we're doing, family. We're trying to figure it out.
And also, when people talk about Pan-Africans, right? You basically in the Pan-African world, right? I think you have to basically a key person is Dr. John Henry Clark. That person has to quote Dr. Henry Clark to me, because basically one of the important books ever written was the Pan-African World Revolution. You know, and basically when I read that book, right, it arrested a lot of stuff in me, right? I thought I was a Pan-African until I read that book, you know. And it dawned on me, right? He said in that book, he said, look, he said, race is a social construct, right? And it's what is our reality right now. And he said, and then all the stuff we're going through right now in Africa, right? It was in that book. He said, you know, he goes, the African on the continent don't have the concept of race because they have not been socialized like we have, you know. Mm-hmm. So therefore, like I said, that's what dawned on me back then. If we're going to move forward, we have to build a state where race and Pan-Africanism is a reality, because white supremacy and the white building. Let me tell you something. If we don't, right now, the black race is the only race of people, right, who's completely dependent on the white race for everything. We're tethered to the white world. That's what Dr. Hart was saying. He said in this one speech after the Million Man March, he said, look, do you know how to operate the sewer systems? Do you know how to operate a nation state with borders and checkpoints and currency and stuff like this? And he was very interested. He said at the time, black people hated Israel. He said, look, Israel would be the perfect model for black people to model themselves out of. If you say you're oppressed in America, then you should have some land to build that and invest in, right? And where you could get out of this system. That went over everybody's head, right? Well, he was critiquing the Million Man March. He said it's a fake movement. because he said in the Million Man March, he said Africa was not mentioned one time. And he said, and you go down there with
Dr. right there, the great critic.
He said you were Piggly Wiggly. You remember that, right? And he said, yo, he goes, Farrakhan a faker. He said, this guy didn't mention Africa one time.
Brother, I have the DVD, man.
Yeah, he said he mentioned Africa one time. And then I threw up in, man, because I was like, damn, man, he's going in. He said, look, man.
I mean, he had great points, man.
And then where we at right now, right? We've done everything. You put a black man in the White House, right? You did all stuff. You had a Million Man March, blah, 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 right? Black America culturally and morally is falling apart, right? Because we chose to stay in the confines of the United States. And he said, the bottom line is this. He said, look, he said, the black man in America, if you want everyone to be free, you have to learn everything the white man has, right? And he looked at Asia. Asia did it, right? They looked at the world, said, look, you know, if the Japanese had our mind, right? They would say, yeah, the West got steamboats, railways, everything. Let's all get on a boat and sail to America, where all the modernization is. If they had the Negro mind, right? But the Japanese say, you know something? We see all that stuff in the West. Why don't we take that what's good and make it uniquely our own? So they built the first rail line from Yokohama to Tokyo. And that spurred Japanese. Wow, we have our own railways in our own soil that we control. But what was black people going through at the time? The Pullman, remember the Plessy Perkins Ferguson, right? We're saying Plessy, remember Separate but Equal? But Plessy, a light-skinned black man, said that he was put on the back of he was put off of the first class cart and everything. The Japanese didn't have to go through all that. Why? Because they built their own railway in their own land, right? Everything about Pan-Africanism should lead towards nationhood and nation building for black people. Let's say there is no Afrikstan, no black state, whatever like that, right? But all these African countries, right, should have been able to settle black people by the millions who want to come home, right? Build new cities, towns, and infrastructure in their respective countries. None of the Pan-African leaders were talking on that level. We entered the 20th century, right? And there was really no direction, right? Pan-Africanism basically was just kumbaya. I'm going to Africa and I got my dashiki on. I'm doing libations and all stuff like this, you know? Nothing about building infrastructure. When you see Dr. Heinrich Clark, he was talking about nation building, you know, governing yourself. And basically one day freeing yourself from the hegemony of white people. Imagine if we would have took that stuff seriously back then. Where would Africa be right now? But we didn't, right? We just basically, now it's to the point where when you say, I'm a Pan-Africanist, you can't go up to, let me tell you something, a lot of you Pan-Africans, right? You can't go up to somebody basically, oh, now we have like 2 generations of black people that moved into middle America. They're living in Southern. Why do you think this city is dying? Why? Because black people have moved into the middle class, stuff like this. Yes, there's racism and all stuff like that we talk about, we complain about, right? But the thing is, though, what do you have to replace it with? What can you tell that guy, his husband and wife making 6 figures when not sending their kids to college and everything like that? What are you going to tell them to replace that with? For the last 70 years, you were not building anything, an alternative. You can't just wake up out of your slumber, right? And say, yeah, I've been asleep for 400 years, right? I'm mad. I'm at the bottom. I don't like America. I don't like this. But this is what you bought. This is what you bought into. So now it's time to be a Pan-Africanist. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Screw everybody else. No, you don't do that, right? Like me, I'm very respectful, right? If somebody says, like, Bomani and I have never told anybody, if you don't agree with us and you believe in America, you're a Negro, P, and all stuff like, we don't do that. We understand that we have to prove this thing out. And the Pan-African world has not done that. That's why it's important, right? And Bomani gets upset, right, when he talks about this, because we're putting everything on the line, right, to show that we can build in Africa. Once we show black people that we can build in Africa, and the last thing we need is village idiots in the way.
Yeah,
And we're successful in building the Afrikstan and these territories and everything. And also, I talked about this too. I said, look, we don't have one African American diaspora bank on the African continent. The Mexicans are taking billions of dollars out of the U.S. economy, right, and sending it from them to Mexico. Even when they got wars, everything, they're still sending billions. Everybody else extracts billions of dollars and send it out of America. America doesn't say nothing. They say you come over here and do business and everything. That's the American way. Nothing stopping black people from owning businesses, owning investment firms, everything like that, and funnel it to said African countries. But those said African countries have to be aligned with us and make sure that, like I said, what if we basically do that, right? Are we going to get our money ripped off? Are we going to
hey, look at it. Look at this comment right here below, and then I got something to say about it.
Okay, is that? Oh, I know you do. I know you do, bro.
Yeah, and sister, I mean, these are the things that we're a lot of us work together on. So we did have a level of organized energy in countries like Ghana, but to put it simple and plain, the African diaspora, or black people in the Americas, invested the money in the credit union, and the Ghanaians stole it. It's not trying to beat down on Ghana, but that's what happened. And I was, this is a group that been to my conference, but yeah, we had a credit union called Black Star, and the same thing that we're talking about on our projects get delayed, people get shaken down, people play around. That's what happened to the credit union. So I would give our people a lot of credit because our people are there. Not everyone is going to connect and work together, but when I make my way around and move around, and I connect to different parts of Ghana, we have whatever people is in that area, I usually connect with them, and we just usually build an energy. So we are trying to connect together. But the issue that we're having on the African continent is the fact of the way countries are run and the way people literally are just victimizing us, literally. And the government has nothing in place to protect us. And then the people who are there, it seems like they can't do anything to help us. So, all of our downfalls and the slowness and lack of progress is not our fault, because people have to look at the fact that most of us are progressive people coming from where we're coming from. If the system was there that was set up like a normal organized system, like most countries outside of Africa, then we'll be able to make leeway. So that's what I'm telling people. If you're trying to do certain things, you're gonna have to come up with a whole different game plan, and you have to be able to just work things out with people who are there and they know what they're doing. Other than that, it's just rough. But while we're at it, Kyle, let me just knock out some of these comments. I'm gonna tweet them up. So yes, sister. So what we're gonna do, and once I get a few more momentum coming, we're gonna build that whole town. That was the purpose of doing everything that we need to do to connect with the chief, connect with the people, and build relationships, so we can have a town to where we can build and make it a good representation of the African diaspora, and also a representation of really Pan-Africanism, because that's what it's about, Pan-Africanism. So, I'm telling people that, we're trying to find the best of our people so we can do some great things together, including building our own financial institution and things like that. It's a little bit of everything. I think about all the things that I've experienced and learned in Jamaica and into America. And, the best of the things that we have learned in the Americas, we want to bring. We're not trying to throw our culture and everything that we have out the way and say, hey, I'm going to go somewhere else and adapt everything. It's not going to work for people like myself. And that's why I don't live anywhere in Africa, because I need to be in an environment where I can thrive and just be progressive. Because I'm telling you, brother, when the morning hit and I get my son to school and I'm back here in the office, man, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours go by, and the amount of stuff that I get done is incredible. You know what I mean? But then I got all this stuff all connected together: phones, computer, TV, printers, everything. And you have all your connections, and your network on there. You just, communicate with people. Like right now, it's morning in West Africa, so I was getting calls from Ghana and Senegal because I have my trip coming up, and I got my land stuff. So the surveyor was reaching out to me so I can get my papers, some additional papers. But that's the kind of business that we do, family. Global enterprising, and I feel like we could do a lot better. So.
Yeah. So somebody put that question up about with Amara asked about the Afrikstan government, stuff like that.
All right, let me find a comment, brother.
Okay, he says, how can we serve land for Africans? My whole thing is with Liberia, honestly, actually, we don't need that, Liberia is a country, and you can go to Liberia. Black people in America can basically just rebuild and invest in the existing towns in Liberia, and you don't really need a real Afrikstan extra territory in Liberia because the country is basically set up for the culture and everything is set up for Black people returning, westernized Black people, African Americans, everything is set up for that, So basically, all you have to do is you got Liberians building gated communities, nice gated communities and everything like that. I would like to see the first, I would like to see luxury communities built, where people have built, say, look, man, we got land, we're going to build $1 million homes and everything like that in Liberia and whatnot, people like building that with swimming pools and everything like that, and building industrial zones and everything. Liberia just needs Black people in America and Liberia is returning home to build, right? That could be like an Afrikstan, But the Afrikstan, now politically, Liberia has to take care of itself. It has its own issues, right? Afrikstan is going to exist solely for the purpose of African Americans and diasporas in the West. Liberia can't be that country because it has its own issues, So it can't be that country like we want it to be. But it could be a nice base of operations to launch it to the rest of Africa, And so like that. But as far as Afrikstan, that's going to be once we're situated in Ghana and Liberia. The Afrikstan is going to be right down the road, right? You're going to say, something, we're doing good in Ghana, we're doing good in Liberia, but we could take it to the next level if we had this area that we absolutely control from top to bottom. We are the government, The point about the Afrikstan is us having some geopolitical power. What do I mean by power? We say what's going on in the whole area. I think the African slave descendants deserve that. We
have to control our own destiny. I mean, we
have to control our own destiny, right? Even with Liberia,
do we really? Some of these people run governments in countries. Do we really want them to govern us?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Liberia could be a good place to start.
Yeah. So they have to understand where we're coming from. We have great potential. We need a space to do what we need to do.
Right. We need our own
I'm telling people that would be the most productive Black country that the world have seen.
The world's ever seen. If you unleash the best minds of Black diaspora in one place, goddamn. But Liberia's got to take care of Liberia right now. This is what it is. We could go there and build. You could buy a house, buy property, own business, and everything like that. But this idea of an Afrikstan that's going to basically be our voice to the U.S., the rest of the world, and stuff like that, that can't be Liberia and Ghana because they got their own obligations, Yeah, I hope people understand that, right? We're being respectful. We're respectful. We're in Ghana. We have to do it. The Ghanaians, they play with the British soccer. What's it called? The Commonwealth Games and everything. Bomani and I got to be out there in our Ghanaian cheering for the Commonwealth Games and whatnot. We got to be out there. Soccer. I don't even play soccer. Bomani plays soccer. So we got to do what the Ghanaians do. You got in Liberia, right? They like soccer too and whatnot. And that's the culture. We understand that, And Liberians, they're probably the closest to Black America, but they still got their own way. I don't want us to be dominate Liberians. I don't want us to. I want us to be part of Liberia, right? But just sort of assimilate it into the culture. We can do that by building our own communities and upbuilding our communities there, and we'll be happy. But ultimately, that's not going to satisfy what Black America and the diaspora needs, right? We need to say to the world what happened to us was wrong. And how you do it? Same way Israel did. The state of Israel says what happened to them was wrong, right? And so now you got a homeland. That's yours. They didn't share the country with the Palestinians. They didn't share with the Arabs and whatnot. They didn't say it like this. They told the Arabs, no, we need to have our own government, our own self-determination. African Americans are 500-year-old, 400-something-year-old people, We need our own self-determination. We need our own everything, And so that has to come in the future. Kala, why haven't Liberia realized they created the only republic and were able to create a modern society in the rest of Africa If Liberia get active, it will be inspired. Yeah. Well, if Liberia does inspire, it will definitely inspire Black. Liberia was the inspiration behind the independence movement all across the continent. But Liberians don't know the history. Like I said, we Black people in America, we think differently than Africans. So we look at that like, wow, build a country. But Africans like, yeah, I did that. But see, a lot of countries don't think themselves as competing with white people or stuff like that. Kala, the lectures are approaching soon. What type of candidate would lead Liberia to economic independence and back on track? Look. Unfortunately, right, the only thing that's going to lead Liberia economic plan is the number of foreign investment, African Americans or whoever, Lebanese, who are going there. Liberia's not on. It doesn't matter who's really in power, right? I know Liberians. I know that like that is not going to make a big difference who's in power. Or like I said, George Williams been in power for over 6 years. It hasn't been any disasters or wars. That's what we could be proud of, right? We basically proud that there's no wars and anything like that. Glad everybody sees Brandon fake fool. Why you doing that to my boy Brandon? Come on.
Yeah, I know you're trying to be nice and that's your boy, but yeah.
But like I said, I give it to him back that Brandon's young. If he was older, I'd be harder. He's young. He's just to me, he's just a kid. He's young. He got a lot to learn.
Yeah, last I remember when you're almost a 40-year-old man, you're not that young, but
mine's hard on everybody. Mine's hard on everybody. You 40.
Yeah, I'm just a military person. It's hard on people because
because
I was in the Navy and everything just got done. Whatever mission or whatever we were sent, whether it's out there in Nevada or out there in Key West or overseas, the mission got done, the job got done. We all came back safe. And that's the greatest logistic operation that the world have ever seen, the Navy. And I just feel like we as a people, we can just do better. But
my whole thing about that and Dynasty, I love Dynasty too and everything. The problem is like that when you basically telling people to invest in a country that you really have no success in, and using your influence and everything like that, and my influence and everything like that to basically say, oh yeah, Nigeria. And it goes south. You have to basically own that stuff. Look, I didn't know where I was going. I had this idea and dreams and everything like that. And also, understand something. People got to start taking, like I was talking to Ross about this, right? And this is really a growing problem among Black people in the diaspora, call themselves Pan-Africanists or African enthusiasts, right? You got to start taking Africa seriously. You have to start taking Africa seriously. These people are not toys. You cannot overpromise and underdeliver and keep doing that, right? This is not a sideshow. What you see in Nigeria right now, these people are in pain, right? Let's not make a mockery of that, right? Let's understand. Don't keep telling people, oh, Nigeria is this great country and blah, blah, blah. And people in Nigeria like, this country is hell on earth. They watch people suffer and everything. They watch the rich people get rich and do what they want and brutally put them down with that SARS incident and everything. And so you got a lot of Nigerians who don't have any hope, any future and everything. And so we keep boosting up these corrupt things. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to tell nobody, oh, yeah, it's great over here. I'm like, no, I love Africa, right? But the reality of Africa is another thing. Another thing. Now, so you you hate Africa, you want to be African. Look, I'm telling my people, right? Telling my people.
Got a comment for you.
That's a divisive distraction other nationalists created for us. We accept that tribal nonsense and division has to stop. Yeah, tribal. Look, I'm like this. Look, tribalism in Africa, unfortunately, is real. Who eats, who gets promoted, and it's about power. If you're a problem like right now, the Igbos are locked out of everything in Nigeria.
That's unfortunate, man.
Right? Igbos are the most brilliant. I'm not gonna say all Nigerians are smart people, right? But Igbos are really brilliant,
So do they need their own country?
Someone want their own country, right? But how can you resist that when they basically say, look, we have no access to the oil, even though it's in our region. Igbos are basically just discriminated against and all stuff like this. And so therefore, the houses dominate the country, right? Most of the oil and wealth is in Lagos in the south. But yet the houses, the British did on purpose, control the whole country. And so tribalism, right? And people say, "Oh, what's tribalism?" Tribalism means if you come from a chief, right, you're going to get first dibs on a government contract. You're going to go like that. So tribalism and nepotism is absolutely reality. You know, if you come from a prominent family and everything, and your name goes back to royalty and everything like that, people use that to jockey for political power. It gives you political power and everything. That's reality. If you're African American and you go to Nigeria, you can spend a lifetime there and never make any connections because you have no political power. You know, you're not connected. And that's what John Cashin. He spent 35 years in Nigeria and nothing.
I'm sure he got a whole lot accomplished.
Yeah, he got some accomplished, but he didn't get what he wanted to accomplish. The Metro.
No, I was just joking. It don't seem like he got.
Yeah. He accomplished. Yeah.
But then again, I mean, it's just him. It's not like it's him and like 500 people from America there in a country and they're working together.
He was basically by himself.
Yeah, thank you. I figured that.
Yeah, and so therefore, therefore, I'm saying to myself, tribalism is real. You know, it's tribalism is real. Now, Black America, people like this count on Black America being. We understand that. Well, who knows what happens if we ever gain power? You know, we might become tribalists too. You know, because you got something at stake. You know, and tribalism is real in Africa. You know, it's real. We as a Black race have never risen above tribalism because we never create the wealth and the educational system, right, to unify us. There's no educational system unifying Nigerians as a people. There's no reason for it. Nigerians was created by the British, right? So you got all these people who speak their own ethnic languages, everything like that, right? And the larger ethnic groups control everything. You know, if you're Yoruba and everything, you come from Yoruba family, you get first dibs on university education. You go overseas, and your father's this person, big time. That's why. So naturally, they feel like they got it and they're superior and everything like that. Because, you know, like let me go the oil blocks. Remember one lady that became a billionaire in Nigeria? You know, she has oil blocks and she monetized oil blocks. She became a billionaire right there. She got that because of her connections, who she was, you know, who she related to and everything. So this idea we're going to get rid of tribal, why would anybody get that? If you're online to get an oil block or some big concession and everything like that, just because it's part of your tribal land and everything, why would you want to give that up? You know, I sure the hell wouldn't. You know, I was like, yo, look, man, it's my turn to eat. You know, shit. I don't know when this opportunity will come back to us again. So tribalism is real. You know, it's all over Africa. You know, the people who are connected, whatever like that. You know, they're gonna always have, and the people who aren't connected, the smaller groups who don't have anything, they're always gonna be on the bottom. As simple as that. You know, and that's why some people leave the country because they see no hope. You know, the people that you see leaving Nigeria are people that don't have. Mike O said that. He said, yeah, well, the people that got connections and everything, they're doing good in Nigeria, right? The rest of the people who don't have anything, they got to go overseas for greener pastures. That's just reality. You know, how do you do that? It took Europeans hundreds of years to become, it took French hundreds of years to become Frenchmen. You know, the war to marriage and all stuff like that, the roads, connection, everything. Same thing with the Japanese. The Japanese were always one ethnic group, right? They had Hanshuans, Hokkaios, Okinawans, and Ainu. And basically over centuries and whatnot, being isolated on the island, building urban centers and whatnot, they eventually, when they modernized, they realized they have a common language and everything. They naturally became Japanese. You know, it takes a long time for people to become a nation, you know. So Europeans were disingenuous when they tried to create these African nation states, knowing that these countries had nothing in common with each other. And that's what the conflict is. You know, they know they drew the line. Right now, in eastern Nigeria, the west part of Cameroon, they're trying to succeed from the rest of the country because they speak English and they have a different culture. You know, no one's giving them any support. They're called Amazonia. You know, they said, oh, we just want to do our own thing, have our own flag, our own national, and have our own self-determination, right? But, you know, the French, Cameroon, and no one's saying anything about it. Why? Because we don't respect that, you know? Biafra right now is having Biafra Day, IPOB, International Protected of Biafra, whatever it's called, IPOD, group. They got the head of that. This guy, I think his name, Kwame, I think his name is, whatever, is in jail because the Biafra movement is growing. In eastern Nigeria, it's growing. So, like I said, us black people in America, we don't understand that. We just got this, we're all black and whatever, but Africans don't see things that way. So that's just reality.
The real reality at this. Right, so that was that. And let me just get one or two more in here.
Is that my bro? Is that my boy Nee? Is he up 2:00 in the morning trying to troll me? Is that my boy Nee? Is that my boy Nee in the chat room? I said he would call in. We were saying nothing but good things about Ghana tonight, bro.
Who's this person and what the hell is this?
I think that's my boy Nee, man. That's my boy. That's my brother right there.
I wonder what has your host achieved in America?
Yeah, he knows.
So for any of these people who are asking these dumb questions, go check our information because I don't have time to go through what we talked about before.
Oh no, that's my boy Nee, man. I'm gonna hear from him tomorrow, bro. That's my boy right there. He's the one that met you in the slave dungeon in Ghana.
Oh,
yeah, that's my boy. He just fucking around. He just fucking around. He was trying to troll me with that because, like I said, I told you. I said, look, he sent me some restaurants in Ghana. I'm like, damn, man. I said, I gotta go there, man. Ghana's a beautiful country, man. We love Ghana. That's why we're so like that. But we do got some village idiots running things that we gotta check.
Yeah, this don't sound like a brotherly love comment.
It also doesn't have any sense. He talks too much, thinks he has all the answers. What has he achieved in America? Bomani is a
no, I don't know who he's talking. I don't know who he's talking to, but
no one's forcing anyone to move. People have to.
I tell anybody who want to say anything to me, go look at what you can check out our website and things like that. If you just think it's just like like people like tourism, you're just doing tourism. It's called business administration. And if you got a whole bunch of people that you're moving and traveling with, you have to take care of all their stuff, passports, visas. You have to give them information, direction. You have to have everything organized. And you have to have schedules and professional.
I wish to God I would have got you to do my thing. I thought the girl that I did my travel thing, I thought she was black, man. Her name was Shantae. I thought she was black. I said, so you're from Liberia? No, I'm from Nepal. I said, with a name like Shantae, I thought she was black. She did my thing last time.
Yeah, I thought it was somebody person. Yeah, and it's no big deal.
I thought she was a Liberian. It was a Liberian, like that. I said, I didn't know. I was like, damn, man.
No, me as an aviation professional, from aircraft maintenance to just working at the airport to just understanding logistics and how this flight schedules and all the airlines work and everything and just creating schedule. It's a simple thing for me to do. So usually, my goal is to always just tell people basically there's no need for us to give the airlines any more money than they need. The airlines, all the airlines that we fly on, they're all rich corporations. Like the ones we fly on, from Delta, KLM, Air France. These are airlines been around 90 to 100 years. They're gonna be good. So the goal is always to save money by looking at different routes. And it's nothing. I don't have an incredible booking system or nothing like that. There's people who have that, but it's just structuring routes. The structuring routes, whether it's on the company website or whether it's on Google Flights or wherever, you're structuring routes based on your knowledge of just how routes work based on the country that you're going to. Like when people say, hey, they're looking to go to Ghana, I was like, well, you have 10 different options here. You have this direct flight here. You have this option here. You have this route here. If you increase your layover.
Have you ever did a direct flight to Ghana?
Yeah, the flight leave directly from New York to Ghana.
You're going from Atlanta to New York,
and then New York to Ghana, and then for Senegal, the same thing too. Is the same schedule we have. We leave from
So New York is the only one that have direct flights to Africa.
No, there's direct flights on United. United have direct flights. They even have direct flights to to Lagos. They have direct flights to to Ghana, and I
I
forgot
wonder,
what
I wonder, does United have direct flights to Liberia? Because I don't
No,
know.
there's no direct flights to Liberia. If you want to get to Liberia,
Yeah,
the best options is Royal Air Maroc, Ethiopian Airlines, and you know, and Delta with Asky, to where you literally just fly into Ghana, and then from Ghana you just fly into Liberia, or you can fly into Senegal, and then fly into Liberia, and then you fly into Morocco, and then fly into Liberia. So those are the popular routes. Are from Brussels, the one that you took the last time.
Yeah, that's what I'm taking this time too.
And then you have Ethiopian Airlines that would take you from Togo to Liberia.
Togo, you go to Ghana, then Togo, then Liberia.
No, they wouldn't. They don't have to go to Ghana. The flight that goes to Ghana would be the Delta Airlines flight directly. Just like the Delta Airlines flight goes to Senegal. So once you're on the African continent, you just take whatever airlines. Asky will take you, from Ghana to Liberia. They may have to connect into Togo, and then Air Senegal can take you to Liberia. And then the schedule that I like the most is the Royal Air Maroc schedule, and plus you can work with your partners to do your connection flights. So these are just all routes, and I just had to think about I had to look at a whole bunch of routes when we're doing the Liberia schedule,
Right.
things like that. But yeah, what I do is just compare prices and everything, and every little money that you can save is basically what I'm always telling people.
Yeah, my flight
money
is $500 more.
Yeah, so that's $500 less you have to spend in Africa, because that's my goal. My goal is now I want to the money you have, you want to spend it in Africa, you want to do things in Africa, and the less you have to go through, the better. But nevertheless, every time we do these things, that's why I like the word quote. I'm always telling people, let me get a quote. Or I tell people, call you and I give you a quote, or I give you something in writing. You can go do what you need to do, and then holler at me. Because whatever quote I give you, no one's gonna beat that price. Because that's people like myself is a hardcore competitor in business. When you look at the prices of our tours compared to everybody else, it's no comparison. But I tell people that I'm the one that's doing the work, and we don't have a bunch of middle people. Because,
Yeah, which was the question is, do you do DNA passport trips to Sierra Leone? Why do you check this out? If you're gonna go to Sierra Leone, why do you need a DNA? You just get on a plane and go to Sierra Leone and enjoy yourself,
Yeah, I think in order for you to get the program, you have to be down with the program. So you have to pay into the program. Then you can't just show up as an individual, because people have asked that question before. But anybody usually that's have anything to reach out to me about Sierra Leone and passport, you're gonna send me a message, and I'll just connect you with my good brother Goham. That's the only person that I usually recommend if people are trying to do certain things. We have a network together, and we work together. So that's my good brother. He'll get you there. And he has his connections in the country. His wife lived there, and he's building his energy there. So send me a message, family, if you're really interested, because I don't know who you are, and if so look at the bottom and you see my email address and phone numbers. You can text me, or you can just email me, and I'll connect you with my good brother and things like that. So for those who are looking to go, that's one of the main things, is you have to get that DNA test, and that's only the flaws I have with that whole system, because I don't know how many people are going to take their DNA test and they're going to be qualified to go to Sierra Leone. But I'm telling you, you don't have to take no DNA test to travel with me. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, as long as you're a Black person from wherever you are on the planet, you can reach out and we'll get you on one of our tour. If you're anybody else, you can reach out, and then I'll get you on something with you and your own folks, or by yourself. Yeah, I mean, business is business. I mean, I'll come in.
Hey, look,
as long as they're not racist, because these, some of these people, they hear my voice and the accent, they're like, okay, this person is definitely not white. This person got a American, Jamaican, African accent and things like that. And it's a shame, because when people call, I don't know who people are. I talk with people with respect, because you're talking to people, and and then if you say, hey, you're this person, I'm like, hey, let me know, we can connect you. Because on my tour guides, I asked all of them, I was like, do you have any issue accommodating if I had a group of like 5 or 10 white people that want to come? Only thing I tell them is that I'm not showing up, but but you'll get more of the money that way, because I have other things to do, because I have my other groups, and I can't just be randomly traveling with groups of people, especially people I don't know and don't have any relationships with. And all the people that I travel, we do conference call, we talk, we go through things, and you get to know people. And then if anyone is literally just bold enough to literally reach out to me to want to join me, that means I know that they either have done their research or look at things and know that we're about our business and about that life of Black power and Pan-Africanism, and understand that I'm not going to be an average person that they're just traveling with. You're traveling with someone that's going to push the agenda of Black power and nation building, and us working together, looking out for each other, and us understanding that we should not drop our standards, just like the topic talk about, just to feel like we can fit into Africa. I am completely 100% against that, and I don't feel like you should just get rid of your own culture from wherever you are, Jamaica, Trinidad, America, wherever. That don't make no sense to do.
The culture is how you connect, right? Connect,
Yeah,
connect with each other and build, right? And build, and you have trust and everything like that, And like we were saying, not saying that anybody, all Ghanaians or whatever like that, are dishonest and everything, or Liberians or whatever like that. But when we do critical business like that, right? Like anybody else, we have to be connected with people that that's coming from a similar circumstance, And so, and then what you do is you connect from a position of power and strength to the Ghanaians and the Liberians and Nigerians or whoever else and everything, that's a flaw of Pan-African. Like we just that's what happened with the African, what was it called, the Black Star Credit Union, Oh, it's all black, well, Black power or not in the Garvey Town, and it all fell to shit, why?
Yes. Those have been two embarrassments that I've had my name involved in, unfortunately. And that's why I'm doing this project, Black Star Pan-African Community, to let people know, hey, I've worked with a lot of people and they have failed. But I've always told people that I'm only a person that's helping them either with marketing or helping connect people to them. And just like Fiancra, I brought a lot of people up to Fiancra. And I remember people used to call me and they used to complain about the situation, say, hey, they are not looking to connect. They're not really filling the program. So nevertheless, we still keep on keeping it going and making the moves, because we're trying to encourage more of us to work together and literally connect our energy to where we have a stronger impact on African continent. So that's why I work with Garvey Town, and that's why I ultimately work with Garvey Town. But as I mentioned about one of these YouTube clowns, I'm not so much into that anymore. If you're not about that life and that business, and you're not willing to give 1,000,000%, don't waste my time, and I won't waste your time, because I'm all about trying to get us to what we need to get to. And if you don't have that level of dedication, then there's nothing we can do. I mean, anyone who wants to travel with us on tours, you can travel with us on tours. But as far as if we're going to work together on something, you have to be in it. Because I've been greatly disappointed. As Black organizations I've joined, and it's just been a great letdown. I even sent a good friend of mine a message. I was like, yo, please do not add me to whatever y'all doing here in Georgia. I am literally done. I just want to focus on building the business that we're building the community that we have in Ghana, building the tours that we have to different countries, and working with people like Kala in Liberia, my sister Matril in Egypt, and then other people as they come along. And then, that's what I want to give my time to. I don't want to give my time to a bunch of people who just want to sit around and talk about a bunch of things.
Reparations.
Nothing practical.
Like your boy IC3, right?
Yeah, IC3. That's another.
Stop what we're doing and focus on reparations. See the reparations.
Yeah. Well, IC3 say he wants to be the new leader of the BAIO.
Okay. On my dead body.
Because you have done well, but it's in order for the organization. That was so wild and funny. In order for the organization to move forward, we need new leadership.
Yeah, we have to go ass backwards, right? Talk about reparations. We have Kala, you understand, man. We have to do the things the right way. Ass backwards. Ass backwards. I got more progress going on and what I'm doing in Liberia and other places like that. So I'm supposed to take the ass backward approach, right? Of engaging white people to talk about some reparations check. Okay. Reparations. Reparations.
I really honestly wish people the best on that. I honestly really wish people the best. I think IC2 was heartbroken because after he gave that nice presentation, we told him that that sounds good, but we're not down with it. And I know people be like when I'm telling people, I was like, yo, I have to be effective in what I'm into. I can't just jump in every little group and every little, I just not like that. I'm a focused person. And the whole day we're here, we just doing business.
And what gets me is, okay, if they believe like that, why hasn't IC3 fucking got the group that he needs, and everything? Why does he got to keep coming to us? Oh, I need Bomani. What the hell, It's not gonna happen, It's not gonna happen.
I'm not for free. You know what I'm saying? People like myself, we charge lots of money for our services. You know what I'm saying?
And he has that place card, whatnot. That place card, that goofy place card. He, I asked him, do you want to be on BBC? No. Is that your studios, whatnot? You gonna launch your movement, whatnot? They're gonna take you seriously. I said like this, man. The BAO, we're not into this goofy stuff. We're about nation building and stuff like that. We're just keeping it 100. We're trying to build this thing. So far over the years and whatnot, I've sacrificed a lot and everything. Kept my nose clean and everything. So I can't go back. I can't go backwards right now. Reparations and whatnot. All it is just a stall tactic. We're doing absolutely nothing. A stall tactic. Okay, let's start. That's lazy people, right? Oh, we want to build a nation, but reparations. That's what it is. It's an excuse, a scapegoat. We can't build anything, right? We got to wait on a reparations check. Now, according to him, the project you're doing in Jagazi, you can't do nothing because you didn't get your reparations check, Yeah. And now that you got to go and engage the British government, right? We put a target on your back, talking about we want reparations when I said, oh, really? Let's who this Bomani guy demanding reparations, Oh, he has a talented good job. Next thing you know, you got village idiots and thugs showing up at Jagazi and causing trouble and everything. And next thing you know, you got to seek refuge in the U.S. Embassy and get a flight out because some like that. We don't need that heat. As far as the British concerned, man, we don't give a shit about reparations right now and everything. The time's gonna come, maybe not in our lifetime, where we're gonna be strong enough to make that case. He said the Jews in general should be the role model of Black America, but it took them thousands of years to acquire power they had. Black American culture on 200. Well, the modern Jew, that's not true. The Jews were Hebrews, they were Ashkenazi and everything, but in the modern world, they became Jews, just like Black people in America, right? We were Igbos, Ashantis, everything like that. But our experience in America made us Black Africans or African Americans or Afro-Caribbeans and everything. So it was exactly the same thing. We were thousands of years. So Godstar, I wish you would call in and explain that, because how can you say that Black America's only culture is 400 years old? What about our culture before we came to America? That's the continuation. The Jewish people that you see right now, the Yiddish and the Ashkenazi, they're not thousands of years old. Some even argue that the Jews say that the Palestinians say they were brown when they left and they're white when they came back. And so therefore, I don't think so. Black people in America, we know we're thousands of years old. There's kingdoms in Nigeria that are 800-900 years old. The Nook civilization. There's kingdoms in the Congo. Right? That's where we come from. So what I'm saying is, what is this idea that African Americans started in America? We didn't start in America. Our identity comes from America right now, right? But our lineage goes back thousands of years. So we're not new people. In other words, there were no African Americans, no Black people 400 years ago. We were here. We weren't called African Americans. We were something else. But this is our identity. Just like the Jews realized after they were Germans and Russians and everything like that, that they have to go to Israel. Why? Because they tried to assimilate and didn't work. So like I said, I don't think it's going to take us thousands of years. If the Jews could speak German, English, everything, and they could come to the state of Israel in America, then you know what the biggest supporters of Israel was? The American Jews. We have to be a minority elite like the Jews, unfortunately, only protect ourselves, integrate into Africa. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with integrating into Africa like that. That's like a death. That's suicide. All the respect to my boy Kofi, that's suicide. Integrating Africa means that Kofi, I would like to know, how will we have a voice or political power in Africa if we just integrate and we're not in solidarity in numbers? How would our issues and who we are be preserved?
Like you talk about, brother, we have to build that Afrikstan, and
All right, that's what we believe in. You know, with integrating into African society right now. And if we would have did that 400 years ago, it'd be a different story. But right now, our identity, who we are, stuff like that, what we say to the world, and everything has to be preserved. You know, because we're not done yet. You know, and all our struggle, everything we fought for, everything we believe would die. You know, we would literally die. You know, and then also all the stuff like that people talk about, reparations, all will disappear. You know, justice for our people and everything like that would disappear. Has his one sister, right? She was basically talking about what's going on. That's what I said. That's why we need people. I think she's Jamaican.
yeah, she's Jamaican. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying to people, you know, usually, you know, where we come from, you know, we're sharp, you know what I'm saying, and things like that. But even us, you know, we become victim by these savages, and you know, and just literally just, you know, yeah, I don't even know I'm just running out of names to these people who literally just is messing up our movement. But yeah, this was one of the videos that you had on there.
Yeah, this sister right here seemed like it was a good sister. She said she sounds like a Jamaican, right? She's Jamaican. She has Jamaican accent. Yeah, play a video, mine.
All right, absolutely. Yeah. Get this right.
To come out and say anything. That's what the lawyer and the real estate company rely on. They rely on people's silence. And I'm sorry, if you're silent, you're colluding. I don't care. You're colluding with what's happened. And it means that this is going to happen to somebody else. I have not got anybody's blood on my shoulders.
Last time we spoke with Madam Equia Bailey, who traveled all the way from the UK to Ghana to purchase a house for retirement, and how she lost over £30,000 due to a fraudulent and deceptive nature of a real estate company in Ghana. We also looked at the court process that she's been through, trying to get her money back, the challenges that she's experienced. And in this video, we are going to talk about one, naming the companies involved, from the real estate company all the way to the legal firm, and to the lessons learned. 3, the payments which she has received so far, and 4, an update to most of the questions asked in the previous video. If you missed that video, I'm going to leave a link in the description.
The lawyer had made an arrangement with the real estate company without seeking any advice or any comment or any agreement from myself. So saying and agreeing that they can pay in installments. Now, the installments were going to be ending of July, ending of August, ending of September, ending of October. And that's three of those payments were going to be in the summer term. And I knew from the previous year that not a lot of legal things happened within that time. So I sent an email saying, what happens if they don't pay? To be honest, I don't remember what the reply was. The reply was the only thing I remember about the reply was, if they fail to pay on any of those dates, we can go back in October to court. And I said, I don't want to go back to court in October. I've had enough of that. But there's nothing I can do. Each time I get a challenge or something that I don't feel is correct, I have to think, well, what's more important? Is it more important for me to get the money at the end, or is this challenge more important? And I just have to back off. And that's how it's been, I would say, from October last year. It's that I feel like I'm backed in a corner because I need something, whether I think it's right or wrong. I have to accept everything that has been said or put in front of me. That email came at about 9:30. And then at 1:30, I got another email saying that the lawyer would actually be around and would assist in me getting my payments. So they changed their tune for whatever reason. They told me that they banked the July payment on the 26th of July and it would be cleared in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks' time happened. I contacted them to be told it hasn't been cleared yet. But by this time, I know the game because I knew that the lawyer had been suspended.
Okay, so by now you're probably wondering, what's she talking about that the lawyer had been suspended? Well, according to Madam Equia, she found out on social media that there was an article about the lawyer being suspended from the Ghana Legal Council for 7 years. And so for us, we couldn't just post this video without conducting our own research and doing our due diligence. So we went on the Ghana Legal Council website, and there's a link and a PDF document, which I'm going to put in the description below, which states that the lawyer had been suspended for 7 years due to certain professional misconduct, right? And to be fair to the lawyer, of course, we can't just post like one side of a story. We also went to her website, and I'm going to leave a link in the description as well, where she wrote an article or a document to set the record straight about the social media post that the Ghana Legal Council had posted. And so for you to be able to make a more informed decision, I would want you to read both articles after watching this video to the end, right? So that you have an idea of what has transpired. And so we continue with the video. Hope this gives you some context.
So I just emailed back and said I'm going to seek legal advice. And that was coming up to 2 weeks ago. I haven't heard anything from the lawyer or anybody in the firm. So I would say about 6 days ago, 5 or 6 days ago, I contacted the real estate company and I WhatsApped and emailed the contact that I have in the UK. And I explained the situation. I haven't had the July payment. You shouldn't be dealing with the lawyer because she's been suspended, and she was actually suspended on the 23rd of June. You handed her payment in July. So the future payments need to come directly to myself. And if they needed my bank account details, I could send it to them again if they don't have it, whatever. Yeah, it was words to that effect. I haven't heard anything from them. They acknowledged that I sent the email, that they received it, but...
So the real estate company has not acknowledged your mail?
They acknowledged the email,
okay,
but they haven't followed up on it.
Okay.
There could be a possibility that they will pay at the ending of August because that's what they need to do. There's nothing for me to believe that they will do that because we've been doing, they know from January 2021 that I want my money. So I have no reason to really believe that they're going to pay at the ending of August. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I don't know. They've only acknowledged the email. They haven't said anything since. They haven't reached out or anything. And I need to say that the lawyer was suspended on the 23rd of June. We were due in court on the 24th of June, the day after. And in court, my legal team didn't turn up. And the legal team for the real estate company didn't turn up either, which was strange. Nothing was done that morning because apparently the judge had a meeting that she had to go to. So we were there. There were other people waiting for their cases to be heard and sorted, and nothing happened. My legal team emailed me and said, and they emailed me something like 9:30 when I'm in court, instead of sending me a text or a WhatsApp to say that everything had been adjourned. They didn't tell me why. They didn't say what was going to happen after. From then on, things just got very, very hazy. I didn't really know what was going on. And so basically, that's where we're at now. The July payment is with the lawyer. She acknowledged that they banked the check. I haven't received anything. I don't see the point in chasing her in this way because I'm achieving nothing. The real estate company, I have reason to believe that they knew if they handed that money to her because they weren't in court on the 24th. So I have reason to believe that they knew. So why they were handing her in money on my behalf, why was she accepting it? You've been barred, you can't work. You're no longer a lawyer. So why did she receive the money? I don't understand. And it just highlights the deception as far as I'm concerned. That is prevalent in Ghana. It's not everybody.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it's not everybody, but it's prevalent.
you have to understand the kind of lawyer, the person that we're dealing with, in terms of you could charge 1 million, you could charge 2 million, but you went to 3.2 million in legal fees and you knew that it was wrong. So that's the person that I've been dealing with. That there's no way I would have known that she would have done that. The operation, her business, she's been holding it for over 10 years. What I do know is people have dealt with her in the past and they know what she's like, and people haven't said anything. I got somebody today who rang me and they named her, they told me who she was, they've dealt with her before. The same person who introduced her to them there was the same person that told me that she's trustworthy, that she's competent.
This is what happens
How are
when
you
you
going
don't
to
have
know?
any
She's been
connections
doing
in the
things.
country. You know what I'm
I
saying?
actually did a review.
I got it. I'll pause for that one.
Yeah, this is what happens when, like I said, this story is making me angry right now. You know, this is what happens. Well, like I said, it's one thing to like a country, visit a country, spend money there, but when you start about investing in a country where people automatically assume that it's going to flow like the United States or the West, you know, it doesn't work like that in developing countries. You know, in developing countries, it's that's the way it is. You know, it's just not all the time, but you know, for the most part, you know, and what gets me is this, right? Black people from the diaspora in America have been in Ghana for decades now, right? Don't we have the Association of Africans for Ghana, right? But that's a bunch of old people, right?
I mean, not. I wouldn't say that about them. They are my elders. I've known.
Yeah, I know,
But,
I know, but I'm saying
it's a social group. Social group to get you connected. But can it be more effective? Absolutely. But it takes the people that are coming into the country to make it effective. But yeah.
Right. But yeah, so it's just a sad situation because I'm saying to myself, yeah, because I'm like, if people are going to a concert, she said this person is trustworthy, right? So you naturally assume that she probably naturally assume, I could do it. Her license was suspended for 7 years, So it's just a bad situation. That's why I say, folks, if you want to go to Ghana, right, and people are going to criticize me saying this, talk to Brother Bomani, at this point in time. Because evidently this person's trustworthy and everything. And like you said, they could be 3 years into you, and next thing you know, they're waiting for that big payout. Like the guy that got the bulldozer. He probably knew that guy for a couple of years,
And brother, and this is what I'm saying to you. And I mean, I had 2 lawyers that I dealt with, and I don't trust. The only lawyer that I'll deal with, since we're doing real estate, is a lawyer from the Lands Commission that's been proven. And then I have my consultant that I trust with my life to watch him. That's the only way and that's why we plan on doing all the future land business. We're gonna work it a whole different way, but you learn. But these are the things that go on, and you won't know it. So this system, like I'm telling people, some of us, we got street smarts. We're from the hood. We grew up. We built our enterprise. We know how to work things because
we ain't ready for this shit, though.
We come from rough areas, but trust me, family,
you ain't ready for this. A whole different level.
You have never met degenerates like this before in your life. You've never met village idiots and savages like this, because that's exactly who they are. And like the sister said, whatever we're saying is not condemning the country or the people, because it's not fair to them. But it's prevalent. You have lots of people out there that see us coming and just want to shake us down. My thing is like, hey, do good business with us, and then let's progress together. But but it's like they don't understand that. It's like in their nature, like Like I've met so many people that come here and do business with me, and I just be so appreciative. I remember back in my IT days where people used to invite me to the house and office and just ask me to build them build them an office and set up TVs and computers and all that, all that good stuff. And I'm just like thankful. And then the next some of those people are doing other business with me and everything. And so your goal is like, man, I got to make sure I impress these people. I got to make sure that I look out for them, make sure that they're good.
Good word of mouth.
And I do understand that things do happen in business and things do go wrong, but this is not something that goes wrong. This is somebody clearly playing games with you and literally just shaking you down. And these things are so common. The only issue that I see in these things is that not enough of us are telling our stories. Not enough of us, want to go out and say these things because naturally we don't want to be on YouTube doing this. But hey, we don't have a choice at this moment because there's too many incidents, brother. I mean, I was just literally trying to talk to one of my brothers before I got on this live, and then it just broke my heart because I was expecting to say, yeah, Bomani, send your people to meet with my people. And then we'll get the bulldoze over and you guys can start, building your roads and clearing the other property.
That's a big loss. That's a big loss right there.
Now, because the issue is I had 2 other groups of Ghanaians that was giving me quotes. And I told my vice president there, I was like, go find out what the Ghanaians are paying for using those bulldozers. And that's what we need to pay for. Because I told him, I was like, hey, this is not a bank here. And I'm tired of us just spending unnecessary money for no reason because we just have to always, people feel like we have to always just, I mean, I don't mind paying a little extra, especially for excellent service, but I'm not just going to be paying and giving extra money and then you get worse service because that's the issue that you have. You're being overcharged and you're getting bad service.
Yeah. Now somebody asked, did this lady work? Yeah, I'm thinking she did all this for WhatsApp. That's a problem right there. They're doing it for WhatsApp. I don't think did she ever say she was in Ghana?
I mean, she was in Ghana, but even myself, I got every single person, including my crooked lawyers that I deal with on this phone right here. Some of them I still communicate with because I got something for them. They won't know that they're gonna get set up, but they will get set up. Like no one plays with Bomani Tyehimba and get away with it. I don't play that, and I mean, I'm serious about these things. Where we come from, you don't play us like that. But literally. The only reason why you should do WhatsApp is when you have established business people. Like everybody that I have on there is obviously people I've met with doing business, but it's also a form of communication. But I think she did this. I mean, she's someone I can tell we cut from the same cloth as far as this street knowledge and things like that. But these people are so slick in the country. Like literally, it could be somebody you're sleeping with, loving you and everything, and and talking about we're gonna have a family and children together. Next, they're leading the scam, brother. So it's been so hard for me to trust anyone. I got one person that I got 1 or 2 people I trust in my life here, and that's it. And maybe a few people I can count on my hands that I actually trust. But but beyond that, the trust factor, I've just lost trust. I've lost trust to where now it hurts people now because instead of you getting a certain amount of money as a deposit, you're getting little to no money as a deposit, and then you do the work and you get a little bit more and things. You're getting penny pinched. Even someone I'm supposed to send a payment to, I was like, I'm not sending the payment to you. I'll send the payment to my consultant, and my consultant will meet you at the Lands Commission, and then he'll pay the regional surveyor the money directly, or pay one of the associates there the money directly, and he'll get all the documents. I'm not playing any games anymore. So that's caused people to do. And this is a situation I don't want to do that. I was like, brother, I just want to send you your money, go handle business. But brother, the last 3 times you have done business for me, you have accepted payments and you have not delivered on the job. And I'm not the one to play because I'm one of them. I'm one of the military guys that throw you off a ship or throw you off a building.
Now a question.
Make an example of you.
There's a question by Pro Woman J. Chinese, Lebanese, Indians have these problems too. I don't think so. In this show.
The thing of it is, it's what they do is like usually the Chinese, they're coming at a highest level to where they don't have to deal with these people. They pay off the government officials from the top and they handle everything else for them. So they don't have these issues. Like I ask people all the time, like I don't see the Lebanese and the Chinese and Indians in Ghana or Senegal or Gambia, whichever, or especially there in East Africa and Tanzania, they don't have these issues. Like when I was there, the Indians was living good. I thought I never been to India, but I thought I was in India. I mean,
Indians outside of India live better than Indians in India.
Yeah, some part of India is still a third world nation and everything, even though they are a world
Just
power.
said about half of India is
But
still
all of it, but
off the grid.
the Indians who live in Jamaica, the Indians who live here in my neighborhood or in America in general, and the ones who live in East Africa, West Africa, they all live good. I don't know how it is to
Yeah,
be
my
in
my
India 'cause I've
office
never
my
been there.
office landlord, I told you, he got a freaking Maserati, brand new Maserati.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, they be
brand new
coming here
Maserati.
living it up. I mean, and you know me, I'm always a person that, for any oppressed people or any people from developing places, I respect their work ethics as far as what they have to do, because I always say that, we should be doing the same thing also.
Yeah. If we ever got organized like the Indians and got our money and everything, we'd be unstoppable in Africa, But like I said, we have to establish ourselves on the ground. That's why I said the BAO is very, very important. We start that everybody that messes with us is in our social network and everything. I would be like this: if you're not in the BAO, that's what we're gonna do in Liberia. If you're not in the BAO, we don't know you, and we're not keeping regular tabs on you. You ain't gonna get no business with us. That's what I'm gonna do. If you're not in our social network, we don't know you. You can't vouch for you. We're gonna be checking on references. We want references. We want everything.
Yeah, absolutely, family. Like the way I do business now in the modern day Ghana is just, it's rough. It's like no more nice guy, no more. Oh, you my brother, and everything. And I'm like
my brother.
Like stop the foolishness. You know what I mean? It's like I've been a dear brother. I've given my heart and soul. If you say, Bomani, can you do this for me? Bring this for me, do this. I've never said no to people. I was like, I got your back, family. I got your back. But it's a reciprocal situation. You know what I'm saying? One hand wash the other. So if we're not doing that, if I'm washing your hands and looking out for you, you're not looking out for me, that's not a good relationship. Whether you with a woman or whether you with a business partner or a friend doing things together. I'm done with those relationships. If we're gonna do something, I'd be reciprocal. And like I mentioned to them, I mentioned to my vice president there, I was like, I'm not sending you any money to pay these people who want. The money that you're charging for the bulldozer per hour. I was like, what is this, America? You charging per hour now? What is this?
Yeah.
What is this? It's like, they see the brother there, they hear our accent and everything. It's not, we can't change who we are. We have our accents and we have the way we do things, and we're gonna talk how we talk. And no matter how much Fanti or Tree or God or whatever, I'm not gonna know enough to hide myself out from direct visibility. You can already, you see people like myself,
and we shouldn't have to. We should not have to. We should be free.
I should be looked at as a brother, just like you. Like I look at my Ghanaian brother right here. I look at him as my brother, and I see him all the time. We greet each other, and I'm always telling people this is my favorite country and everything. But I've been like frustrated over the last.
You met this brother before? You met this brother?
No, I didn't meet him, but I meet people like himself all the time. And whether at the airport, and you meet them, you greet them, you give them a pound and say what's up, and it's just the energy is cool there, and that's what I'm saying. It's so easy for people to trick us because the embracement of love you're gonna get from people is unbelievable. So now what you have to figure out is this person being real and showing me nothing but love, or is this person working me over to set me up? And a lot of times it's the latter. Literally people working you over to set you up.
It's a sad situation, man.
And I don't want to family. If anyone that's listening out there, I love Ghana. I have a whole lot of my business enterprise is invested there, and we're not moving out there. We're literally building what we're building. The only thing I'm doing is we're expanding to Liberia because I have so much people that's so angry and frustrated with Ghana. I don't know what else to do but offer them another country. And obviously I can't offer them Liberia like that until we just make certain moves and everything. So I'm looking forward to just going next year and doing what we usually do, and then say, hey, family, everything is good. We have a good energy here. Let's do some things together. Unfortunately, whatever didn't work out for you in Ghana, Tanzania, Senegal, or Gambia, South Africa, those are my other 5 countries. And I'm like, hey, let's, this is the country that's built for us. Let's work together on this. And that's what I really believe, that brother Kala, that more people should reach out to us and say, you know what, I like what you guys are talking about Liberia. Let's all work together. And
we basically concentrate on Liberia as a launching point. We'll be stronger when we go into Ghana, just like that, because we have a base.
Yes, absolutely, because we have the base is the very important thing, and you need your own people to represent you. It's unfortunate, brother, that some of us, I've had friends that had to run to the American embassy and beg them for dear life that they have to get out the country, and they're gonna get you out because they can put you on a Delta flight, a KLM flight. They can put you on a flight and get you out of there. But it's like you done sold your house, you sold your car, you gave up everything, you took your entire bank account with you, and now you have nothing left. Where do you go from there?
Yeah.
And I mean, so when people hear these things, I'm like, these are people life savings. You know, like I tell people what I did with my life savings and everything. I invested in Black business enterprise. Sometimes I regret doing it, but you know, at the same time, too, sometimes you have to make that move because we do have to build things independent. You know, but when you do those things and it doesn't go right, you're like, man, I could have stayed myself in America. I should have stayed myself in my career. I could have did this. Then the regrets start coming and then it hurt because the reality of it is none of us have to leave from where we are. My family struggled to get us here in America, and since we've been here, we've done well for ourselves. So, but I really feel like we need to take it to another level to Africa. But my reality is, me or any one of us do not have to make these moves. So I'm telling our brothers and sisters in the African continent, hey, we got nothing but love for the continent, or else we wouldn't even be having this show like this. We wouldn't even be talking about Pan-Africanism Towards nationhood. We'll be talking about going down to Brazil, Dominican Republic, and Thailand and chasing biracial women.
We're trying to be on the Black African continent, man. You know.
And then what you see us with is Black women, Black people. Everything you see on my website, you can't see one. You're not gonna see one picture with anybody else in there other than a Black person. You may say the person. You may see some people a little lighter than some. But it's what it is. They're still our brothers and sisters. But that's it. I'm dedicated to us, and I'm dedicated to us making moves in Africa. But what's going on in this situation? The last video we watched, and then the hundreds of the thousands of videos of online, it's unacceptable. I might so really go to investors that I have here in Georgia that I've been trying to get a seat at the table with, and they won't let me. And eventually, if they do let me sit down and talk with them, because not everybody's trying to hear this stuff about Africa. So a lot of times, people just tell me no, or like we don't want to hear that stuff. And
we have to clear the air.
And it's like I really want to talk with them, but it's like you're not going to give me a chance to really talk because they have already tried to do business in Africa. And they're like, Bomani, what are you going to tell us? That you're going to be a magical figure to make this work for us in Africa? And and then you feel bad because you're like, man, this is. Then you want to find the people who scam them and beat them down. Because now this is messing with your money. Just like if people ask me, why would I do a show about Lou Major and Taiwo? I was like, yo, I get tired of my customers and business people I have here come here and tell me that they shook them down, whether they call me or whether they come in here for me and them to work on something together. And then that's when the real conversation come out. Hey, I was on this person's channel and this happened and this happened. I'm like, man, I was like, this. So, family, as the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, Bomani and Kala literally have to lead the forefront and say, hey, family, enough is enough. And we're calling out all of these village idiots and savages who keep on messing our people over, because we know we have intelligent people in Africa, sharp people about that business. But then, I'm not saying it's their responsibility to do anything, but if you really want us to be around, somebody has to do something. Other than that, we're going to find another country in Africa to do, to expand what we really want to do. Because what we're doing is just like an introduction of just doing basic business. Imagine if we got a chance to really get into a country, the amount of skills, talents, and connections that we have in America, we'll make it work. And that's what we have in African, that's what we can make work. And I'm thinking about the children. Most of the children don't even have proper people to teach them the English or that they need to learn to compete with the rest of the world. And don't have the proper skills available. I went to school in New York, New York City, in Brooklyn. I went to transit technology. They was teaching people how to work on trains. I was being taught how to work on electrical and electronic system, which I still do to this day and still make money to this day from every single basic elements that they taught us when I was 13 years old. Now, that's not the same opportunity most of our people are going to get in African content, but myself and my crew and other people, we can bring those opportunities to where you have the technical and the business schools to where, we're competing. And that's what we're saying, family. We want to do more in Africa, but we cannot stand seeing our own brothers and sisters getting ripped off. And this has been going on from before I started traveling to Ghana, because I met with several people here in Georgia and I sat down with them and they told me how everything went wrong with their project and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they lost. So I came in conscious, but even as conscious as I was, then next thing you know, you're running into crooked lawyers I think those are the people that really got me, because here in Georgia, I've had friends, a lot of friends that went to law school, and we're good friends. And if I need something, I'll reach out to them, and they always professional, always on point. But I've never met so much raggedy. I think I fired 3 lawyers in Ghana. I think I fired all 3. I think I'm 3 for 3 as firing lawyers, and they will never get another dollar from me. And anybody asks me about them, I tell them that they're the worst person, and they're gonna be nice to you, professional at first, but their goal is to just take your money, and that's
You should get their names and their pictures, and we keep blasting it on the show. Don't.
Oh well, there's some people that
don't trust them new niggas over there.
Oh no, I will do that. I will do that, especially once I'm finished with people, because you still have things are still you're still dealing with some of the people that you're dealing with, as crooked as they are, because you already paid them already, so they have to do their job. And then naturally, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, but yeah, there's gonna be a segment one day, man. Bomani is gonna be live, and then but at the same time too, I gotta be careful. I gotta watch out for my safety. So
Yeah.
I can't just be putting people out there like that. But at the same time too, you just want us to just say, some of us been through this. You don't have to go through it, and that's why I'm always saying I'm my brother's keeper, and I'm gonna always share what I know. I tell people, if you call me, whether it's paid consultation or you just want to have a real conversation with me, I'm gonna just be real with you, because my goal is to make sure that we are educated about this. Because, like the sister mentioned, there's other people who have been victims. Some people don't always feel about speaking out, because the backlash of there's sick and crazy people out there, and we all of us have to protect ourselves against them. But the fact, this is my warrior Jamaican sister, that's in the UK. She, this is a warrior right here. She like, I'm just gonna tell my story. My face is up. My brother from Ghana face is up, and we're gonna expose these people.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate this Ghanaian brother. It's
Exactly.
like that. He said he's somebody that understands. Look, how you got a lot of people in the UK and America who got pensions, 401ks. Ghana can be reciprocating recipients of billions of dollars worth of retirement and stuff like this. If they played their cards right, but they're not taking everything. It seems to me that most people in Africa only think anything good is worthwhile is going to come from white people, the IMF, the World Bank. There's black people sit on pension fund boards in America, major cities, Chicago, New York, everything like that. There could be billions of dollars invested in Ghana and stuff like that. We can underwrite Ghana's debt and stuff like that. We have the power to do that. But if we keep doing this this nonsense. That's why we got to call this out. We got to let people understand that that we're fighting against this. There's people out there that's calling stuff out, because we want to see Black America and Ghana and all these countries get together and build and everything, because we have no choice. We're gonna do let the Lebanese and the Chinese, everybody just come and just take over and shit like that.
Exactly.
And somebody asked a question about, would you go to the U.S. embassy, or you would get the U.S. government? Or we wouldn't have to do it, but it might have to come to that.
Where's the comment at? You talking about a comment on the chat?
Yeah, the comment in the chat said, "Do you have any backing or whatever like that?" Somebody made that comment. Let me see if I can find the comment. Let's see.
I'm at the very bottom.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
This is me, just like the brother today was saying. Yes, some Ghanaians living outside of Ghana are also victims. So that's what we're addressing. We're addressing the Black people in the African diaspora in the Americas, whether they're Ghanaian, Nigeria.
Yeah, well, they're Ghanaian. We're talking about everybody.
They're
not just African Americans.
They're going back. They're investors. Now, the people there locally, I'm not like casting you off and saying, hey, that you being scamming and you getting scammed and you being a victim in your own country is no big deal, because it is. But what we realize is that these things happen in every country where you have people in that country just do each other wrong. But
Nigeria
is about the investors.
Check this out. In Nigeria is really bad. I heard about a situation where this guy was sending hundreds of thousands of dollars from the UK or America to Nigeria, and they didn't build the family. It was his own family. Didn't build a house or nothing like that. And even Brother Nee said something like that happened to him. That he was sending money to somebody to build something and they didn't build it. Whatever. He was telling about his own story. So
yeah, share your story, brother. Share your story. As a matter of fact, we'd love for you to jump on and for us to talk, because I mean, that's what we're doing here at Pan-Africanism Towards Nation, because that's really what we're talking about. Pan-Africanism, our global Black population of people, literally organizing that energy to where we can build some level of nation energy everywhere, whether, it's just everywhere, West Africa, all over Africa, Caribbean islands, America. And like for the people who have no interest in Africa, I said, hey, stay in America, build your business enterprise. Because once we build the stuff that we need to build in Africa, we're gonna be, we're gonna be provided all kind of technical and business support, and we're gonna be doing import export, and that's the way we should do as a people. Because we don't need everybody to run to Africa and make a move.
We don't need everybody on the continent. We need people to move to Edentonville, Florida. That's a Black town that needs young people energy to build that town up. So it's not just running to Africa. Africa is the future. So basically, we want to expand beyond the borders of America. We're trying a global Black African business pipeline. That's what it is. We're trying global.
Kala, I'm gonna play not me zero, but Kala, we need you in America. You need to come home.
I'm in America.
And I'm like, yo, don't you know where we live at? We live in America and we're doing our business. We go back and forth and we work our business.
Right.
So we're here in America. And I'm always, up until recent, I'm always down to work with Black organization or whatever. But right now, my focus is our community, our tours, and ultimately what we're doing in Liberia together with all of the different Liberians that we've been connected to.
I passed out a bunch of flyers in the House of Conscience in Norfolk.
Appreciate your brother, man.
And like I said, I hope that this brother takes a sick, because it's like, okay, they're in there, they got the House of Conscience, they're gonna do stuff, they sell books, the same old, incense, and they overcharge you for incense. I had 2 packs of incense and a fucking some oil, oil rubbing oil, for $20 and shit. I'm like, damn,
Yeah, they gotta make a profit and things. But it's good that you showed him the website and thing, and you encourage.
Yeah, I showed the website and everything. He's like, wow,
it's
this
amazing.
is nice and everything. I just hope he acts on it, and say, acts on it. I'm gonna keep on. I might pop in there Saturday again. Hey, what's going on? He goes, oh, you back? Yeah, I'm gonna keep coming back.
Yeah, hopefully I got you a whole bunch of flyers, so hopefully you can keep.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep coming back.
Hopefully whenever people buy a book, you can put one in there, and that will help the movement. Because I'm telling people, it's not just, I know it's my business and everything, but it's a global movement to really just work with Black people. Like I tell people, literally when I'm traveling to Africa, what do you think we do? With all the thousands of dollars that we all travel with and everything, we spend it in Africa. We're working with our people. We're bringing school supplies. We're supporting places. We're showing our good heart. I don't know what the Chinese and the Indians do. I'm sure they do some good stuff in the country, but we're the ones that's really dedicated to our people. We're the ones that me and you, Kala, we're the ones that young brothers in Africa are going to look up to, and we're going to say, you know what, I'm going to put you on, because that's all I'm about. People tell you, from even here, when I'm connecting with my young brothers, I'm just explaining them. I was like, I've been through it all. I've been through from creating business, technical school, business school. And, if you need, assistance with career direction or, whatever, I got your back, because, I'm fluent in that situation, and I can help you based on the fact that we have a level of success, and we have built certain things, and we can offer you a direction. When I was, when we were younger, a lot of times we didn't have anyone to really direct us. We had to just go out there and try and fail and figure it out. And not saying our parents didn't give us directions or anything, but the support wasn't there. Like we're giving the support. We tell people we got your back. Reach out to us.
Yeah. Like I said, we're in a global time. We have the internet, and we're more connected with each other than ever before. It's like the white man says, oh, we'll let them have the internet. Watch they don't nut with it. And we're proving the white man right. It's just like, I remember I was in college one time. Professor says, something? He goes, we're going to have an open book test. He goes, I bet you amount of money I'm going to have the same grade level with an open book test than I do a regular test, because I know who studied and who didn't, and the open book test is timed, right? He says, yep. He says, I got a certain amount of D's, certain amount of A's, certain amount of B's, everything. He said, I didn't see no difference between an open book test and a regular test, So it's, that's the point I'm trying to make. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to be on point, and we have to help the people and build. Because if we don't, then we can't sit back and say what Malcolm X said. You can't, if you're not willing to build a factory like the white man builds a factory, you don't call yourself as equal. If you're not going to enterprise like he enterprised, don't call yourself as equal. You know, if you want to sit back and be drunk on the street corner playing dice all day, don't call yourself the white man's equal. You know, so we're doing our part. You know, our part. You know, and our success is going to bring in other black people from the diaspora to really bring in the real money and the ingenuity and everything like that. You know, so that's why it's important that we get this down packed and we make sure that, you know, that when people go to invest, they got good people connected through Bomani, myself, and different parts of Africa that we could make it happen. And this movement will grow.
There you go, man. And so family, with all the stuff that's going on, obviously we haven't given up. We're just doubling up, tripling up, and being more effective. You know, because we can't let visionless people destroy the vision of a united Pan-African world.
Yeah, we're doing the work. We're doing the work that our ancestors laid down for us. You know, Garvey and them could only have dreamed about us building technical schools and investing and doing tours to the African continent. Garvey he's probably up in heaven rejoicing over what we're doing. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're doing, family. We're picking up the mantle and taking it, you know, and taking it to where, you know, into the next direction and empowering our future generation. I got a comment for you. Tino said, check Sierra Leone. And I know you're excited about that comment.
Yeah, look, yes, we played a sister that she's in Sierra Leone, Liberia. She said she loves Liberia. She said we gotta get this. Like she's into diamonds and gold in Sierra Leone. I think she's coming to Liberia to do the same thing. You know, our sisters are doing this. You know, now how are you brothers gonna sit back and let the sisters outdo y'all? You know, she said she's into diamond trading and whatnot. You know, our sister.
Yeah, sisters are bringing it, man. They're bringing it.
Yeah,
Literally.
and she said she's gonna bring a bunch of sisters over. She said, forget your Louis Vuitton and everything like that. She goes like this. So sisters are gonna be. You gonna tell me you gonna sit here and stay in America and whatever like that, not do nothing in America? And then you gonna watch these sisters go in there with their little investment groups and everything. Their sisters are trying to bring it. They say they got all these fine African men and whatnot. They're leaving Negroes behind. You know. Yeah, so there's opportunities in these countries, and you don't have to meet the president of the country, like that. Just come there with with an open mind and see where you could fit in at. Sierra Leone, Liberia. I long for that Sierra Leone, Liberia should build a railway highway and port systems connecting Monrovia and Freetown. You know, that right there, man, would create so much opportunities as these two major cities right there connected. You know. And we have to bring that energy. You know, we have to talk that talk. You know, we have some of us in Sierra Leone, some of us in Liberia, some of us in Ghana, and basically say, look, man, we're trying to put these regions together. You know, that's what the Afrikstan is all about. You know, building communities and infrastructure in Africa, for the diaspora and beyond, There
you go, man. Your brother Nee got some comments here. Most people have to stay where they are. Save yourself.
Yeah, I agree. Most people, black people in America, need to stay right the hell here.
And just build black enterprises here. And then when we establish what we need to establish in Africa, we work together and we just build a global black business pipeline like we talked about.
So we're all for black people in America opening businesses in America, building that wealth and passing generation down. We're also, what we have to do is get back to black families, right? Because a lot of times people got wealth and whatnot. What happened? Look at the Nation of Islam. The state took all their wealth. Elijah Muhammad's nation was $100 million, and the state auctioned off everything, because there wasn't proper planning in place. We have to know about estate planning and stuff like that in America, building wealth, get life insurance, get all this stuff like this in place, make up a will, we have to make up trust funds, trust funds for our kids to pass down to our kids. All the stuff like that is what we need. We need it all, It's not just running to Africa, It's we need it all. We need it here. We need it there. We need it everywhere.
There you go, man. Where's not Measy at when we're talking like this? Because you think that we're on some, some vigil, some other stuff.
And he knows the truth. He knows that I never said everybody got a bum rush the coast. And we got.
We explain it all the time. And what we're doing is a strategic move. And unfortunately, some people, they're not tactical or strategic. So I mean, they don't understand. They can't walk.
And then we say, brother, when I say, okay, let's say let's build America, right? We have Gary, Indiana has completely been abandoned. failed. Black Detroit, all these cities are crumbling, right? Because we have no investments and everything. Black people are leaving because our cities are not safe. So black people are leaving black areas and moving to white areas and everything. Where's the black people saying, you know something? We're going to start patrolling cities like Baltimore and Philadelphia and stop the black exodus from these cities and everything. And that's why these cities are dying, because the black middle class are moving out. You know, and then leaving kids with no role models, no leadership, no anything, you know. That's the people who call themselves ADOS FBA and Foundational Black Americans. That's what they should be focused on, but they're not. All they are is talking, running their mouth on social media.
Exactly. If you're just all about your FBA and all about America, I think that's literally fine. But stop interfering in what we're doing. Do what you need to do, and we can, do what you need to do. If you claim that you're all about here in America, build what needs to be built. Build the Black America that we need to have, because
we're gonna need Black America banks built up, to a highest level. We're gonna need all this stuff like this. So we're gonna need Black America strong.
Energy for these things. They don't have any energy for these things. They steady trying to attack Pan-Africanism because we feel like we need to do something in Africa. Why should I stay in America and sit here and let the Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, and all these other people take over the continent that we were taken from, when that continent is also our continent? Right. Just because we're stolen and sold into slavery, and I know for some people this is a hard thing to deal with, but at the same time too, you
got people like Professor Smalls running around now talking about, we were already stupid stuff. Like, he's supposed to be a professor. Come on, because I know it's tough, right? I know it's hard to deal with, right? I know it's hard to deal. It's painful, right? To escape that pain, right? Somebody was like, well, I was no slave. I was already here. That's sick. That's basically, this is our answer to slavery. We're going to go back and build in Africa and whatnot and become global. That's our answer to the riddle about slavery and Black men. We're building Africa. Like Liberia was an answer to a riddle. What did Black people in America, who have no chance in America, a racist country, we established Liberia, and now we're taking it to a different level. We're trying to build Liberia, Sierra Leone, all these other countries, Angola and everything. That's our answer to the riddle. We can't be pigeonholed there. We have to build trade between Black America and Africa. There's no trade going on between Black America, $1.8 trillion economy and everything, and nothing. Africa gets none of that money. All our money goes back into Walmart and all these white companies and everything. There should be an African supermarket chain, in America, a clothing store chain and stuff like that. Africans can basically sell their textiles and fashion throughout Black America. It should be on stuff like that. We should basically not have Dangote Corporation should be advertising in Black America magazines, for its stuff, its cement and stuff like that. We should be connected like that on that level. We're not. We should be connected, but we're not. So we should be global in our outlook, and we should not let these borders be like a prison wall or a slave cell. We're trapped in. That's what all the thing we're saying. If there's opportunity in Africa and you can do it, go there and do it. If you can't, stay in America, stack your money, and do what you got to do here. As simple as that. But we're not saying that we got to be pigeonholed and trapped into America. A majority of Chinese do not use English to conduct business. Crooked lawyers will break you down. Chinese and Japanese. If you know something, right? In China, right? They speak Chinese, but you ever notice that the Chinese, when they really conduct business, they speak English? Same thing with the Japanese. When they go abroad, they know how to speak English. The Japanese who built Honda, Toyota, Nissan in America, they were very fluent in English. Same thing with Japanese. When they come up to America, they know how to do business in America in English. English is like taught in Japanese schools. You're going to do international business.
Especially when it comes to money. If you go to a Chinese restaurant, if they don't know no other English, they know how to bill you.
Yeah, they know how to bill you.
And get that money, and then give you your food or whatever.
Yeah, corporate America groups have hijacked the Black neighborhoods. It's not that they hijacked; we've abandoned them. We let the thugs and the criminals run the streets and everything like that. We let our culture and music sort of the worst of. I look at more and more of these women they're getting worse. These black rappers and whatnot, everything like that. So black people are just this. Back in the 80s, I thought we had a chance with the Cosby Show and positive aspects of rap and everything like that. We had something to build with. Now you can't even go to a nightclub anymore without black people feeling unsafe and shit. We're not safe around. Remember when they had the Juneteenth national holiday, Juneteenth. Next thing you know, I seen gunshots. Well, you see old black people running, running for their life at a Juneteenth event. That's what Black America is descending into. So we can't blame corporate America, and everything. And then when you say something about that, white racism, white supremacy. So what it tells me is that a lot of black people ain't serious about building anything in America, right? They ain't serious about the taking the guns off the streets. They're not taking. Somebody got killed today on Holland Road in Virginia Beach. Nice Virginia Beach. Somebody got killed, a shootout in the Hardee's. It happened this morning.
Wow.
And so somebody got killed. And so the bottom line is it's happening everywhere. No matter where you go, someone's getting shot and killed. Every day, someone's getting shot and killed in America because America has guns on the streets and whatnot. There's violence and people sell disputes by pulling out the gun and killing and everything. That's what you have in Black America right now. So this honesty about let's build a community and whatnot. Who are you gonna build a community with? So I'm like this. I'm all for building a community, but do you really want to build a community? That means that you gotta have to basically get people like the New Era Detroit and basically start armed patrolling the community and whatnot and shutting this shit down, right? Shutting down these radio stations that play this garbage music and everything like that. Our whole culture has to change. Black people don't want to do that. That's why I say Africa is a fresh start. Because over there we can control our context of our reality. And so those people say, "Oh, America, you're not serious about building America. Look at all these communities. There's no black safe havens anymore. We used to have black communities that people felt safe around each other and stuff like that. We don't have that anymore. Death, destruction, violence, chaos, and all stuff like this. You look at the social media, right? Black women, Cynthia G. She's going on black men every day. Black men are no good. They need to be aborted. Everything. The most dangerous thing on the planet is a black male in America or that. That's the culture. We didn't have this 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I can't even call her sister because she really looked like a transvestite.
She basically, she got a hold to that brother that got stranded in the DR. He said he brought $600. I need money. And he was trying to get a GoFundMe to get a plane ticket back, whatever. He didn't even buy a round trip ticket. Dumb nigga, So he spent his all money, and then Cynthia G got a hold to that in Paris, Milan. Yeah, you laughing? It's not funny. I said, Jamal,
always
man.
get a round trip ticket.
Yeah.
You always get a round trip ticket because you're not from there, and you need to leave sooner or later.
Yeah, how you gonna come down to DR with you save for $600, right? You get a round trip ticket, I'll just get a plane ticket when I come back. I guess I thought you were gonna stay down there.
The woman in the DR are gonna shake down all that money from you. They're gonna give you all the sex you want and shake that money out of you.
And they'll say this nigga's like, "Oh man, I need my listeners to send me Cash App. I need some food. I'm hungry." Damn, man, I would have committed suicide, man. You know me, man. I'll die before I beg anybody for money and shit. I can't do it.
Yeah, that's why, brother. I get myself up. Like in a few hours, gotta take this son to school, and I'll be back up this here working, and you're working throughout the day. And I tell people, people ask, I'm like, yo, what do you expect me to do? I mean, you expect me to go out there and beg for donations and ask me for anything? And I come from a culture where you get up as a man and you work. I see my parents work all their life. They
do me, man. My father got up every day, work, and went out there and worked. He was up 5 o'clock in the morning every day, driving down to Jersey to work and whatnot. And then when he got home, he didn't stop before the food was cooked. But he's out there freaking working on the yard, building this, building that, and whatnot. Sweating, eating his meal. Then he do his jump rope one night, and then by the time 8, 9 o'clock, we're watching the $6 Million Man, and then by 10 o'clock he's in bed. We're not ready to get up in the morning and do the same thing.
Do it all over again.
They don't make black men like that anymore. Import export is excellent. Yeah, import export is an excellent idea, but we gotta do more, brother, than shea butter. We need finished products. We need what we need to do is in places like Ghana, right? finished products, like finished things like tea, chocolates, and stuff like that, and export them to the United States. Find buyers lined up. Coffee. We got black restaurants. Let's make sure all the coffee that you serve come from the mother continent. So that's how we do. We got to have that sort of level of confidence. But then again, like I said, when you got a lot of black people, when they own businesses and everything like that, they're, oh yeah, that sounds good and everything like that. If we could ever have the same energy while we're talking on YouTube as we do when we come to business, we get someplace. Okay, you got 4 restaurants, right? Yeah, you got 4 restaurants. You got a chain of restaurants, right? What teas do you use? Well, I don't know, some white guy. Well, we got somebody that exports Rwandan tea, right? Oh well, Mr. Charlie, man, he gives me a good deal. It's what it is. So that's why I said we need more trade. We need more industrial trade and stuff like that, And like I said, we just need more people doing this stuff. It's the opportunity's there. The opportunity's there. We need trading platform. We need our own apps where we got. Remember Jay-Z and PJ supposed to a black-owned business app, whatever. Where happened with that? Remember a black-owned black app, whatever. That didn't go no place.
Yeah, these folks, a lot of times they play these games with us like they're really down with us and really wanted us work and support with us, but they really don't. Because they show their true colors. It's all about them and their rich white people that they want to work with and everything.
Exactly. That's what Akon is. Akon said he's all about his Chinese friends and everything like that. Getting up there, yeah, niggas need to come to. Nobody's gonna come to your dirty ass, dusty city. Akon built by the Chinese.
If he has really backing by the Chinese, the Chinese don't play around. They I'm telling people they literally blow up mountains in China because they run out of land in China and they'll build a whole new city. And so if Akon was really down with them, something would be built. But I know you showed me that footage of what Akon City looked like. I still don't believe it.
It's the truth, man. That's all it is. After 5 years, that's all it is. That block, and the block is not even there anymore.
Brother, don't let. I'm gonna be in Senegal and Gambia. At the end of the month. Don't let me have to make a trip out there.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're gonna be disappointed, man. It's on the coast. It's on the coast, man. Akon City and whatnot. There's nothing there.
Yeah, it's not too far from our movements. I may think about that, but I'm not. But when Akon first started talking about it, it sounds real good and real nice and everything. And I was even just saying, hey, what? Sometimes we just got to get some China money and make some moves happen. But
I have no problem with China money. I'm just looking at who's doing it. Some clown rapper or whatnot. There's no way I'm following any rapper to anything. I don't take any.
He's not just any rapper. He's a Senegalese rapper who lives in America and want to go back to Africa and build something. Maybe I'm wrong. I may be wrong. I'm sure I'm wrong.
Well, he basically I'm gonna go to Africa and whatnot. Yeah, then he did that light up whatever project with Chinese money and everything like that. He made money off of that.
Remember he said that after 2 years in Africa, he made more money than he made his whole music career.
He's lying. He's lying.
I'm like, I'll keep on selling that dream. Can you be? The thing of it is, I don't know anyone who have literally built a business enterprise on the African continent and can talk about they getting money like that.
And they got rich.
Everyone I know that's that business, they're barely making it and things like that. I'm not here.
Yeah, people got a vegan restaurant.
Every single people that I know. They're just barely making it. There's none of them that's like ultra successful to where they're
living off their why? Because first of all, what you have to have when you go to a place like Ghana, you have to have a concentration of people with money. What part of that don't they understand? China's rich because the Chinese are concentrated in one area. Chinese businessmen and everything are concentrated in an area. Chinese will spread all over America. Do you think they will be successful? No, of course not. But when they build Chinatowns, that's a base. They got hundreds of thousands of people living in 5 to 10 square blocks and whatnot. And that's the center of Chinese business and import-export trade from the East to America,
So the Chinese are doing that all over the world. Why is it a problem when Bomani Tyehimba is talking about building a Pan-African community so all of our brothers and sisters from wherever in the world can have a base of operations so we can be more successful in Africa? People tell me all kind of nasty things and nothing but hate mail and things like that. Saying we looking to to go to Africa to do this. I'm like, nah. I was like, y'all got us confused. You know, we're not colonizers and we're not oppressors. We're here.
Anybody who says we're colonizers is a race traitor, you know, because you can't colonize what's already yours. You know, anything you do. And not that, when we build these communities to Africa, right, who's going to benefit the most?
It benefits the people. Like when we built all that stuff, like when I built my whole technical business center, when I moved it from here in Georgia to right there in Jahadzi, hey, all of the children in orphanage, that's their home to learn whatever they need to learn and for us to enterprise. I mean,
Right.
and because we have to get our children ready to compete. Brother, let's be realistic. Can our children, the way it's currently constructed, our children all over the world, whether it's America, Africa, the Caribbean islands, South America, Central America, can they literally compete with the likes of, let me name the countries, South Korea, Japan, China, India.
I saw a TikTok video, right? They showed this was the Chinese kids. They're all doing microchips and everything. Young kids doing microchips and everything.
Children, right?
And then they showed the African kids doing church service, praising and you know, that's
cold, man. That's cold. Where do you see that video?
Yeah, that was cold. What's the reality? So look what they're doing.
I mean, do we have access to that video to play it?
Let me see. I'm on my cell phone. My I didn't charge on my thing. So I have to come out and I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna have to come back in. All right. So
absolutely. So Kala's gonna work on that video and we're gonna get things rolling. Looking for some comments, but family, we're not gonna be up here all night long. The time is going by. So anyone who wants to join us, please join us. So you can just ask your questions and connect in. We promise we won't bite you. But this is a serious topic, and we're really just trying to just get our people more prepared for what they may not necessarily be clear on and understand of the world that you're getting into. And the world I'm talking about is the world that people like myself have been into, going back and forth in Africa and just working on building your future. So that's why we have the topic today: should Black America lower their standards to fit into Africa and become victims of scammers and haters? Afrikstan Analysis, and Afrikstan Analysis is going to say basically we need to have our people in place so we can work with them more effectively. Whether it's the best of the people in that specific country, and also those of us that we have from here in the African Diaspora that that's just down with Africa and into Africa. All right, as soon as Kala join, I will connect them. And we won't get that video up. So hopefully all the things that we have shared, people listen to the advice and the positive energy of it and not take other things we have said personal, because when we have to describe people, that's what we do. We're going to describe people and what they do. So it's not even about even being careful. It's just literally just let you know that you can be careful as possible. But when you have people that don't have your best interests, and then they all smile in your face and all excited to see you, they may be plotting on you. So really just think about that, because we have had too many issues. I've helped a lot of people go to countries like Ghana, and or even help them get planned to go to countries like Ghana, and then whether it's the COVID situation where they end up can't go and cannot make it because they don't because they don't have a vaccination card or whatever the situation is. It's just too much drama, and people even ask me, that's like, why do I have to fill out all these details for a visa to go to Africa and spend all my money? So we have to really just reorganize and rethink the game, because this is a situation where but if we don't work this right, we're just gonna have a bunch of just real investors that really want to do things in Africa. They're just gonna say, the hell with Africa. If you guys are having issues and you guys are not making a move and y'all strong and y'all all committed to Africa, then what about us? So these things are more serious than we think of. And and just like we talk about the sister right here in the last video being a victim, we talked about some of the people who are victimizing people. Like we talked about Lou Major and Taiwo, you know what I mean? And, you know, people may not like what we say, but, you know, we're going to bring it strong. And, you know, if you're very into your emotions and you can't stand certain conversation, this is the wrong platform to be on, because we're going to keep it, you know, 1,000,000% strong. Yes, my brother Kala, let me know if you found the video. If not, we can always work it another time.
Yeah, I will have to work it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it for Saturday night. You know,
But that is an interesting situation. You know, they're showing what the Asian children are doing and showing what our children are doing. They're basically just letting us know that that they're gonna take over our old African continent, and our children are gonna be their slaves, and they're gonna have all the factories and all the establishments set up. And the only thing that we can do is apply for a job, and that's it. And I don't want to leave that. And you know, I don't want to leave this earth and then that's all we have for our children. You know, I want us to run enterprise. That's why I gave up my career to build Black business and work with more Black people around the world so we can get this popping and get this rolling, because I know the situations happen. I've been to several Asian countries back when I was in the US Navy, and I was literally just impressed by all the countries I went to. I mean, they were serious about their business. You know, I was in South Korea, I was in Japan, I was in Singapore and Malaysia, you know. And
yep, and these countries right here, they're not playing. They basically take education. Like, would you go? I understand something, right? Why is it that we in Africa, kids have to pay school fees? Why is education, you know, a fundamental right? You know, a free education is not a right, a birthright. You know, why we got to pay school fees and everything like that? You know.
I think some countries are working better at the
Rwanda is.
I thought that didn't Liberia have a situation where, you know, they're working that out for some of the students?
Yeah, no, actually, my stepson, I had to pay for his school fees. You know, I pay for his school fees. You know, not that much. It's like it comes to about almost like $40 a month. You know,
$40 a month. That's a lot of money. That may not be a lot of money for us here in America.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money in Africa.
But the thing is, the school that he goes to, you know, he's in a boys' school right now. You know, we sent him to a boys' school right now. I have to pay for that, and whatnot. He's getting a good education there. But you know, if the free school wasn't that good of an education, you know, so you know, if you want to pay for an education, you got to pay a little bit of money. You know, they have the schools there that's free, but they're not that good. You know,
so what about here in America? What about the free schools? Because people ask me, and I tell them, hey, I was like, me, my brothers, sisters, and all of us, we all went to the regular school in Jamaica. Well, I went to another school in Jamaica, but nevertheless, I don't even want to put that out there. I'm a product. Oh, you're privileged in Jamaica. You went to that school in Jamaica. No, my father worked very hard, so he wanted us to get the best education. But once we came to New York City, we just went to the regular school, and I understand where people are coming from, you know, but at the same time too, you have to learn to be social with the general population. I think, you know, I mean, naturally, if I had big money like that, you know, you send your son to, you know, your child or your children to a certain private school here. But me personally, I believe in educating my own. You know, so my son learned business technology, you know, and all the things that we do in business. And he learned it organically. His room.
Yeah, I'm a product of New York State educator, the best educational system in the world.
That's
the New York State Regency.
That's where I learned.
New York State is the best educational system in the world. You know, and I could tell people who went to New York. Now, Nee doesn't like that. My brother Nee Sampa, we argue about that all the time. Nah, Kala, you know.
Baltimore, I mean, the thing of what he's not looking at is, when I was in Brooklyn, and I was in junior high school, the options that you had, let me give people the delivery options. I mean, I wasn't that focused in things like that because, you know, you're in a new country.
Yo, check us out. In Baltimore, not in the mock on Baltimore, right? You know, like that. You know, I love my brother, Nee Sampa. They said, like, most of the kids, they recently can't read at 6th grade, the basic math in 6th grade. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
what the hell?
A popular situation.
What the hell is going on with some of these schools in the inner city, man? They're not educating the kids and everything. Nobody, because kids, our culture is everybody, the teachers want to be their friends. Teachers want to hip hop and bebop with them and whatnot, you know, and stuff like this. That's why I said it's Pan-African movement and us saying, look, this is why you get an education, because you're going to compete with the Chinese. This is what we're going to do globally. That'll give people a focus, something to fight for. You know, people don't think about that, you know?
Absolutely. And
You know?
even back on New York City, let me just really tell people the options that someone like myself at a young age had. You had options. You know, the school I mentioned, transit technology, they taught you all that stuff from computer science to working on the trains, electrical, electronic system to welding. You know, those are some of the things that they taught. Real trades that you can make real money from, which a lot of us made real money from that once we graduated and got into our careers. But the other options that you had schools that taught automotive. You have school that was called aviation, you know, so you can learn to be a pilot, an aircraft technician. You can learn to be an automotive technician. These are all still great careers, especially for a young black man. Great careers. And then, you know, you have, I always tell people you have the military, not promoting people to join the military, but we have to all look at our options. But these are options that we have as a people. And then when you're in the military, you know, go make sure that don't let them people literally tell you that the only position you have is to be a soldier or be a Marine. It's like, I'm not joining anybody's military unless I'm going to get something out of it to where I could build my career, which first thing for me, you know, I'm still making money from some of the things I learned and, you know, and all these careers. So, I was asking my son, do they have any of these schools for high school, you know, and what programs do they have? But, you know, based on what I've heard from other people in other states, you're right. You're right on board, Kala. New York has an incredible education system. People like to talk stuff about New York, and people may say, well, if New York was all of that, why both of y'all left? And I tell people,
long story.
When you're trying to build, I tell people when you're trying to build your career, like I was even going to go overseas and work for about 10 months on an incredible aircraft maintenance contract. But I ended up just getting an offer to stay here in Georgia with Delta Airlines when I was just doing my final years doing contracting before I just say, you know what, I'm just going to focus on this, our business. We have enough business going on. Let's just push it forward. But family, these are the opportunities that we have as a people. And, somewhere like New York is not as bad as people think it is, especially when you find out what the education system is in other parts of the world.
You never hear a report like, oh, these New York students can't read. No. New York City, you don't see that in New York. Like, well, kids can't read. Yeah, they would say we talk about New York City crime, whatever like that. But the bottom line is they got all kinds of programs. New York just, New York just had a head start over other states and whatnot. I remember when I went to school in North Carolina for 1 year, I came back and the teachers thought I was retarded. They was like, you spent 1 year in North Carolina. My teacher was telling me, oh, the school system's down there. Because it was just unheard. Like in New York, they're like, oh my God, you spent 1 year in North Carolina. I said, the school I went to in fifth grade was actually pretty good. They wouldn't believe it, right? So they were like, no, you can't possibly be learn anything because you went to a school in North Carolina. Because that was a pro thinking. Outside New York, everybody else was dumb. You know, that's the way it was. New York produced some of the best minds the world's ever seen. You know.
I mean, and you think about where some of the best jobs are.
Yeah.
And then where you have to be super qualified for engineering jobs, scientific jobs, they're all there. You know, and once again, family, people like myself left New York to build my career. And, you know, you just,
and also New York is
gotta
so
get outside the environment.
Check this out.
Go ahead.
New York is so advanced right now, they're giving out free 2-year education, college education, because they're going to need, because the economy to keep up with everything, demand of everything. So New York State, you live in New York State, you can get a free education. You know, that was unheard of back in the days. Why? Because they said you got to have at least an associate degree just to survive in New York nowadays. You know, because everything's so advanced. You know, so there's education opportunities. Somebody asked about education opportunities. It's out there, and with that education, you can go any place in the world. You'll be an asset to the Pan-African world. You know, get that education. Me and Bomani and I stress that education. You know.
Absolutely, family. And I'll always tell you, especially a young generation, you have options. You can go to technical school, business school. You can go to university. You can also start a business, and you can also go get one of those, one of those warehouse jobs and work your way up. And then you have options. You do have a military that offers great opportunities. Like example, if you can ace the military exam, you're literally in a good situation. Because I remember just being in boot camp, and one white guy was telling me that he's set up to be a nuclear engineer. I was like, what? I was like, man, I wish I'd have studied more. But those are the situations that you have. You have those kind of opportunities. You're 18 years old. and and you're gonna get trained in the U.S. Navy to be a nuclear engineer, so you can work on the nuclear reactors, and because everything is nuclear, nuclear system from submarines to aircraft carrier nowadays, and things like that. So, and then you can just build your career from there. So, I mean, I'm not telling people exactly what to do. I'm just saying that we have options, and everyone has to survey their options. And I didn't really survey my options. I just took options as they came along, and then I ended up just doing all of it, from military, technical school, business school, to entrepreneurship, and just figuring things out as you go along. But it's always good to have some directions, brother. Kyle, I got a good one for you right here, because this is we got to light this one up. Frank, this is what Frank said. Why is that? I mean, I don't know what kind of English that. Why is it that other people who don't look as us come to Africa to do business and success? Unfortunately, Black people in diaspora find it. This is what I mean, brother. You have people who don't know how to speak English teaching people how to speak English. This guy, I want to say this guy is probably from Ghana somewhere, and he's a product of that terrible education system. But you're not going to be able to communicate with business people. I think he has 2 question mark at the end. I don't know if this is some modern day way of when I was coming to America, it was
I'll
important
answer
for me
this
to be able
question, right? The thing is, you gotta understand something. I saw this one TikTok video the other day, right, where this one African brother saying that, look, when we go overseas, right, they adopt it's all about agency. There's no Afrikstan in Africa, right? If you basically in Africa, if you're in Kenya, either you work, the biggest employer is the government, right? The next business employment are Indian firms, European firms, tech firms, everything like that. So the idea of having a Black business and everything, and we're building Africa for the most part, don't exist. Even Dangote, right? Dangote doesn't insource. He outsources all his stuff to Korean, Turkish,
no way,
Chinese.
brother. No way.
Yes. Oh, yo, I got a video.
Brother, you're pulling my leg, man.
Yo, look, that refinery was built by
All right, so you're
Chinese,
telling me
South Koreans, everything like that. All his day. So therefore, people always say Dangote, all his like subsidiaries, like you say Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi will have smaller companies and Japanese firms that supply them with materials and stuff like that they outsource to and everything. None of Dangote's stuff is outsourced to an African or Nigerian firm.
All right, the reason why I said this make no sense is, and this is where I'm going to be very positive about my Nigerian brothers and sisters. Some of them are some of the sharpest of our people.
Yeah, they're very intelligent.
So it's like, you're a Nigerian man that's running an empire, and you're telling me you can't go out there and get the best Nigerians all over the world, because we have them all over the place that can do these things. And this is what I'm talking to, family. And then we'll let our brother Bobcat in so he can share some information about what we're talking about, the current subject. What we're about, family, is about not only just putting Black dollars in Black hands, but also building a Black empire to where we have our people in high positions that can run things. And that's what I'm saying. This is where America comes in. Like I'm telling people, like when I was in, from the Navy to working with airlines, I mean, you're talking about solid brothers who can fix and do anything. And I mean, some of them I was trained by, whether it was in the Navy or whether it's at the airlines. And and it's the African continent got to stop overlooking the talent that's here. So whether it's Dangote or whoever, whether if you can't find your own country people, then you always have this incredible pool of talent here in America. But let me make a last comment of what Frank said. Frank, first of all, brother, go back and study English, because we have to, and that way you can also, you can just use your grammar stuff and make a better comment, because your posts are crazy. But I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that other people have success in Africa and some of us don't. Well, Frank, tell me, are the Ghanaians shaking down the Lebanese, the Chinese, and the Indians and scamming them and doing things? No, they don't have strength for that, because they are backed by a country, and they're also people who are strong together. So don't make it seem like we're stupid people. Like I mentioned earlier, we have had very successful people who try to do things in Africa and it doesn't work. Maybe some of them didn't have the street smarts as someone like myself, but nevertheless, they were investors in the country trying to do the right thing. And even the sister right there, she went through lawyers. And I'm telling you, even people like myself, I thought the lawyers would end all, be all, but I realized that that's not the situation. So, you know, this is a serious situation, you know, that y'all looking at us. And I mean, y'all,
if you look, if you don't have lawyers,
like, why are we having a difficult? We're having a difficult time because your people are targeting us and scamming us and shaking us down and personally looking to work us over. Now, I don't think they're naturally trying to work over the other people, because most of the time those other nations of people come in, like we have all kind of people, Indians and Lebanese, they get passports easy. They just pay $3,000 and next thing you know, they have a passport. They'll pay off government officials. So they don't have to really deal with the village idiots. They're dealing with, you know, higher up people that they can pay off. So Frank, you have to just really check. Don't make it seem like, you know, we don't know what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like I tell people, I come with a whole bunch of business talents and skills, you know, and literally, and, you know, and there's not much you can do when you have, you know, people in a country and they all say, you know what, the hell with him. He's in America, or the hell with him. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? We can just keep him tied up in the court. Like the sister mentioned on the video, she's like, nah, I don't want to go back to court. I don't think anybody likes court. No one wants to keep on going back to court. And then she said, this party didn't show up. That party didn't show up. The judge decided to do something different. These are things that I don't see go on in America. You know what I mean? I don't see the court system. So that's the issue that we having, brother. So if you want to help, don't make ignorant comments like that. You know what I mean? Just tell your people stop shaking us down, and tell your people stop messing up the opportunities for their own children, because that's what I'm about. I'm about trying to, like, I'm a product of all these schools I just mentioned. What would someone like myself come there and do? I will build my technical and business enterprise, and I'll create opportunities for children so we can operate together and build something together. That's simple. But Kala, let me let good brother Bobcat in. Bobcat, welcome to the call, brother. How are you? Your mic is unmuted so you can guard and talk.
Yeah, Grand Rising, brother.
Grand Rising, man. I got this topic up.
Peace, brother.
You know,
Grand Rising, brother.
We're not going to give away your location or anything. You don't have to, give away any information that's don't need to be given away. But the topic that we got is, should Black America...
Kala. Grand Rising to you also.
Yes, man, Kala. This is one of my best brothers, man.
We spoke before.
We cut from the same cloth. So the topic is, should Black America lower their standards to fit into Africa and become victims and scammers and haters? So just want to know, have you been a victim of scammers and haters there, in Ghana while you were there doing your projects or doing anything that you're doing? And also just want to know if you have any important information to share with us on how we can avoid getting got, and then tell us how it really works when you have a bunch of people recommending people to you.
But I think everybody who has done any kind of business here has been scammed in one shape or form. It's just that, sometimes they may scam a small amount of money, but some people have been wiped out completely. You're never really going to stop it. You can't really eliminate it completely, because just like that lady, I've seen that video last year with that lady when she bought property and didn't get the property. I know the company who she was trying to purchase the property from, and it's really unfortunate. But I think that lady never really came to I think that lady just came and just did things on the fly. She didn't really plan things out. And I think she should have sort of like given the company time to refund her rather than getting a lawyer involved. So I think that's where she went wrong. And then she made a statement like she didn't really regret what she did, or she would have done it the same way again, which was crazy to me. She should have had a consultant, number one. She shouldn't have just, flew into Ghana and sort of like blew her money buying a house on the fly like that. She should have thought it all out. She panicked and did everything. She panicked and left America due to the COVID and just rushed to buy the property. Didn't get no kind of consultation. They saw her coming. So yeah, that's how they got her. You know what I mean? So, and then when you're a woman doing business in Ghana, it's a different type of respect they have for you than when it's a man doing business. Sometimes they will size you up as a woman, different from how they would size a man up. Because if somebody was to do that to me, I'm gonna put hands on them. So I'm not really gonna be bothered with no stupid court. So I feel really bad for that person already, but I'm not sure if she got her money back or what. I think she kind of did in the end, but the lawyer ended up, the person who was supposed to come and rescue her, then end up trying to scam her too as well. So you know, it's a mess, man. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's kind of her fault, but it's kind of not her fault because she's an innocent victim, but she should have really used due diligence. Yeah.
Well, perfect. And the other part just want you to share is your own personal experience, because I'm always telling people that a lot of what we talk about on here is our experience in Africa, which holds a lot of weight, because people like to think that we're living in America and we're just making stuff up in Africa. And I'm always telling people I'm in Africa like every few months.
Oh yeah, like all right. For instance, for instance, if you're gonna build a house here, yeah, somebody will tell you, oh, it'll cost 100,000. But at the end of the day, it's not gonna cost you 100,000, even though everything is in writing. Once you started the build and given money up front, everything that was agreed on then starts to become extra. Everything is now extra. Oh, we didn't agree this, we didn't agree that. Everything now becomes extra. Agreements are never ever respected here. You see? It's just how it goes. The agreements are never ever honored here. They would quote you one price, and then as the work starts, I know you have the issue where you have unforeseen work, or there might be problems with the foundation or whatever. But fees start to creep into the job that you didn't ever agree on. These type of things happen to you. So then you might hire people that show up for work one week and they never show up again the next week, and they've started your work. They've done a certain amount of money worth of work, and the job might even be halfway through. Then they may walk off the job because you paid them a certain amount of money. And in order for you to get your job finished, it will cost you a lot more money than for someone else to come and finish it, rather than the people who started the job to finish it for you. So these type of things can happen to you, So yeah, it's many ways people target you, and it's not just the Diasporans. They target Ghanaians here too all day long, because that guy there who was interviewing that sister, they scammed him too. He bought land from some Seventh-day Adventist people, and the land had litigation, and he ended up losing his money. I know that guy.
Hey, brother, people will literally think we're making this stuff up, but I'm telling people these are all personal experience. So come on, brother Bobcat. I know you got some more to share.
You can't make these things up, bro. They happen all day long. Let me tell you something. If you find, like, for instance, when you come to Ghana, right? When you come to Ghana, you must be careful. You must do due diligence. Basically, when you come here, visit first. Visit a couple of times first before you put down any money trying to do any investment. Even your brother, Dr. Malana, had warned us about that many years ago, back in 2020.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come, get your residency first. Get your residency first and everything like that. Then you can decide to invest. But if you come on a visitor's visa and you invest in any kind of land or property, because people know that you're only here for a short period of time, and they're gonna sort of like put pressure on you for you to purchase something. And they know at the end of the day, you only got but 2 months to stay here. So if they take your money, there's nothing you can do. You wouldn't have known any lawyers here. You wouldn't have really met anyone that trusted to top. Like if anything goes wrong, they can handle it on your behalf, because you don't have any family here. So, and that's the issue with our people. They're coming over here and they fall prey to predators who put pressure on them. Oh, I got land to sell. Oh, I got a businessman you can do together. And it sounds too good to be true. And you end up giving them your money, and that's how you lose it. And you only here on a 2-month visa or whatever that the case may be. And if you even go to immigration and try to extend on your own, they'll get you there too. So, you have to have a consultation before you come to Ghana. If you come in here based on like you want to stay here long term, you're gonna need to have a consultation from somebody like yourself. Other than that, you're gonna lose your money. You're gonna lose your money. You must get a consultation if you're gonna come to any part of Africa. You must get a consultation, not just for Ghana, for any part of Africa you're gonna come and do business, because business is done totally different here compared to how we do it back in the West. There's normally checks and balances in the West. We can go look up a company really, really easy in the West and know if it's a shady company or not. But here in Ghana, it's not the case. You can't just really, really verify them so easily. Because just say you even say you want to go buy a house from the land from a person. Sometimes you even do your lands commission searches. Sometimes it doesn't even come back with the right information because the previous seller never updated the details. So, these things happen. So, yeah, you must get a consultation if you're going to come out here to Africa to do any kind of business. Not just Ghana only, it's everywhere. And a lot of the things that people are making mistakes doing here, you wouldn't necessarily do them in the West neither. You wouldn't just buy a house without a lawyer in America. No, you wouldn't do that. You would do your check. And then anyway, if you're buying a house in the States, before you even get the mortgage, right, they're going to make sure that certain things are in position first before the bank even loans you any money. So, but normally a lawyer is involved.
Yep. Yeah, I was saying that earlier in the show. I said, look, a lot of these people have never bought a house in America. You got lawyers, closing costs, realtors, all that stuff that are involved. They do a title search and everything, the appraiser, and all stuff like this. And then the last thing is the closing, where you take ownership of the house. And so there's a process. Everything is a process. And so I asked the question to people, when you go to Africa, what is the process? Oh, they're just winging it. It's going right here. So there's no process. Is any things in place for somebody who has a protocol? There has to be law signed. If you want to buy property, this is the law. This is the agency. This is what handles from A to Z. Everybody's vetted and everything like that. There's not that structure in place. So what I think a lot of us do is we see somebody, they talk slick and everything. They look like they're educated and everything, and they play that role. Okay, all I have to do is seem like I'm educated. I know what I'm doing, and show up there. Or they may have an office. Oh, well, this guy is connected and everything. He's not like the local, and he's just basically a polished scammer. The guy on the street corner probably has more ethics and than this person you're dealing with. And next thing you know, you get scammed. Like, how the hell this guy? We had a high level meeting. We went out for drinks, and we dapped each other up and all stuff like this. And next thing you know, this guy is gone. And you don't even know if that's the real name that you was dealing with. Oh yeah, for 6 months I was talking with this guy, and then boom, he's gone. Went to his office, not there. I heard those stories before. So it's just a sad situation. That's why I said.
I'm not saying the way I did things was perfect, and I lost a little bit of money here and there too.
Yeah. So.
But it seemed like the common thing is like, whether it's a little bit of money, it's
but
like all of us.
At the end of the day, if something didn't smell right, or I didn't feel right about something, I just backed out.
As a matter of fact, there's a few deals that you backed out on because of research.
And I don't do any kind of business unless, yeah, buying a house, buying a house. I was buying a house back in 2021, and I went through an agent, a professional agent. I'm not going to name the agent. I'm not going to name the agent or name anybody involved. But I went to buy a house in the mountains. Yeah, and it was a development. It was a development, and they were doing. It was sort of like what you call it now. They have this word when you're buying into the development before the development is finished and you can buy in. I think it's called off plan. Same like what the woman was doing. It was off plan. So if you bought in early, you would have gotten a discount, a huge discount. Basically, they were telling me, oh, there's no litigation on anything or anything like that. Come to find out, I didn't necessarily believe what they were saying to me, and I got a lawyer to run some checks. And when the lawyer ran the checks, come back a couple of months later, that is litigation on the property, and they haven't even finished. They haven't even finished the development, and there's big litigation. So when it was at the Land Commission, they wanted more money to rush the search. I didn't want to rush the search. I said, no, this is how much money you say you're charging, and I stuck to the money. I think it was like 1,000 or 900 CDs to do the search, but they wanted more money for me to do it faster, and I said no. And the eventuality is that it did come back in the end, and it came back positive with litigation, and I backed out of the deal. And believe it, to this day, they still haven't finished the properties on the development, and they're still selling them to this day. And I asked the lady, have you guys resolved the litigation? No. So I said, so how is it that you're still selling them? The woman hung up the phone on me. That's just how they do business there. So take it as you see it. You pays and you take your chances if you don't use your due diligence.
There you go, brothers. Real talk, real life, man. So, family, we have shared a whole lot with you, and hopefully, everyone can make a wiser decision so we can build real success in Africa. Because this person, Frank here, thinks that everybody else have success in Africa, and there's something that we're doing wrong.
No, it's just the fact that these people got longer pockets than we do.
You tell Frank to come here and be successful. Then go sit yourself down.
Yeah,
you
Frank,
tell him to come out here and do business.
Yeah, based on the name, he has to be a Ghanaian. There's a few Ghanaians that's usually in the chat. Based on his name, I want to say he's probably, but who knows? He could be anybody else.
I think he's Ugandan.
It's not so simple. It's not straightforward like that.
No, nothing is. And then one of the biggest thing I explain to people,
it's easy well for people to criticize and say, oh, why other people come? Other people, when they come here, they come with a line of credit from their country. They have their own community network. When black people come here, we're doing business on an individual basis.
And they're dealing with the government.
It's not the same. It's just the same like in America. When black people are doing business in America, it's all an individual thing. There's no network. The same way black people do things in America, it's the same thing they do. It's the same way they do business here too. Everyone's doing their own thing. Whereas the Asians and the Lebanese, they're all connected. So that's why. So don't ask silly questions why other people come and they don't have any hard time. That's a foolish question. If you had ever come to Africa and see how things operate, you would never ever say such a thing.
Yeah, what they do is this: they see Chinese and everything. They understand the Chinese government is underwriting everything. We have the United States government giving us billions of dollars, and the Chinese got money to waste, bribe. They got money to fail, experiment, and everything. We're coming here with our nickels and dimes and with our life savings and everything like that. We can't take the risk the Chinese do. They could take risk, and stuff like that. So we're not backed by the U.S. government. If we did, then you'll call us neo-colonials. We're puppets for America. So we have no government backing us, and we just want African governments to treat us like, give us special consideration. We got to compete with Lebanese, all these people that got all this money. the Lebanese and Chinese use the African Development Bank. You know, I thought African was supposed to be for African development, but most Africans and Black people don't qualify for loans from the African Development Bank. You know, we don't qualify for the loans because we don't have the collateral and stuff like that, and all these stipulations they put in place. They know we don't have. You know, so we have to for road projects to get the funding. We got to go to have to give it to the Lebanese contractors and everything. They getting big. And the Indians getting contracts, you know, from the African Development Bank to develop Africa. It's just a shame, you know.
And you know, you know something, Carla. I think a lot of our people back in the diaspora have a really negative stereotype on Africa, because when I was a kid growing up in Jamaica, I only ever saw negative things about Africa on television. I saw Black people running around living in mud huts in the 1970s, but that's not the case here. You come here, the country you got modern houses here, just like in the States. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of people still have these type of images floating around in their head back in the West. It's that things are not civilized here. It's not the case at all. But unless you come here, you won't know. Unless you're literally connected into the Africa type of social media, you don't really know what's going on here. So when you tell the average Black person in the West about coming to visit Africa, they look at you like you're crazy. They're only interested to go to Europe or to go to Japan or Dominica or the Caribbean. They're not looking to come to Africa. And that is the majority of people. Most Black people are not really interested in coming to do anything in Africa.
And the ones that are,
and the ones who are coming are finding it tough because we're not connected. We're not united when we come out here.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it. I'll say we're like, I would say the ones who are interested in Africa and Black America, about 7% of the Black population. You know, and then the 7%, you know, it's like they're demoralized for what of the stuff that goes on. It's sad, you know. You know, so those of us who are interested, that's why I said Bomani and I do the shows because we don't want.
It would be better if we came out here in numbers.
Yeah.
If we came out here in numbers, we could be each other's keeper.
Yeah. That's the idea of the BAIO, you know. And we want to be in numbers. As soon as I ain't being around no Black Americans, I'm in Africa and whatnot, you know. So
because I stay in contact with Bomani on a regular basis. I talk to Bomani almost daily.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. You know, saying the bottom line, that's what's important. So we in the diaspora, African Americans, Jamaicans,
he knows what's going on. So I'm not making stuff up. He knows what's going on.
Yeah, we're all talking about the same thing based on our experience.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You know, we need to be together. You know, we need to be numbers. You know, numbers count. Anybody, that's what they're fighting against. Oh man, you go to Africa, but y'all can't be together. So we could be picked off and scammed, raped, robbed, molested, and abused, and you know, got. You know,
I think people out here. I think people here. I think people have been oppressed out here so much. Like when we come and we show some love to them, you know, some people just sort of like, oh, I've seen some money. This man showing me some kindness, man. I just gonna take him for everything. Where other people, they know better. They would rather work with it. But a lot of people, like the deceptive ones, once you start to show them some kindness and love, right? They just want to take advantage. But it's not everybody that does that, though. Some people have shown me some real love here. Not all, but some. So I'm not gonna label everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people are really, really here for you. You know, they will hold your hand and show you the ropes. But it's not everybody will do that. Some people they befriend you in order to set you up so they can get you. Just like how you were saying earlier, some people they will study you and they will befriend you, but then they have an intention to rob you. or even do worse. So it must be. Sometimes it's not everything that's on your mind you need to say. Sometimes you need to hold back. It's not everything you must tell everybody some of the time here. You must hold back some stuff. You know, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is thinking some of the time. You know,
Yep.
I think it's not always a good time to tell people like when you're coming or when you're going. Just kind of make that a mystery. You know,
Yeah.
don't make everybody know your business like that. Don't always tell people, you know, I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do that. No, I think it's just best not said. Just keep it to yourself until it's time for you to do it.
Yep. Yep. It showed people the finished product, you know, is what we did. You know, instead of telling everybody, well, we're doing this and we're doing that and everything like that. You know, wait till it's up and running and everything. It was irreversible.
But you know when you're trying to do real business, when you're trying to do real business in Africa, I've seen people attack Bomani time after time after time again. And, you know, it kind of puts the genuine people who want to come to Africa to do genuine business, it scares them away. You know, because we have some genuine people who do want to come. But I notice we have the trolls out there. They're not really doing anything in the world. They're never ever going to come to Africa or anything like that. And they attack good brothers like Bomani and others. And it kind of like put a cloud over, oh, should I really come to Africa? Yes, you should come out here because there is a lot of things that you can do that you could never do in America and with a lot less money too. You could set up a business here with a couple of $1,000s very easily. All you need to do is just team up with a Ghanaian person and you can set up a business here very easily.
Is it like what Akon say that I can start a business?
You could set up a water business here.
I could be rich in 2 years.
You
like
could
say I'm gonna put my money.
You could set up a trash collection.
Oh yeah, definitely trash. What's the correct word?
Sanitation.
Yeah, sanitation.
Even if somebody has a tow truck here in Ghana, they make money. Because you don't have no AAA here if you break down. I only see some old beat up tow trucks out here.
So I can't use my insurance to get my car towed to the dealership. But that's the thing about beautiful thing about.
I don't know.
We can create these
things. You have to pay somebody to come tow your car, man. Please, it's gonna cost you.
everything gonna cost you. And that seems to be the nature of the day, you know. We're coming there and we're like walking ATM machines. Everybody like want to holler at you.
And your car might even fall off the back of their tow truck too.
Yeah, I love my AAA. My insurance pays everything. I break down. Next thing I just call my roadside assistants. Next thing you know, they're coming out, fixing my tire, fixing this or towing it, whatever like that. One call.
And if nothing else, I go get me a rental tomorrow.
And I get a rental.
So and there's always a debate about whether you should import a car here to Ghana or buy a car here. Sometimes I think it might be better to just buy one here because the amount of hassle you'll have importing a car, unless you got a trusted contact at customs, boy, I wouldn't import one. Unless I know somebody at customs, I ain't gonna import no car here.
Yeah, I heard about
they'll get you.
The nightmare of the shakedown, brother. It's been. I mean,
because now they make cars here in Ghana. They make a car called Katanka.
Is it pretty good?
Yeah, they make cars here now, and you have the dealers. You have the dealerships there too. You might pay a little bit more money, but at least you'll have peace of mind.
So I can go to the Toyota dealership and get me a brand new Toyota.
You got the Lexus dealers here. You got Mercedes dealer here. You got the Toyota. I've seen the Ford dealership here even. I've seen Toyota. And I've seen Mercedes.
And I've seen Liberia got BMW. They got BMW.
With brand new cars. You pay a lot of money for the car, but at least you'll have peace of mind. And you probably have your warranty too. If you import it,
Anyway, brothers, I gotta hop off. I gotta get up in the morning. But
Yeah.
Bobcat, Dynasty, Bomani, thanks for having me and whatnot. Hope we can do another show Saturday night and whatnot. I'll probably find that stuff for you, brother.
Yeah, we're good for Saturday. Absolutely.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna try to find that sound. I can't find that. Take that, like when you put the hashtag, I put in Chinese kid versus African kids, religion. Nothing came up. It's just a whole bunch of racist stuff came up about Chinese and Africa. That's not the one I wanted, man. We could have played it, but that's the one I wanted. I wanted that video. You seen it, right? The split screen. The Africans are doing in church. Kids doing church, and the Chinese kids are freaking in there with their computers, with their with those stuff they wear on their face, the masks and everything, doing microchips and everything like that. And I'm like, shit, you know, here's a kid putting together microchips and everything like that. While making microchips and everything, while the African kids are singing and praising and dancing and shouting and whatnot. You know, that was a good video. That was the best to illustrate what we're talking about. You know.
Yeah, they're getting their people ready, brother. They're getting their people ready for world domination and
world domination. You know,
and we are not ready.
You know what I'm saying? We're sitting there fighting over each other about people ripping us off and shit like that. It's a shame. You know, everywhere you go in the black world, it's a shame, man. It's like the black man, we got to put our foot down and start doing better, man. You know, and like I said, this show right here, I love Bomani's tone tonight. You know, he was not playing. You know, Bomani's tone tonight is what we need. You know, he hurt people. He probably hurt some people's feelings, but people get the point across. And so the bottom line is his tone tonight was like the urgency.
You know, Kala. You know, Kala. My brother Kala.
What's going on, brother?
Kala.
Yeah.
My brother Kala. I really hope that tour that you and Bomani is gonna do soon. It will be a big success because I'm not lying, man. I want to come to Liberia.
No, you'll love it. You will love it.
All I know about Liberia at the moment is that a civil war was going on, and it was chaos. And I want to put that all behind me, and I want to go and see how life is there now in modern day.
Liberia is like the most peaceful.
The war that they had with Sierra Leone many years ago. I know about it. I know
most of the Civil War you saw in Liberia
were at war at one time.
The Civil War you saw in Liberia was a spillover from Sierra Leone and a lot of factors and everything like that. You know, but bottom line, Liberia is a peaceful country, quiet. You can walk the streets in the middle of the night. You go 3 o'clock in the morning, you can get out and walk the streets in the back alleys and feel safe. You know, you got vendors on the streets with their money out there in buckets and everything, and they can walk away from their money and nobody steals it.
Brother, I'll tell you this, right? I'll tell you this right now, Kala. You see Ghana? Ghana, you can do the same thing too in certain neighborhoods. And I'm telling you, right, if I had $1 billion in America, I would give it up to live a simple life here in Ghana where I could walk the street and be free. Not be a
look at America right now. Look at all the gangs and the violence and everything. You know,
LGBT, homosexual, that type of thing. You understand what I'm saying? So
the ratchet chicks, the boss chicks,
all
and
these
thugs,
nasty-ass homosexuals that you got running around in America and Europe. Yeah, they be forced it on you.
Yeah, like I said, we want a simple life, man. When it really comes down to it, I'm a simple man. You know what I like? You know what gets me? Like people like want to go to fancy hotel. I like all that stuff too, right? But you know, just being a bunch of people, and we're in Ghana, Liberia, and we all pull up to our driving theater. We build our own driving theater, and we're eating popcorn and ice cream and watching movies and whatnot. You know, off the main road and whatnot in the driving theater and whatnot. You know, just having good times and whatnot. You know, singing, dancing, having a good time and everything. Simple stuff. Or then afterwards we frying steak and lobsters on the beach and everything like that, enjoying the nightlife and everything like that. It's a simple thing, having some drinks and everything like that. I mean, knowing that we're in safety in our own land and stuff like that, that's what's more to me than freaking anything in the world, you know? You know, that's what I dream about, you know, a simple life, you know? You know, seeing young couples, you know, going out there, sitting down with a picnic and everything, enjoying their life and everything. young kids planning their future, knowing they're getting ready to go
Because
to
black
college.
people, we don't have any we don't have any safety back stateside. We don't have any protection.
No, yeah. Stateside, the state America is becoming a war zone, man. It's really bad. Somebody got shot and killed in Virginia Beach today. You know, the safe city. Virginia Beach is one of the safest cities in America, but you know, the crime, the guns are here now. You know, so
Right
just
now, white folks who can afford it are buying passports, getting ready to flee. Okay,
yeah.
white folks are buying passports in Dominica, buying passports to Norway, buying passports to anywhere they can get it to buy.
Yeah, everybody's getting out, you know, because America
So
is going down the tubes.
when America catches on fire, they can just flee. They can just get out.
Black, we're trapped here. I definitely want my exit.
Things. Anytime you see white people have a trend of doing things, you know something's about to take place. Why would white people be buying passports, foreign passports to get out?
Yep, they're coming to Africa. I'll tell you that. They're coming to Africa.
I always remember as a child, white people would always say like, "Oh, don't go to Africa." I remember white people always say, "Don't go to Africa. It is full of savages. They will get you there." Come to find out, when you do go to Africa, they're living the best lives there.
Oh yeah.
You go into all the best, most expensive neighborhoods. It's all white people living there.
Check this out. Deep in the Congo
you go to
right
the airport, you go to East Legon, you go to Shashi. They're living the life.
Check us out in Ghana in the Congo, in the DR Congo, right? I remember but this Congolese guy like years ago, right? He said, "Man, he goes, but you don't see it."
Us not to come.
Yeah, he go in the Congo. He said, "You got white people basically got that own mining companies in the Congo and whatnot." He said they got gated communities and river jet skis and boats and everything like that. He said they don't want you to know they're there, but they're building subdivisions and some of everything in the Congo. And he said while war is going all around, they don't care. It's like the bullets don't shoot them when they don't care. They be building in rebel areas and whatnot, and living in freaking like in the Congo when they're taking out millions of dollars and minerals and everything. Anyway, bros, I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
Absolutely, brother. You take care, Kala. Kala is gone. Bobcat, appreciate you holding
on.
You can stay on if you want to stay on and we talk.
The violence is spilled over even into the nice neighborhoods in America now. It's just crazy.
Yes, absolutely. These things are all concerning because one of the biggest issue that you have is
it's out of control. So a lot of white people who have money, they're buying passports so they can get out.
Okay, there we go. We have a Ghanaian saying he has been scammed also. Yeah, so as you can see, brother, is like where do we?
This lady need ammo. You see this lady here? They target anybody, and it's real talk. They target anybody.
It should be a guy, but yeah, absolutely. And that's
she's not lying. She's been scammed.
Yeah, it's a guy. His name is Nee. It's
it's a guy. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
The last name may be something else. Yes. So these are the things that we're just letting people know that.
Oh, sorry, Nee. I didn't notice.
Yeah, but it really goes on, and that's what we're telling people. So I've had more than enough people here that's explaining these things and letting people know, don't be the next victim. Don't just feel like it's okay to pack up your stuff and you don't have people to look out for you there in the country because and you don't know the game, so you're gonna get got. And then when you get got, you're gonna come back frustrated, and then you want to have nothing to do with Africa. And then we lose out on investments. And the next thing you tell your investor friends don't go to Africa, and then we all lose.
Bomani?
Yeah.
You know, Bomani, you know something?
I'm listening to
Bomani. A lot of people would really like to come to Ghana. Yeah, and Ghana should be the first country, in my opinion, that they should visit because of the history. But a lot of people just don't know where to find you. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, I found you on Dynast. A lot of people just don't know where to find to get the information. That's why a lot of them are falling victims when they do come on their own.
Well,
Like that lady there. That lady came here and she was a victim.
Well, I've been popular online for a long time.
Even some of the Ghanaians would even benefit from even doing a consultation with you. Ones who even live here. I know, but it's not everybody knows where to find you though.
Well, I'm all over the internet, brother. I've been on many shows that we got a whole lot of videos and things, but yeah,
So a lot of people don't know how to even buy a house that even live here. They don't. Huh?
That's why we try to put information out. So, try to go on different people's shows. But, nowadays the hate is great. So.
They'll just go and hand over money to somebody or go and buy land. They don't do due diligence. They don't know any better.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate
Bomani,
thing.
do you know the amount of people when I was on your tour that approached me to do business with? Do you know the amount of people who tried to sell me land? If I was a fool, I would have given them my money.
And that's why I always mention to people, when you're traveling with us, we have business conference, we have certain things going on. And I tell people, like, the people that you want to communicate with is, my partners right here. And if you do business and try to do things with other people, we can't help you because, just like you mentioned, one of my assistants is trying to get into a bus business with anyone. If he has to just be careful, because I will fire him, because I don't need any drama from any of the folks. So the first thing they'd be like, well, he was one of the people. I was like, well, he's somebody that worked for us, but he's also an assistant. You see what he does. He's not somebody that's handling business.
He doesn't have any experience. He doesn't have any experience with business.
So so what I tell people is my brother Muhammad, and is my consultant, and also Kwabna for
we don't even know if this guy even have a driver's license.
No, he doesn't have a driver's license. So, and that's why we're trying to educate people to be wise. And I'm always telling people, when I'm traveling, I can't watch and monitor everyone. I don't know what
conversation. The only thing you go in transportation business, you don't even know how to drive.
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I got your good brother here. Greetings, Mr. IC3 Black. Welcome to the conversation.
They're just like you. You're into travel. You're into travel, Bomani. You're into travel, Bomani, but you've never ever traveled before. That wouldn't make no sense.
Exactly. Like I tell people, back in the old Navy days, traveling the world, to working with the airlines, to doing this business, we've been traveling the world for the last 2.5 decades.
Wow.
So, but let me. We have a guest here, Bobcat, Mr. IC3 Black. Welcome to the call. I got my good brother.
We have Barrister Charles, Mr. IC3 Black.
I think both you guys live in London the same time in the same area.
Right. Okay.
AKA Barrister Charles.
IC3. My brothers. You remind them of one of our crooked attorneys that we dealt with in Ghana. So that's why he's mentioning that name. But brother, how are you? Let us know what you want to share. I'm gonna pop up the topic right on the screen.
Yes, yeah. I just came on and I was hearing the last bit of the conversation. It was very interesting, and how you're building trust and trying to build trust and confidence, and how that you're very good at what you do, but the people that work with you, other people are trusting the people that work with you just because they work with you. So your name or your brand is so strong that it's other people are bouncing off it and then coming to problems. That's the kind of gist of the conversation I got. Is that correct?
To a point, we just we've been talking with the subject. I have a lot of people that are brought to the African continent, especially Ghana, and some of them have stayed back to live and do business in the country. So they share their stress and their struggles with me, and we do our best to share information, let people know, hey, we need to operate in a union, and live amongst each other and operate together, and then refer our best friends and our best.
I have a question for IC3 Black.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go on. Carry on. I like good questions, because questions.
My friend,
yes.
tell me, have you ever been to the continent before?
I have never been to Africa as yet, but I have every intention of going there.
Why? Why? Why?
Okay. Yeah. Because
Why have you never been to Africa? Why?
because I don't believe that I'm not confident enough that the problem of the impact of the system of white supremacy has to be dealt with first, because it keeps sabotaging what the efforts of black people in their attempts to construct and develop better relations between Black Africa and the Black African diaspora. So in order for the Black Africa and the Black African diaspora to come together and work together effectively and develop effectively, more effort has to be placed on countering the sabotaging elements of white supremacy. So whilst people like Boyami are working well, doing the best he can, the support he needs has to come in two forms, how I see it. One, people working with him to develop enterprises in Africa. And on the other side, you need people working to counter the power of white supremacy. Does that answer your question?
Come on, Babcat. Hopefully that answers your question.
So I
put
keep
it this
asking
way,
questions.
Mr. IC3 Black. If you're doing any kind of business here, it won't be the white man that would be. Okay, I accept your response. But I'm saying, if you're doing anything here in Ghana here, it won't be the white man that stands in your way. It
Are
will
you
be the
sure?
local people.
Okay, let's
won't be them.
discuss. Let's discuss
You
this.
can come here and do anything you want without any influence of white supremacy or any white people. You can do
What?
anything.
Oh my God!
Hey,
Let's discuss this.
I see three gonna get you.
Let's discuss this, because that's quite a heavy statement
Well,
you've
of
made
course
there.
you can. How are they stopping you? How is
Okay.
the white man an issue here? That's just an excuse.
Okay, so the government of
Because
Ghana.
you're not coming here to work for anybody. You're coming here to do business. You're coming to do investment. They don't
Very
see
good.
color. They don't see your color when you come here. They see the power of your money.
Okay,
It's nothing
hold
to
it
do
there.
with color.
Okay, hold that point there. So are you based?
I'm not trying to run the country. I'm not
Yeah,
trying to run the
wait a
country.
minute.
I'm not
Slow
trying to
down,
be the
slow
president
down.
out here.
Let's have a
I'm just trying to
discussion.
do business.
Let's have a discussion. Let's have a discussion. Let's use intelligence. Right. So are you based in Ghana, Bobcat? Did you hear the question?
Yeah, maybe a delay or something on his
What's
end.
that got to do with anything, Mr.
No, I mean,
ICP?
brother,
I'm telling you, as a black man, you
just
could
communicate
come here
with.
and do a business
No,
without
please.
any kind of
Yeah, the
influence
way
from
you're
the white
behaving,
supremacy.
the way
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
behaving.
Bobcat, let's conversate with him, because he's just trying to make his point.
Because I've known people who have done it.
Yeah, Bobcat, that kind of level of communication is what makes me have a lack of confidence. Ability to communicate effectively is good for business. So questions and answers, right? So I ask you a question, answer the question. You asked me a question, I answered it. See, so good communication gives me confidence that the person I'm speaking to is intelligent and is good for business, and I can take their advice. So that's why I try to make sure I answer questions clearly and fully. So I'm asking you a question, Bobcat. Are you based in Ghana?
No,
Is
I'm
that
not based in Ghana. I come to Ghana and visit. I go back and forth from
okay?
Ghana to
Very
the
good.
West. I'm not
Thank you.
necessarily based in Ghana. That's what
Right.
my point is.
Okay. That's good. That's good. So you do a lot of business
So that's your
in the West
answer
of
right
Ghana.
there. But you seem
Excellent.
to use white supremacy as a stumbling block not to do certain things. You're using it as an excuse not to even visit Ghana. Come on.
Okay. So
That's your
we
favorite word.
yeah. Well, okay. So let's perhaps in a good conversation with you, I might change my views. You might give me confidence based on your experience, because obviously your experience is far superior to mine in that you are traveled to and fro from the West to Ghana. So by listening to you, who has experience in that field, I may develop confidence. Yes. So I'll ask you a few questions. And I understand that your position, you believe that.
Well, Mr. IC3, I'll tell
Yeah.
you this right now, my brother.
Okay.
My brother, listen. My brother, listen to
I'm
this.
listening.
If
I'm
you were
listening.
to come on a tour with Bomani, trust me, you could do many, many things. You visit one time, okay, and just sort of like see the opportunities, and then you could return. And you could determine if you wanted to either live here or just come, as a tourist, or you could come as an investor. You don't necessarily have to live here. You could come out here, see an opportunity, invest in that business, and at some point, if you didn't want to move here, you could, or you could be in the UK as your main base, and then be here when the weather is not so favorable in the UK. You could have the best of both worlds. A lot of people do it all the time.
Yes, I understand that that's taking place. But the way I'm looking at things is a lot more large scale. At the moment, I'm doing a campaign.
You know a lot of these white people, the Brits, right? They be in Spain, they be in Italy, they be in France.
Correct. You are correct. You are correct. You are correct.
Holiday homes. It's their investment. And when they're not there, they lease it out to other people. It's an investment.
I mean, he lives in the UK. I mean, he don't have to go anywhere else in the world. The UK have everything there.
So my advice to you, because I listen to you and I respect your opinions when you talk about white supremacy. Yeah.
Okay. So how I see.
Yeah, I think you have very, very good talking points when it comes to white supremacy. But I believe you should. Bomani's in the tour business, right? You should book a tour with Bomani and come out here. You don't necessarily have to come to Ghana. Bomani has a tour going to Liberia. He has tours going to Senegal. He even goes to South Africa. He goes to Tanzania. He goes many places. Book a tour.
That's right. I'm aware.
And if you don't even want to book a tour with Bomani, book a tour with another black brother, and come to Africa. I wouldn't advise you to book it with a European company though, because you would end up dealing with the same issue that we always go back to: white supremacy.
Exactly. Exactly. That's right. You're correct there. That's right. So, if my intent was
because on Bomani's tour, we don't have that issue. We don't have that issue. Everybody looks like me and you.
Yeah, I'm aware. And I think that's the same reason Bomani gets on with Kala Genesis.
They're not allowed to join us.
Yes, excellent. Excellent. So I think Bomani's skills, talents, and network are going to
As a matter of fact, when you're booking a tour with Bomani, you have to do a Zoom conference. He has to see your face.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, Bomani knows what he's doing. Yeah, he's got his business tight.
So if he doesn't see your face, you can't come on the tour. He'll give you back your money. So you can't sneak on the tour. You can't just pay for a tour and just show up at the airport. If you're Asian now, that ain't gonna work. So he gonna give you back your money right there and then. You ain't gonna board the flight.
That's security. Bomani's got security. That's good. That's very important. Yeah, security is crucial in any operation.
And the reason why I could tell you this, because I travel with him. Mr. IC3, I could say these things because I travel with him.
Right. Excellent. Excellent.
So you should come on a tour with him, brother, and we would love to meet you. I think you could come here and do a lot of good. Telling people about white supremacy in the UK is waste of time, because let me tell you something. A lot of the black people in the UK are very comfortable dealing with white supremacy. They ain't trying to leave to go back. I know black people in the UK, they've been there 50 years, have never ever gone back to where they were born.
Yeah, I know. Same thing happened with my
I know a man
parents.
right now in the UK, right? He came to the UK in the 1950s. Even when his mother died, he didn't even go back to even bury her.
Yeah.
I'm not interested. They're comfortable.
It's a common story.
They're comfortable. Why black people in the UK don't care about no damn white supremacy? They're not interested. They are not. You're wasting your breath on them. You come out here with your money and do some investment. These people will turn on you. They're not interested. The people who want to leave the UK for a better life, they will leave. So telling people, even in Speaker's Corner, about the white man is the devil is waste of time. They're not trying to leave. They're happy. They're comfortable. Once they can go to the shopping mall and buy whatever they want to buy, drive their nice Toyota or the nice Mercedes-Benz, they're good.
That's right.
And they can go and buy the latest fashion and listen to their music and get drunk on the weekend. They're good. They don't want to know nothing about no racism. And it's the same thing for black people in America. They are comfortable.
Right. So tell me something about your experience.
Because I worked in the UK before, and the same people that you would tell white supremacy about, they would set you up on the job and say, "Oh, you're militant, you're this and you're that," and before you know, you're in a human resources department. Oh, this person hates white people.
Yeah, I know.
The same black people you be trying to help and warn them, they will report you and tell the white people, "Oh, you hate white folks."
Yeah, you're right. You're correct.
So forget about talking about white supremacy. And another thing too, if you did get your reparations, okay?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be advisable to use that money in the UK or in the West. Spend it here in Africa. Boy, the amount of people you could help.
That's right.
The amount of people you could help, and they would appreciate what you're doing. Forget it. Forget talking about white supremacy. The same people you would try to help, if you try to get reparations in the UK, the same people that you would try to work with to get it, they would sabotage you.
Yeah.
They'll sabotage you.
That's right. It's a conditioning.
You can't trust them. Because I tell you, black people in the UK, they love white people. They love them. They worship white folks.
It's true. It's conditioning. It's conditioning.
Even the
serious
Rastas,
conditioning.
Even the Rastas, they love white women. It's like a disease. A black man would murder you for a white woman.
I know.
IC3. A black man will murder your blood class for a white woman. He will kill your bumbo class, okay?
It's true. It's not funny, but it's true.
Your roots are Jamaican, right?
Yeah, my parents are Jamaican, yeah. Yeah.
IC3, are your roots Jamaican?
Yes, St. Anne's, near Brownstown.
So you visit Jamaica more times still?
when I was young. I haven't been back for.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. My parents, they're from St. Mary.
Right. Okay.
My grandfather, they're from St. Mary.
Okay. Okay.
But I think that you would even be better off even going to Jamaica to do some kind of a business than even staying in the UK talking about white supremacy. Them Negroes ain't interested. They comfortable there. Before you know, they are even report you to MI6 saying that you militant. You got
I've already
MI6 showing up
reported.
on your doorstep
Yeah.
that you trying
Yeah,
to
I'm already on the list.
you attempting to overthrow the British government.
Yeah, I'm already on the list. Yeah, I'm
These
confident
people,
that
they
I've
love
been
white
reported.
folk. I know, man.
I'm
I
already
work
on the
with
list.
them.
Yeah, don't worry. I know. I'm already on the list. But that doesn't stop me doing what I have to do, because it's just misinformation. But you see,
They're not
to address the
interested in
point.
hearing the truth. They're not interested. They don't want to know.
That's okay. So what can we do now? How can we work effectively? You know, with the skills like Kala Genesis, Bonami, your knowledge as well, what I'm doing. How can we get together and work effectively on an international scale? You see, because we could talk about that, or I could ask you some
Brother,
questions
the
about
best thing
Ghana.
for us to do, brother, well, listen, let's do it in baby steps. You come on a tour and see, feel, and smell first. And then you decide if Ghana is the right fit for you. If you're not feeling Ghana, you can go to another country in Africa. But I'm telling you, here you're free. The police, they don't harass you here. They don't harass you here. I go up to soldiers and police and shake their hand all the time. They're always interested to know where I'm from and what's life, where I'm coming from. They never ever aggressive or rude to me or anything like that.
Right.
The police, they're not an issue. If the police pull you over here, they're never ever gonna pull a gun on you and tell you, get out of the car, get on the ground, stop
Right.
resisting. They never do that. That only
Yeah.
happens in the West. Everybody look like near you. When you're here in Ghana, until you open your mouth, nobody even knows that you're from overseas. Nobody knows. I see, if you came here, the people who you look at, they could be your lost ancestors, your lost family that you don't even know. You could even be related to them. Everyone looks like you. I could just look at you and tell that you're a Jamaican brother. I can just look at you because I see people like you in Jamaica all day long.
Yeah.
Or I could look at you if you came here tomorrow, IC3, and we're walking the street, unless we open our mouth, nobody will know that we're from the West. We blend in.
So
Yes,
do you
brother,
think?
great conversation.
Yes, it's good. It's good. It's
I could see you coming here, and I could see you making a lot of money, because you know a lot of stuff too. You know a lot of stuff too. I don't really know the background you have, but just your intellect of how you talk, I know you know some stuff.
Mm.
And I've
Yeah.
even seen you even in Speaker's Corner in one of your videos. And all black people will do, they'll agree to disagree all day long. It's waste of time dealing with them. Just come and do your thing.
Serious.
Because when you do your thing, other like-minded people will join you, just like how I've joined Bomani. Yeah?
Correct. Yeah.
But when you're talking about white supremacy, these Negroes don't want to hear that shit. They love white folks.
You're right. You're right. Our folks love some white people, yo.
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah. But you see, how about this then? Here's a challenge. You see, can you love
don't
money?
care about no fucking white supremacy.
Yeah,
Please.
but can you love money without loving white people?
Nah, that is a good one. I can love money
you
without
can.
loving white people.
But
Me personally.
the thing is, most black people really and truly. Let me tell you something. We're under the spell of these people. But once you break away from white people, yeah, when you're in Africa, once you segregate yourself from white people, you forget about them. You literally don't think about them. You don't. And
How
you
about
start to
banking?
appreciate the things that make sense to you, that
Yes.
actually matter. Being
Tell
free.
me, yeah, tell
Being
me about
free, not
banking.
having to hear the police siren every minute, not having
Yeah,
to be walking and
I
the
got the
police
point,
pull you
Bobcat.
over for some
Yeah,
bullshit.
I've got the
You're
point,
free here.
Bobcat. Yeah, I've got the point. Let's talk to a high level now. Let's move up to a high level. Tell me what you know about business and banking. What do you have a bank account in Ghana and a different bank in London, or how's the banking? Tell me what you know about banking and how it is for you.
Okay, the banking, the banking is a little bit different here. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's similar. It's similar to like back in the UK or in America, but it's a little bit different in the
Okay, tell me
sense
the
where
difference.
you do get like an app that you can download on your phone and everything and stuff like that. But like you don't really see like a lot of British banks out here anymore. Like
What
you
banks do you
used to
have
have
out there?
Barclays, but now it's a different name. It's called Absa Bank now. It's called
How do you spell
Absa
that?
Bank.
How do you spell it? How do
They
you
used
spell
to
that?
have Barclays here. There's another bank here called Standard Chartered. I think that's the British bank.
Wait a minute. So
Absa,
what's the bank?
ABSA, Absa.
ABSA,
and they have another one called Standard Chartered Bank.
Standard. Let me just write this down. Charter.
SA, A for apple, B for boy, S for sugar, A for apple, Absa Bank.
Yeah, ABSA, Abster Bank. Okay, let me write this down. Abster Bank and Standard Charter Bank. So they're the main two banks you deal with when you're in
Bank. It
Ghana.
used to be Barclays, but it's now, yeah.
Right. So Barclays Bank changed its brand name to Absa.
Actually, I actually don't have a bank account here, but I've been into banks and I know how they operate.
Okay. So which bank do you use when you're traveling in Ghana? Which banking services are you using?
You don't have to have a bank account to survive here. You use mobile money. You use mobile money. Mobile money.
Oh, and the mobile phone.
Mobile money. Basically, when you come out here, you don't have to have a bank account. You can have like a Vodafone operates in Ghana. Vodafone operates in Ghana. Vodafone. And you can have like a wallet where you put money on your wallet and you could transfer money from the West onto your wallet. Yes, there's Vodafone here.
Ah, so it's all through mobile phone. You're using your mobile phone for all financial transactions over there. Is that correct?
Electronic. Yes, you can do that. You can do that.
Well, okay, but what are you doing?
Do
you use a credit card over there?
If you're not really going to be here, you don't really need to have a bank account. You can just use mobile money.
Answer the questions, Bobcat. I'm asking. I'm not learning anything because you don't answer the question.
You can use it. You can use it. At
I want to know. Listen, Bobcat. I want to understand your experience because your experience is that you know about.
You can use a credit card.
No, I can. I want to know. Are you using one? Are you using a credit card over there? Do you use a credit card over there?
No, I don't.
Interesting.
I don't use a credit card. No, I don't.
Oh, right. Okay.
Because it's not accepted in most places.
Ah. So
you don't. This is a cash. This is a cash society, not a credit society.
Ah. Okay.
It's a cash society. You come here, it's cash.
Right.
Cash rules here.
Okay. Cash. Let me write this down.
hotels will accept your credit card. Uber will accept your credit card. At the mall, at the shopping mall, will accept your credit card.
Right.
Some restaurants, some high-end restaurants will accept it, but most places they will never accept the credit card.
Right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
But if you go into a regular shop, they won't accept no credit card. Some gas stations will go. Some gas stations will accept it.
Gas stations. Okay.
But a lot of the time when you go using a credit card, they will tell you that the reader is not working. They end up paying with cash or mobile money.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Cash. Okay, so mainly cash. And if you're over there and you want to draw out a large sum of cash, how would you do it?
Yeah, cash.
Yeah. When you're in Africa, Bobcat, and you want to draw out a large sum of cash to use, how do you do it?
Oh, you mean like from your mobile money wallet? Yeah.
Yeah. Is that how you do it? How do you get cash when you need it over there?
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you can do it, but there will be charges. There will be charges on your account. There will be international fees. There'll be conversion fees. You probably might be charged like, I don't know, maybe like $5. You might get charged maybe like $5 for withdrawing money.
Right.
You may get charged for using your card outside of the UK, plus the international withdrawal fee. So you could be charged.
Right.
Unless you have a bank in the UK that allows you to do foreign withdrawals. But even when your bank even allows foreign withdrawals, the ATM here in Africa will still charge you a fee.
Right. Okay. And is there a lot of ATMs around? And what's the names of the local high
There's
street
a lot
banks
of them
over there?
They're everywhere.
Yeah, lots of Nigerian banks, especially.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, lots of Nigerian banks have ATMs all around the place.
Echo Bank, Standard Chartered Bank,
ABSA, UBA,
Access Bank,
Fidelity Bank.
Yeah, Fidelity Bank is the best bank I've seen so far. Fidelity.
Zenith Bank. I mean, that's one country. Out of all the countries I've ever been to in Africa, they got more banks.
I would recommend to anybody if they wanted a bank account here.
Right. Okay.
That's a Nigerian bank.
You have Standard Charter. GTA Guaranteed Trust.
Zenith Bank has been here forever. Zenith Bank is a Nigerian bank. It's been here for a long time. It's a reputable bank. Zenith.
Okay.
I've known about Zenith Bank since the early 2000s.
Yeah, they've been around for a while.
That's the first African bank I've ever known about was Zenith Bank.
And then you have
the reason why I knew about Zenith, they used to advertise on football days at the stadium. Right. When there's a football matches going on, Zenith banner would flash all over the place.
Right. Interesting. So,
but you know what though, IC3? You know, when another man gives you his input or his view of how one country is, it's never the same as if like when you come and see for yourself. Because I could give you stories about this place forever. But unless you board a plane and come and you see it through your own eyes, you sort of like get your own picture. So I could tell you this, that, and everything else, but until you come and see for yourself, come smell, feel, touch, you could see. Because Bomani used to have these live streams, and I used to listen. And, you know, I said, some people would have good experiences, some people would have bad experiences, but normally if you just come in as a tourist, 9 times out of 10, your experience would be good. And especially with my brother Bomani, because as I said, it's an all-black tour. There's no white supremacists on the tour. There are no Asians. There's nobody. They're all black.
Right.
And if anybody is off code on the tour, like if we have a coon on the tour, they'll be thrown off. Because Bomani is ex-military. It doesn't take no bullshit. So if you come and you're one of those stupid coons from the West, he'll throw you off the tour and give you back your money.
Right.
And he'll tell you that.
Right. Security is tight. Military class. That's right, Bomani. He's serious. You want that kind of level.
That's the only way we can build black empowerment.
If you meet Bomani, he's a nice guy, but he won't take no nonsense. Bomani is a very nice guy, but if you're disrespectful, he will handle you. Because remember, he's a Jamaican.
Right.
You know, Jamaicans, that's one thing with us. We won't tolerate disrespect. And we all have our bad temper. All our Jamaicans. We all know how to deal with people when the time is given to deal with them. Even you, IC3, you're well-spoken, you're articulate. If somebody runs upon you and you feel threatened, you're going to handle them, right?
Yeah. This is good. So let me tell you how I'm seeing my vision of how I see because I'm really thinking business and international business and politics. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking about holidays. So Bomani is looking after people that want to go for tour and holidays. I'm not on that level. I'm thinking big business and the geopolitical level. So the way I'm looking at it, when I arrive, I'll be arriving as a representative of a task force, as it were, with the focus really on reparations and research and developing relationships. So let me put it this way, to put it simply. Basically, reparations can be seen as an alternative form of income for the development of Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora. It's a legitimate form of income. It's money owed. And so I'm working to set up income streams to extract reparations from the white supremacist financial ecosystem, just like they'd set up Elmina right there in Ghana. Yeah, they set up Elmina Ghana in Ghana, and with Elmina Castle. Yeah, they were doing deals with the local people in Africa, and they got the permission to build the Fort Elmina. Yes, and they built that fort, and it's called Elmina. It's called the mine. Yes, to mine Africa for its resources, mine Africa for its people, mine Africa for its intelligence. Yeah. So Elmina. So I'm doing the same kind of thing, a counter mine, as it were. So I'm mining the system, the financial ecosystem of white supremacy. So I'm building the mirror, the inverse Elmina, to extract, just like Elmina extracted from Africa. I'm building a mining company to extract reparations from those that owe it.
Yes, Mr. IC3 Black. Appreciate you always breaking down the reparations and everything. Appreciate you, brother. We have a guest on. I always like to just connect us with a guest. We have Nakmizi, defender of Black America, 50 deep. Greetings, brother Nakmizi. Welcome to the call. I got my
Greetings, brother.
Bobcat and Mr. IC3 Black.
Greetings.
Just share what you want to share, and I can always pop up the topic. Right now, IC3 and Bobcat is having a deep conversation about Ghana and everything. Let us know what you want to share.
Well, I've been to Ghana as well, so I'd like to jump in on that as well. But
Absolutely.
could you let me know what the title was? I saw Black America on it, so I came in.
Yeah, well, appreciate you, man. You know, we always got to make sure that we big up America. That's it right there. I just should Black America lower their standards to fit into Africa and become victims and scammers and haters? The reason why we say that because people are lowering their standards and just going to Africa and then messing themselves up. So we've been talking about it for hours and trying to give people tips and even recommending people stay in America and build business here. And then when we build whatever we build in Africa, we could do business together. Then I got my two brothers here. They're talking about how things work in Ghana. But jump in, share, or ask them any questions.
Yeah, bro. So look, no, we should absolutely not lower our standards.
Absolutely.
You have to move from a position of power. And if Africa, specifically Ghana, is going to step their game up, the world is not going to lower their standards for Ghana. So, if diasporans lower their standards and say, okay, well, dashing is normal and this red tape is normal. If you're going to do that, then all you're doing is perpetuating the mediocrity that a lot of these African countries are. They're going to have to step their game up. The diaspora and the rest of the world is not going to downgrade their game.
Well, excellent, brother. That's what I'm talking about. We're on the same page. Bobcat, IC3. We have Not Meezy on. IC2, you're good. You're good at questions, man. I'm not sure if you know Not Meezy. You can share with him how you feel about reparations because I know that's always the topic.
Yeah.
IC3.
Mm-hmm. Do you accept reparations
IC3.
as
I'm letting you know, yeah. Bomani is my good brother. I've known him for a few years now. I trust the guy. And huh? Oh yeah. Look. IC3, look. Regarding reparations, yeah. This is the way I see it. It's old to us, but I believe we're not chasing everybody for it. Like, why no one ever brings up the Arabs when they're the ones who started goddamn slavery? We never ever talk about what the Arabs did. We're always going to the white man, but the slavery started way before the white man even got into slavery. The Arabs started it, but we never ever sort of like say, yeah, why don't we go ask the Saudis for a check? They need to be paying, and they need to pay out a lump sum, plus they need to be paying out yearly.
Correct.
Okay. And
right.
Then another thing too, for me about reparations, the reason why I don't focus on reparations all day long is because we got so many agents running around trying to do damage. Okay, that if I just focus all my energy on reparations, I won't be able to get nothing else done. I won't be able to eat. I know eventually we will get it, but in the meantime, I must find a way how I can survive until that money comes, because I hear them talking about reparations down in California, and it's just going to be a smoke screen. They're just going to keep on having debate and never ever cut no check.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Because when they were paying the Japanese and when they were paying the Jews, they didn't have no debate. They just cut the check, and they're still cutting checks for the Jews. Okay?
Right. Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to black people, they keep on discussing it, talking about we need to sit down and talk. Man, everything has been documented about slavery. There's no more conversation. Write the motherfucking check.
Right.
Okay? We want land. We want gold. We want all the resources that enrich you white people. Okay? And we want a major payout, plus we want a residual payout yearly.
Correct.
And we don't want stupid black coon talk about, if we get the reparations, some black people just go and drink it and smoke it. Nah, well, you got white people, you got Asian people who got reparations, and they dope fiends too. But nobody ever said that they shouldn't get it.
Right.
So this is the reason why I don't really sort of like get too excited about reparations, because you'll find there's so many agents. It's such a hot potato.
Hot
okay?
potato.
And if you're not,
That's right.
if you really got like what you call it now, a movement going, they're trying to take you out. If they see that you're about to get a check, the same black people that are amongst you, they will kill you. Just like how they took out Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Because when you really think about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, the reason why they killed them, it was about the money now. They were
Yes.
going to get to the money. Martin
Yes.
Luther
Get
King
to the
was
money.
getting to the money.
That's right.
He was
Yeah.
getting to the money, and the white man knew. So they said, hey,
Yes.
we got to get rid of this Negro. Then they got rid of Johnny Cochran. He was about to get to the money too, and they
Right.
killed him too.
Right.
Johnny
Right.
Cochran, if that man had lived, about would have gotten reparation because he was an exceptional attorney.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
So once people don't care about you talking about certain things, but if they see you are a threat, they will neutralize you. They will neutralize you. But once they know you ain't got no traction, and most black people, most black men only want to know they can get access to white pussy. They're not interested. Okay, most black
like
men,
to
once
chime
they
in.
know they have access to white women, that's their reparations right there.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people think like that. A lot of
All
people
right, perfect.
think like that.
Bobcat, 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 I see. Hey,
Because I want to
Bobcat.
know why all the most. I don't want to know why the most successful why the most successful brothers in America all have Becky's on their arm.
Right. Yeah. That's the currency, Bobcat. I told you about the money, you see. Is it possible to love money and not love white people?
Yes, you can
That's
do that.
why I asked the question.
But
So
Bobcat,
that's their reparations right
hey
there.
Bobcat, can you hear me? I want to since we have another guest on, I want him to be.
Of
I
course
don't
you
want him to
can.
be a
I
man.
already answered that question already. I told you if you come here to the continent, you won't even think about them no more. You don't see them, you don't think about them no more. You just live your life.
All right, perfect. So what I
Sure,
want
let
to
me
do,
jump in.
Bobcat and IC3, I want you to
The
engage with.
only time I see white people
Bobcat,
here is when I go to the mall.
Bobcat, can you hear
That's the only time I see them is when I go to the mall. I don't see them running around like that.
Hey, brother, I want to make sure you can hear us. I don't want to go too deep into this conversation, but I do have a guest, and I want to try to make sure everybody's engaged with each other. So IC3 Black or Bobcat, let me know if you have anything for Not Measy, but I think he has something to say. So Not Measy, go ahead and say what you have to say, and then just trying to get you guys to engage in the conversation. Go ahead.
You know what, Bomani?
Bobcat, brother, I don't know if you can. I don't
I'm
know
gonna
if you
have
can.
to bounce out now. But
you
you
got
know
to
what,
bounce?
though? I want you to get Mr. IC3 back contact information because I want to contact him offline.
Yes.
Let
Hey,
me
Not
put my
Measy.
email in the chat. I'll put my email in the chat.
Hey, Not Measy, get back on, brother. Because Bobcat is about to go and IC3 Black is around.
So if you could get his contact information for me.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you Bobcat.
The only thing I
give you
have
my
is
contact.
only thing I have is an email address which I can send to you, which with his permission.
Because I gotta get off now. I got some stuff I gotta take care of now.
Yeah, make your move. And also Not Measy, brother. I was just trying to get you to hold on before we connect with you. Bobcat, appreciate you, brother. And you take care, man. And I'll connect back with you. Thanks for your input.
Have my email. Email me, Bobcat.
So yeah, I'll send it to him right away. All right,
yeah.
Mr. IC3 Black, nice talking to you, my brother.
Okay.
Okay,
Nice.
I'll get it from Bomani.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it to you on your WhatsApp. All right, Not Measy, brother. Come back on the call. IC3 Black would love to talk with you. And before we
later.
But Bobcat, appreciate you, brother. Thanks for joining and thank you for sharing the valuable information. And I'll definitely connect back with you, brother, as usual. All right, IC3 Black, you're here. We had one person that he just got off, trying to get him back on.
Appreciate it, man. Anytime.
So we can share some more information.
You see this.
Let me open the screen up a little bit. All right.
Yeah. So this is what I'm doing, and I'm sure that sometime in the near future, we'll find some way in which we can all combine our activities together. So this is the actual goal that I'm working on, which is to set up a bank for reparations. See,
Let me get you a bigger screen. There you go. You have a bigger screen.
Yeah. So it's a bit difficult. Yeah, because these laminates is what I use by going like today. I have a chess club going, and what happens? I put these on the table, on some of the tables, and then people come in. I set up these clubs in restaurants. Yeah, restaurants where a lot of black people go, and I put these on the table, and then people can put their drinks and their food on top of these as well, and then these become the talking points. Yeah, so we talk about reparations, we talk about banking, and so by displaying this information, it encourages people to talk about the serious issues like reparations, Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora. You see, so these are the talking points, and then it encourages people to come online. Then I get an opportunity to tell them, about channels like this, about Kala Genesis, about the Black African Infrastructure Organization. You see, so this is why I'm focusing on banking, because remember the question was, is it possible to love money and
not love white people
without loving white people? And obviously, it's not possible. It's not possible because the financial ecosystem is racist. It's white supremacist. So we need our own banking system. So banking goes together with travel, goes together with business. It goes together. The whole thing goes together. You see. So here's the angle now. This is a lot of black people are responding very well in the discussions that we're having about this. You see, look at this. Keeping white people safe, and even white people, even white people now are shocked. They're shocked at this. They're shocked at this. Yeah, because I'm saying, look, if white people, if you are a whistleblower on the system of white supremacy, yeah, if you help us extract reparations from those who owe it to us, right, we will look after you. Yeah, because you're basically a whistleblower. So it's obviously, if your whistleblowing actually helps black people, then black people have to look after you then.
White People Protection League. That is funny.
Exactly. I know a lot of black people, when they see that, they all burst out laughing. But when they start to think about it, it's quite serious. It's actually functional.
What are you saying? Protect your money?
Of course. Well, what isn't it? A lot of white people going to Africa to save the Africans. So why can't black people go to in Europe save white people?
Oh wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Unfortunately, all of our guests are gone. I'd love to get a feedback from some of them.
Yeah,
so family,
I'll do a bit of presentation later on if you like.
So you can give our brother a feedback. For me, this is very, very, very interesting.
Of course, you see, because what it results in is reparations. You see, if white people are helping, because the world is a crime scene as far as black people are concerned. Yeah, the world is a crime scene from a black person's perspective. So if reparations is an income coming in, a legitimate form of income, then it behoves us to look after all those white people who are helping with successful reparation claims. Does it make sense?
Very interested and makes sense. You know me. I usually don't have much of a feedback, but that is very interesting. Appreciate you putting the work in to push the movement that you believe in. Let me switch back. You know what I mean? Appreciate you pushing it and, you know, working on the things you're working on. I see you got all your marketing energy in your office.
You see? And this is an issue that has to be clear, you see? Identity. So this is what you're dealing with indirectly, you see? These are the 5 factors of identity. See? DNA. See? What people ask, oh, where are you from? Just like the Bobcat was saying. You know, where are you from? You see, you have to be able to identify people.
Lineage, appearance.
That's right. Where's you born? Where's your parents? How do you look like? See, your appearance is very important. That is why you say you don't. Bobcat was saying you don't like anybody on the tour unless you see them live. You see, and state of mind.
Yeah, I just have
culture.
I have a lot of people traveling with me, and you know, they basically tell me that, you know, that they wanted us be with their own people. So I can't take both people money. You know what I mean, I can't, you know. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I have to stay
choose.
loyal to one energy. So I just told them, okay, this is what we do, and this is just for us. And so they love it. They appreciate somebody doing something for them as a people.
Exactly, that's right.
Yeah,
so you have a unique selling point.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and you maintain that, and you don't let money drive you from your principle.
Yeah, if money was the main situation, I was staying in my aircraft, you know, technician career in the airlines and do other things that, you know, we can do. But I have to build a future for, you know, my family and our children and our people.
Exactly.
So that's why I have to just step outside the box and put more work in and get out my comfort zone of, you know, because these careers are incredible. It's a great comfort zone. I mean, you know, the money is nice. But I feel like to build something independent and have it to where your generations can build off is more important. Because you know,
definitely.
You can't give your job to your children. And I was in the U.S. Navy. As much as I love the U.S. Navy, you can't give that to your family and your children.
Exactly.
But whatever we build as Black folk people, we can leave for our children. We can build legacy and generations. Just like, you know, these white supremacists.
Exactly. See, and I use this to illustrate.
What did I say? Demo crazy. That's what I say, right? Demo crazy. Oh, you don't got the K in there. Might as well. It means them are crazy.
You see, so in order to extract, so that like the power, the electricity is like the power, the value. So we have to organize. So to have an organization is like to have a plug. Then you can plug in and extract what is deserved. What you know. But if you don't have it, if you're an African without a plug, without a way of communicating with the system, you could just like the Europeans. They built the fort Elmina. They had to build the fort, then to start the extraction. So the fort is the equivalent of the plug. You see, so they built the fortress of Elmina to plug into Africa to extract what they wanted. So we have to build a structure to extract reparations, and so part of that structure is the concept of the passport. You see, so this I think will match up with the work that you're doing with the Black African Infrastructure Organization. If you can build a black nation, a black national entity.
Black bank for reparations. I like that.
Yeah, see, and then that if we can build an entity that can be perceived as and accepted and legitimized as a nation, then we can issue passports and have an embassy an embassy in Ghana, an embassy in Nigeria, an embassy in Liberia, an embassy in Sierra Leone, embassy in Jamaica, embassy in Barbados, embassy in St. Lucia, embassy in America, embassy in South America, and then we can issue passports. See? So people still keep their passports that you have already, but then you have a secondary passport.
Brilliant, brilliant.
You see, that's the plan. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it remind me of what when I was in the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA. Those are some of the things that they were talking about, but those things never manifested. But
Yes.
That's always ideal. Any one of our groups that can get us national, get us internet. Well, I don't know if it's national, international passport, but global passports, I guess I should say.
Exactly.
That
And
would help.
so that goes together with banking. See, it goes together with banking, passports. These are the things that matter. So all it is, we need a good model. After we've got a good model, we can then get those things. The reason it has never come about is because we haven't had a model yet. But here we have a model. You see, you've got to clarify who the passport's for, who's the nation. See, and then you can have the passport.
No, very professional, man. You must have a big lamination machine, because I got a smaller one here in my office. But
Yeah.
Either you went to Kinko's or FedEx or one of them places, or you just have a big lamination machine.
I got a big
maybe
one.
you do. Oh,
I've
that's
got a
good.
big one. Yeah. You have to
That
invest.
looks
You
good.
have
That
to
looks
invest.
good. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan of, you have all of your business equipment in your house or in your office, and you just get to work.
That's right. That's right.
You produce your your work.
And people are impressed when they see they see
Yeah, I mean,
this nice
the
this
level
big.
of professionalism when you laminate stuff and type it up and organize it is, it's on another world. And we know, and if we're gonna do presentations and share things with our people, we literally need to really be, organized at the fact to where we're doing things professional.
Did I send you an email? Did you get my email?
If you send it to me now, I don't see an email from you, but I do have your email address, so I will send my brother the email.
And then
I'll just
I don't
send
think
him
I
the
have
email
your
address. I got email that we were emailing a while back. It was September of last year. So I got your email here, the Gmail account. Race codes chess, something like that. All right, my brother must have dropped off, so if he comes back on, we'll link him. But if not, then it's a sign for us to close out, because we've been on here really working the late night shift, family. So appreciate everybody who joined our program. I see There's back. So let me let him back in. There you go, brother. You're back.
Did you send me an email? Did you?
Oh no, I sent the brother your email address.
Yeah, send me an email again. Send me one right now so I can send you this, and we can talk about this now if you want to, or
Okay,
if you
perfect. Let me okay. Let me do a quick reply back. There you go.
I'd like to have your. Maybe we can talk about this now. Let me send you this information, and then you tell me what you think of this.
All right, perfect. It is just a quick email, and bam, there you go.
Okay, let's see.
It's just a reply back from my last email. It'll just say.
Oh, right. Okay.
There you go. Perfect. You got it.
Excellent.
All right, so family, does anybody want to join us before we leave? Everybody look like they're sleeping. We put everybody to sleep. It's 6 o'clock in the morning here on our beautiful East Coast of America. East Coast. So that's your New York, your Georgia time, family. 6 o'clock in the morning. and I'm sure your time is well. It's not.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock in the morning today at the
You're,
moment.
you're 5 hours ahead. GMT,
Yeah.
Greenwich Mean Time, whatever that means.
Yeah. So if I'll send you this information. If you want, we can talk a bit about it now, or I'll let you have a look at it, and then we can meet again and talk about it and discuss it with the other brothers.
Oh, absolutely. We can definitely do that because we're coming up on the end. I don't want to hit 7 hours. It's 6 hours and 53 minutes.
Okay, just let me send this now.
Yeah, so we work to where we get you a good audience so they can give you some good feedback, and hopefully you don't upset some of our members on the panel because
this should be a good discussion.
Oh yeah, always with you, brother. It's always with you. It's always, I mean, honestly, it's always a great discussion.
It's good.
So, but
look at this
that's
one.
what we want to do. We want to have a great discussion so we can share information and educate our people. Because for me, that's what it's about. And then go out there and do the work.
Right, I've just sent this. It's called Reparation News.
All right,
so I don't know. Let's see if it's coming through.
Once I get it, I'll forward it to Brother Kala.
Yes.
Then let them know. See what they think.
That's right. And then we all get together and have a good discussion on it.
I gotta get him on a good day though, because you're frustrated, man.
Yeah, on a good day.
We're not here to take anything personal. It's all. I tell people everything that we do is all in fun, love, education, and
of course, that's right. We're learning together. We're building. We're getting to know each other.
Because we have to talk about certain things, and some things that we talk about are uncomfortable with people.
Exactly.
I tell people if it's uncomfortable to you, just click on close out. But these are things that we have to talk about. So some people may not like reparations and may feel a certain way, but these are all still subjects that we have to talk about because as a global Black family, we have a lot of things to talk about, and a lot of them are not comfortable. Like we're talking about scamming and crazy stuff that goes on in Africa. And we do know things go on everywhere else, but tell them, hey, this is a conversation. I have investors that's going to Africa and they're getting taken down and they're coming back complaining to me and complaining to other people. And we just sharing things, and they want us to put out certain information to warn people about what's going on, because some of them don't want to get on YouTube and say anything. So I was like, hey, let me know and I'll say it for you.
Right. Did the email come through?
All right, the email. All right, so I got your email, and this is our reparations news, and got look like 2 screenshots or 2 JPEG image.
That's right. Can you see them?
So Black Embassy staff wanted and Black Embassy staff wanted in a bigger letter, and
that's right. So I'd like to discuss that.
The Gambia flag, the Jamaica flag, the Ghana flag, and so on.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, brother. We can definitely discuss this, and I can always just email you and we just set up a time to discuss it and get some audience on.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be when we do our own, me and Kala do a live on Tuesday and Saturday, but it doesn't have to be around that time. It could be, in the time that works
another
for
time.
you.
Yeah.
And then, we'll see who gets on and who wants to have this discussion with you. I'm sure some people will be interested.
Okay. All right then. So I'll see you when I see you then.
Oh, absolutely, brother. So what I'll do is I can just reply back to the email later on, and then we just make an arrangement to find out what's a good time for us to talk about these things. Just like one time you and I did a show together, and we just went through full details on what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So that's myself. And then if I have guests on, I usually guests they want to debate and they want to say certain things. I'm just trying to organize a program for us to all communicate, conversate, and have dialogue together.
Yes,
so
because they all fit together.
I'm never usually
dialogue, travel,
anybody. But I like for people. I like presentation. I like people sharing information, especially if it has things to do with our struggle. So that's always perfect. Reparations is always a big topic, and I just hopefully I can get some more guests in to ask the right questions, because I know you love questions. So you could have better dialogue.
Care, then. Take care.
Brother. Appreciate you, man, and you take care. And family, we're gonna play some nice closeout music, and from our good brother And this is Sons of Africa, Melanie Ganji.
Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever.
That's Sons of Africa. So family, appreciate you joining and connecting with us. And I love to stay here and chat and conversation and communicate and share more information, but we have passed that time. So thanks for joining us on another live stream on Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. Take care, family, and we will connect with you next time. And right now, we're going to jam to some Sons of Africa and watch some of these beautiful photos on our africafortheafricans.org website.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. I green. Life, color, life, liberation. The having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. It was a sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun covered. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. Stand covered. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Stand